orange and black.
It is out of here.
Good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Back from Berkeley, the Murph and Marcus show is live in Daly City. But it turns out Murph got into a fight with Oski and never made it back with the studio. So Murph is off today. He's in the hospital recovering from that mascot beatdown. So once again, filling in on a Wednesday morning. Straight out of the Sunset District, it's the one and only Kerry Crowley, who filled in for Murph just a couple weeks ago after what we thought was one of the worst homestands of the season for the Giants. Well, Kerry, welcome back. Same old nonsense with the San Francisco Giants, but good to see you on a Wednesday morning, my man.
Marcus, it is always great to see you. Tremendous show yesterday. Loved listening to Ron Rivera, Justin Wilcox. Not surprised that Oski knocked out Murph yesterday, given all the UCLA propaganda he's been spreading on these airwaves for the last couple decades. So good on Oski. I'll say that.
Yeah, it was a nice mascot beat down, him thrown down. Obviously, we're riffing. Murph's on vacation. Gonna go play a little golf down in L.A. today and tomorrow. Must be nice.
On assignment?
Where you can just take a sabbatical on a Wednesday and Thursday and go play some golf down in L.A. at a fancy golf club. But hey, we're here this morning, and instead of Murph bitching and complaining about the San Francisco Giants, we will carry the torch and continue to bitch and complain about this San Francisco Giants team. Of course, we can get into a little 49er football later on today. Great guest list with a lot of NFL voices. So we can go and talk about what's going on down in Santa Clara, the wide receiver situation, and everything down at 49ers training camp. But, Kerry, let's start where we left off last time you were hosting the show. Because last time you hosted the show, they went on an 0-6 homestand. Now they've lost 5 games in a row at home. I believe it's now 12 out of the last 13 home games. Has anything changed with the San Francisco Giants team?
No, and that is a tremendous problem for this team because at this point in the season, when you decide to trade guys away at the deadline, you should be getting a look at younger talent. You should be getting a window into what 2026 should look like for this club. And instead, we're watching the same thing happen every night, which is a lifeless offense carried by veterans who are having below average seasons for a now below 500 team. I mean, at some point, Buster Posey, Zach Manassi, and Bob Melvin need to turn the page and start focusing on next year. They need to start looking at some of the guys who are going to impact 2026. And yesterday, they send down Carson Wisenhunt. I know he hasn't had the best 3 starts to his major league career, but it tells you that this team still thinks it can go on a run. And if you've watched this team for the last 2.5 months, Marcus, what leads you to believe that the New York Mets are within striking distance? Because they lost sight of the San Diego Padres the last 2 nights. There's no hope in catching a team that's now tied for first in the National League West. I don't get it. I don't get it at all. The way that this team is structured August and September right now doesn't add up to me.
No, and it's going to be Kai Wang Tang pitching for the Giants today. We'll see how long he goes. We'll see if Carson Wisenhunt ends up being called back up in September. But you mentioned some of those roster moves and the rotation of young players. We saw Tyler Fitzgerald back with the big league club yesterday. He was a corresponding move. He got called up when Carson Wisenhunt got set down and got his first start out in right field at Oracle Park, I believe. Now, he has played in the outfield before. We've seen him in center field. But, of course, with the way that things are going this year for Giants baseball, first inning, blooper, right field. It was a windy day, but he slips, he falls, base hit. Robbie Ray then has to stack up extra pitches. Next thing you know, Giants are down 1-0 quick in the first inning. And you're like, here we go
exactly,
again.
Exactly, 1-0. It might be insurmountable these days. Like the Giants answered that, but as soon as the Padres scored again, it was over. Like it was over early, and that's the feeling that you get when you're at home. Come on.
I mean, especially when you're facing another soft-tossing lefty.
Doesn't matter. Dude can come in with a 7 ERA, a 700 ERA. If you're a soft-tossing lefty, you want to face the San Francisco Giants.
And like Nestor Cortez might be like the perfect kryptonite because he's the ultimate soft tosser. He's going to mix up his wind-up, his rotation, his stretch. He's going to try to throw you off. But it's funny. I'm sitting there at the ball game last night thinking to myself, remember when everybody was freaking out about the torpedo bats? And they're like, oh, these are changing the game of baseball. The Yankees are cheating because I hit so many home runs on opening day. And I had to keep reminding Murph and our audience that opening day game, it was the Yankees squaring off against Nestor Cortez.
Ooh.
Because he was throwing 90 miles per hour meatballs right down the middle because he blew out his elbow the year before trying to get to the World Series with the Yankees and never had surgery during the offseason. So there was that same Nestor Cortez yesterday throwing 90-mile-per-hour fastballs right down the middle, and we got Elliot Ramos and Matt Chapman and Patrick Bailey just staring at those pitches.
Unbelievable. It really is. The fact that you can see a pitcher who's been struggling all season long, who isn't right now of major league caliber. Nestor Cortez with his ERA would suggest he's probably more of a AAA arm at this point. And the fact that he can come into Oracle Park and shut down a Giants lineup that hasn't changed its approach, that looks completely overwhelmed regardless of who they're facing, tells you exactly where this team is at and exactly why they've got to turn the page. And at what point do you say, we're just going to play all the kids? At what point do you call up a Luciano? At what point do you keep Wisenhunt in the rotation? I mean, I know that Giants fans are clamoring for Eldridge. He's the one exception that I would make. I'd say you don't want to mess up this guy's development because you messed up 3 other players in front of him in the long run, and Joey Bart and Elliot Ramos when he first came up in 22, and Luis Matos when he first came up. So you have to play it safe with Bryce Eldridge. But everyone else should be getting looks right now because we have seen what this lineup is capable of, Marcus, and we know it's not much.
Yeah, and that's where it kind of feels like there's a bit of a mixed message because Yaz gets traded. And I think we were both okay with that trade because of the return that they got and the fact that you needed to move on to see if Luis Matos could be an everyday player. And then a couple days later, he was an everyday player out in Sacramento.
Yeah.
And so they decided to go with Drew Gilbert, which is them still giving an opportunity to a younger player, but now he's playing instead of a guy like Grant McRae. And we see Tyler Fitzgerald get called up instead of Marco Luciano, who has 20-something home runs this year with the Sacramento Rivercats. So it's like, all right, what direction are you going with? Are you really trying to figure out what young players are doing? And are they doing it with the correct players, I guess is the real question moving forward.
Yeah, look, I think it's interesting right now that they've still got Jung-Hoo Lee playing every single day in center field when you could be taking a look at Grant McRae out there on certain days just to get an idea of how he handles Oracle Park. I think it's interesting that Wilmer Flores is your designated hitter when you could have literally anyone in AAA Sacramento right now getting those at-bats. Flores is a pending free agent. He is not going to be back with this club. He's had a great 5-year run with this team. He was awesome during April and May. We do not need to see more Wilmer Flores in August and September for a team that's under 500. There are decisions that they can make. Say, keep Wisenhunt in the rotation one more turn in lieu of bringing Landon Root back from the injured list a little early to get those innings that, his arm's already been stressed. We know what Landon Root's capable of at the major league level. It's great. Maybe they shut him down in a few weeks. Maybe he comes back and then Wisenhunt, returns to the major league roster. That could be a move that I could see coming for this San Francisco Giants team. But Marcus, I just watched this club, and Willie Adames said it the other day. They're lacking an identity right now. And to me, it is so clear that 120-plus games into the season, if you're lacking an identity, somewhere along the way, this thing went off the rails. And it is going to take an entire offseason to diagnose exactly how that happened. But I know one thing's for sure. Major changes will be coming.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know if it's a lack of identity or them losing their identity.
Yeah.
Because it felt like they did have an identity in the first couple months of the season. Like, oh, this is a gritty team. They're going to battle back. Look at the comeback victories. Look at the one-run games. They have the best bullpen in baseball. But now, all of a sudden, all that, poof, it's all disappeared right in front of our eyes, Kerry.
And it shows you how thin the margin was for this team. Because when you're winning one-run games, it means you're not dominating opponents. I mean, there were days where the Giants were 8-9 games above 500. People were clamoring for a blowout so that you wouldn't have to use Tyler Rogers for the 15th consecutive day, so that you wouldn't have to burn Camilo Doval and Ryan Walker because the Giants had 2 closers. But really, on certain days, they were out of closers because they were winning so many one-run games and pitching so many tight matchups. And we've seen that all come back to haunt the Giants. We've seen the toll that April and May took, the run that this team went on, has now come back and hurt this team. And when you trade away Rodgers, when you trade away Doval, and when your lineup got exposed during the months of June and July, you become a team that simply can't win ball games, regardless of whether you're at home, on the road, or as the Giants have been, 13 games at Oracle Park, 12-13. That is inexcusable. That's a stretch that you have to go back to some of the worst teams in Giants franchise history to compare to.
Yeah, I mean, what the hell happened to a home field advantage, right?
It's gone.
I mean, Oracle Park is a ballpark that's not like any other park in the country. And we've seen this Giants team have success here. Hell, we've seen other teams have success here. But all of a sudden, they can't win a ball game in their own home ballpark. And it feels like you're starting to feel that effect now. Hit the fans. Hit the crowd. I mean, I've been out there 3-4 straight games. I go there every single game. And it's been dead the last couple of nights.
Yeah.
And that's with Padre fans coming to the stadium and taking over. There were louder Padre chants last night than there were Giants chants throughout the entire game.
And it doesn't surprise me Because at this point in the season, if you're a San Diego fan, you want to do everything you can to go watch your team. This is how Giants fans felt during the months of April and May, where there was this sense of hope, this sense of urgency that Buster Posey had restored to the franchise, that things would be different in the Posey era than they were under Farhan Zaidi at the end of the Bobby Evans era in San Francisco. And now we're seeing this Giants team was really not all that different from the teams of Posey's predecessors. He needs to do some major work this offseason. He went out and he signed Willie Adames. He got Justin Verlander, but that was not good enough. Just simply talking about a new culture, that only lasted for about 80, 90 games. The Giants don't have a new culture yet, and that is going to be one of the most pivotal points of this offseason is how he changes. Is it the coaching staff? Is it the players? My sense is there could be shakeups in terms of both of that because Posey knows he can't come into 2026 and expect minimal changes to produce majorly different results.
Yeah, and it seems like something needs to be shaken up in that organization because the shakeup in trading for Rafael Devers has somehow gone in the wrong direction. And going back to that trade, that Sunday night baseball game, Giants were 1 game back of the Dodgers in the NL West. Fast forward to today, where now the San Diego Padres are tied for first place in the NL West with the LA Dodgers. Yeah. That's how the cookie crumbles.
I mean, credit the Padres.
Yeah, they're playing good ball.
Credit the Padres. They're playing great ball. They're fun. They're interesting. They are clearly playing together. They sell out every home game down in San Diego. They are the envy of the San Francisco Giants. And who thought that we'd be sitting here saying that? That 10 years after the Giants won the World Series in 2014, coming off of 3-5, this was a franchise that was ready to invest everything to continue winning. The Giants did invest everything, and they got so much of it wrong. And so here they sit, mediocrity at its finest over the last decade, and San Diego Padres on the rise as a franchise, seemingly willing every trade deadline to go all in, having the prospects every trade deadline to make these blockbuster moves, to go out and get a Mason Miller, whereas the Giants at this year's trade deadline, they had to fold. They had to push their chips aside and say, this year ain't for us. And that is just a sad commentary on the state of where this franchise at compared to a National League West rival that they historically have done so much more than, historically have dominated. The difference between these two franchises, we used to talk about the difference between the Giants and the Dodgers. The difference between the Giants and the Padres right now is seismic.
Yeah, and now I've got that damn Padres fan sitting behind home plate screaming all night. Luckily for us, she was not out there last night. We'll see if she's back out there today for the day game. As I said, Kai Wing-Tang on the bump. Young Tony's favorite pitcher. So coming up next, we'll find out if young Tony is going to go to the ballpark or if he's going to protest today. We'll also get you that guest list with a lot of NFL voices as we have a lot of 49ers news to talk about with that wide receiver room, Brock Purdy going on the Richard Sherman podcast. All things that we will get in today on the Murph and Marcus Show with Kerry Crowley filling in for Brian Murphy on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
That's a great tease, Marcus. Good morning, everybody. We got a great new contest this week. We're also doing it next week. We're giving away a $50 49ers Team Store gift card. And if you win that, you get automatically qualified to win a pair of Candlestick Stadium chairs. Those legendary red chairs that were always out there, and people got them to this day. Seen them online already. So stay tuned through the 7 a.m. hour for your chance to win both the gift card and your chance to go home with those stadium chairs when you hear the cue to call. The number to dial is 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller number 10, that means you win. It's all brought to you by The Sports Leader. And stay tuned through the 7 a.m. hour. Like I said, you can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Now there's a swing of a liner down the left field line into the corner and fair. Hustling over to cut it off near the foul pole is Laureano, and he holds Wilmer Flores to a single. Swinging a hard ground ball into right field, a base hit. Coming to third is Flores. He'll be held up against one of the great arms in the game, Fernando Tatis Jr. And the bases are loaded. Oh, what a great at bat by Dom Smith. That leaves it to Elliot Ramos. Bases loaded, 2 down. Right-handed hitter, the pitch. Swing, and he pops it up. And coming down the line for it is a Rice in foul ground. Inning over. The set. There goes Schmidt. The pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck about 100 miles an hour above the belt. And the Padres have taken the first 2 games of this series, and the Giants have lost 4 in a row.
Very frustrated. And, we have the 1 inning, we have the bases loaded and 1 out. We got a chance and can't get anybody home. So similar theme. And, yeah, it's a lot of frustration.
Yeah, you can say that again, Bob. It's been a frustrating second half of the season for the San Francisco Giants. That was the skipper, Bob Melvin, once again trying to explain the lack of offense as the Giants scored 1 run yesterday against the San Diego Padres, left 11 runners on base. The good news is they did get 3 hits with runners in scoring position, Kerry, but it still resulted in 1 run, and the only hit they got an RBI on was a Wilmer Flores dribbler up the third base line. Giants baseball, nothing like it.
Nothing like it indeed. It's fitting. I mean, the Wilmer Flores ground ball was the highlight of last night's game. In fact, maybe the highlight of this post-Washington Nationals series homestand. Like, it's unbelievable.
I mean, it really is almost as unbelievable as this rejoin.
Yeah.
Now, I was confused at first. I'm like, are we going closing time? Are we shutting down the doors on the season?
Not yet.
Young Tony, what's up, my man? The man that has the keys, or should I say the quarters to the jukebox, or he might just have the Touch Tunes app on his phone
There we go.
right behind the board. Young Tony, good morning. What do you got for us right here?
Good morning, everybody. This is Royal Otis, who I saw at Outside Lands. I don't know if you know about him, Carrie. This is Till the
What's
Morning.
Outside Lands?
You did or did not?
What's Outside Lands?
Bro,
Not a music guy.
are you serious right now? Stop. Yeah, it's a bit.
Proudly
This
never
is
been.
a song called-
Proudly never been.
I'm surprised.
Wow.
I'm from the city. I don't need to go to things that are put on for people from outside the city.
See, outside land might be for the outsiders outside of the Sunset District, because John Joe Curley, who also grew up in the Sunset, has never been to outside lands.
Yeah, we got inside lands when you guys come into town for outside
All
lands.
right,
How
bro.
about that, dude?
Okay,
Inside
okay.
lands.
Yeah.
How do I get in? Do I know a guy who knows a guy? Well, young Tony, sounds like you might not get into Oracle Park today, but that's by choice. You're telling
Dude,
me
you're going to skip a Tang start?
You're telling me
Right.
you're so frustrated that you're going to leave the Wu-Tang Clan and not go to the game today?
Wow, good riff there. Yeah, it's just like, it's depressing. You know, it's maybe better for my mental health. Maybe I'd be more productive at the house, get a run in, get a workout in, pack. I'm going to Orange County this weekend. You know, you could do 100 other things.
See, this is how I know things are bad.
Dude.
When Tony just said not going to a baseball game is good for my mental health.
Also, the world's #1 Kaiwei Tang fan, Tony, was on the airwaves talking about his minor league numbers earlier this year, talking about how much he wanted to see him in the big league level, and now he's going to skip a
Dude,
monumental start.
Favorite player is a teammate of his, Justin Verlander. He also grew up rooting for Yu Darvish. He was on the TV broadcast last night. I caught a little Tang interview.
Dude, you're a Tang head.
I'm a Tang guy,
You
but
ever, you ever drink Tang, or is that is that too predated for you?
I have not.
It was
That might be
like-
I think
predated.
we were kind of at the end of the Tang
Tang was
surge.
like a Kool-Aid mix, like kind of like an orange drink. I believe they used it for like astronauts to take to space.
Yeah. Tony, are you technically Gen Z?
I think I get grouped in. I was 98, and I think it
So,
ends
yeah,
in like
Gen Z.
97.
Yeah, I think 96 is the final year, so
Okay.
you're Gen Z.
Ah, yeah. Sorry to break it to you,
That is
young
the
Tony.
difference. Tang, millennial drink.
Yeah, Tang is definitely more of a millennial
Yeah.
going on. Hell, I could drink a couple glasses of Tang or a couple beers today. Like, that's the thing, young Tony. For my mental health, it's good to have a weekday day beer at a baseball game. But you're not even interested in the beer anymore.
I mean, the way they're playing, man. Listen, I was watching last night, too. Like, all of us were an addict, as Nikki T says. You know, we should get that clip queued up. But it's just one of those things where, I don't know. I don't feel like going. I don't think it's the right time. If
the right time for
If maybe
me.
Carson Wisenhunt's pitching, maybe someone a little bit more exciting for the future was going. I mean, I don't know. I just...
Guy's writing off Tang's future.
I mean,
2
hey.
months after getting him on the major
It's
league
not
roster.
a Tang thing. I think it's just the way they're playing.
Sounds like it's a Tang thing.
It pretty much does sound
Definitely
like it's a
sounds
Tang
like
thing.
it is. So,
Yeah.
Tony, do you not think that Kai Wang Tang is part of the Giants' identity moving forward?
Oof. These are big questions to ask
These
at
are big questions.
624.
This is how I hit you.
I mean, listen, Buster Posey likes him. He's definitely a pitcher they've been grooming in the minors for a while. I think you call up all the kids. Call up Eldridge. Why did they send down Wisenhunt? Like, why are we making moves not for the future? You know, you can't keep going this year. They're 5.5 out of the wild card. Dodgers are running away with it. Padres running away with it. You're not going to catch the Mets. Look yourself in the mirror, guys. What are we doing?
Well, I think that's what they are trying to do. Look at themselves in the mirror and figure out what kind of team they are this year and what kind of team they're going to be moving forward. Willie Adames had a great quote that he gave to Susan Slusser the other day about the organization. He said, this is an organization that is trying to find its identity. We're trying to figure out who we are as a team. We haven't found out a way to get hot at the same time or to execute at the right time. Well, buddy, we're more than 2/3 into the season now. You should have an identity as a team. But I also agree with him because I've said this multiple times on air. They have not all clicked at the right time. We haven't had Willie Adames and Rafael Devers hot at the same time, or Matt Chapman and Jung Hoo Lee and Elliot Ramos. And you put all those names together, and like, these are 5 to 6 productive bats that should be able to score more than 1.8 runs per game during this past homestand.
This is one of the reasons that I think that Buster Posey has a major overhaul on his hands, and not a rebuild, but a true major overhaul coming their way this offseason. Because when you look at this roster, it is full of major league players who are relatively close to their career averages. Like Willie Adames isn't significantly underperforming the back of his baseball card. Matt Chapman isn't significantly underperforming the back of his baseball card. Jung Hoo Lee his performance this season has been disappointing to many people, but this was still within the realm of possibility. So when you add all of this up, the Giants, sure, they haven't had one player have a career year. They haven't had one player put the team on his back. But you could very easily envision this exact same thing happening next year, which is why I think Buster's got to change some significant pieces on this roster. Has to make some trades this offseason, some trades that shake this up. It can't just be, hey, we're bringing in new hitting coaches, or we're bringing in a different pitching coach, or we're going to bring in new fundamentals coaches to focus with you on the infield and the outfield play. I think there's got to be some real structural changes to this roster, because what we've seen this year could easily replicate itself in 2026, and that's where things get dangerous for the Giants, because if we see this yet again, Marcus, then folks tune out. Then they get bored. Then they lose all their confidence in Buster Posey. He knows that time is a finite resource, and he has got to make sure that he makes the most of this offseason.
Yeah, and to your point, it's not like anybody was on their way to having a career year, maybe outside of Wilmer Flores, and he was your RBI leader in the first half of the season. But that's the problem. You can't be relying on a guy like Wilmer Flores, because once you needed him to go out and play first base after you traded for Devers, we saw his body break down, and he hasn't been the same guy since. So I absolutely agree with your take from the first segment that maybe you do shift Elliot Ramos over to DH. That way you open up an opportunity for Grant McRae, for Drew Gilbert, for Tyler Fitzgerald, for Marco Luciano, and some of these younger guys out in the outfield. Maybe just move pieces around, because we've seen Elliot Ramos struggle defensively, but that also might be part of the plan, is to try to make Elliot Ramos better also out in left field.
Yeah, I think that the Giants understand that if they are going to reach their full potential as a roster, their full potential as a franchise, Elliot Ramos probably can't be the designated hitter. So they need him to make significant strides and improvements in the outfield, because next year you're talking about a situation where the DH better be Devers or Eldridge, because if it's not, that means that one of those two players is either A, hurt, or B, Eldridge isn't ready. And he's on the verge of being ready right now. So something bad would have to happen in terms of his development. So I think they need Elliot Ramos in a position to either where they know that he's going to contribute in a positive manner in the outfield, and he's going to make this team better as a defender, which is something he hasn't done this season, or they're going to have to consider moving him this offseason. And I don't know. The Giants are going to have to consider moving a wide variety of players. Some might surprise you. Some might raise your eyebrows right now. But everything has to be under consideration if this team is going to actually improve and make strides against the Dodgers and the Padres, who seemingly find ways to get good in July, August, and September. Every year.
I mean, especially when we've been battling this narrative. Oh, you can't hit a soft toss and lefty. Hell, they can't hit a hard throw and lefty. They can't hit anybody right now.
They can't hit a fastball.
But like the thing is, it's like you have so many righties in your lineup. The Elliot Ramos, the Willie Adames, the Matt Chapman, the Wilmer Flores, the Casey Schmidt, who got moved up to the 2 spot yesterday and actually had a great game. So I'm glad that they're shaking up the lineup. But shake it up a little bit more. Like, I don't understand why Elliot Ramos is still the leadoff hitter on this team when he's one of your most productive bats. Move him down so that he actually does have some RBI opportunities. Jung-Hoo Lee, you mentioned, is not having the greatest year. Last month in July, he was hitting around 280. This month in August, he's hitting around 300. So why is he not in the leadoff spot just to maybe set the table? Because right now you're getting zero production from your offense. So why not throw S at the wall and try to shake up the lineup a little bit?
Yeah, I think that's a tremendous question right now. And one of the reasons I think the Giants are reluctant to do that is because theoretically, this week against the Nationals, now against the San Diego Padres, they're in the playoff race. But again, Marcus, that's what the standings tell you. If you actually watch this team, if you actually go out and see this team in June, July, and August, we know that they are not a playoff contender. And look, they could go on a miracle run here in August and September. The Mets could continue to fall apart, and maybe, just maybe, the Giants slip in as the third wild card with 84 wins if something crazy were to happen. But does anyone think that this team has the capability of doing damage to the playoffs? Of course not. It's why the third wild card is such a detriment to Major League Baseball, because it has teams like the San Francisco Giants sitting here on August 13th focused on winning games in the present as opposed to prioritizing the future. This third wild card chase is holding this organization back because they can't yet give up. They can't yet throw up the white flag publicly, pull some veterans off the field and say, we have to give these young kids an opportunity to find out what we've got next year, because they are still theoretically in chase of the New York Mets, which, of course, we know that they're not because they haven't been chasing anyone for 2 months.
Yeah, it's the false hope of that third wildcard team. And I like what you said. The standings will tell you a lot about the team, but also Pat H will tell you a lot about the team. Let's go out to the UMA guest line, checking in this morning. 808 KNBR is the number. Pat H from the legendary Pat H crap section on the afternoon show, Dirty Work. Pat H, it feels like the San Francisco Giants are the crap section right now. What's up, Pat? How we doing this morning?
Oh, God. Yeah, they are. They are in the crap section officially. What up, KC, Waterboy? How's it going?
We're doing,
going on?
we're doing all right, man. You doing all right? I heard you might have had a little work incident, Pat.
Yeah, I've been out for a little bit. I'm on the comeback trail though.
We'll get you back. Minor setback for a major comeback. That's what it is, Pat.
Yeah. Hopefully that's what the Giants are on. What is the identity of the offense, dude? We were just touching on that a little bit. They don't steal any bases. They're not fast. They got bad situational hitting. They don't hit for enough power. And we know the ballpark they play in. That can be tough. They're bad in runners in scoring position. And they have a good foundation of players. It feels like, but it feels like they have a lot of 5-6 hitters. They don't have a lot of 3 hitters outside of like Devers, pretty much. And I mean, you can't get rid of everybody. A lot of these guys just signed long-term deals. Personally, I would get rid of Bob Melvin. The people I came up with were Eric Young Jr., Mike Napoli, Ricky Weeks. Cubs mentioned Mark DeRosa on Monday. But get somebody younger in here and try and get these guys to connect more with the manager and find an identity for the team.
Pat, I love the call as always, man. Always good takes. And I'm glad that he's calling in with backup options because everybody always talks about, I want to fire the manager. I want to fire the pitching coach. My question would be, what does that do this season?
Yeah.
They're just going to be a bad team without a manager or without a hitting coach. But there has been the thought about maybe moving on from Bob Melvin. We've discussed this topic before. People have thrown out rumors about maybe Bruce Bochy coming back home. Like, those are all kind of pipeline dreams. But, yeah, it's a problem when you don't have an identity. And when you think about this nucleus that we've been talking about going forward of your Rafael Devers, your Willie Adames, your Matt Chapman, your Jung Lee, your Elliot Ramos. I just named 5 guys. There's only 9 guys ahead in the lineup. If you have 5 guys that are part of your core and you're struggling this much offensively, then, yeah, there is a bigger problem. And it's either with the players not performing and producing or it's in management and it's coaching and it's something else in the organization that obviously is not working right now.
Well, there's 3 scenarios for what happened to the San Francisco Giants this offseason. 1, they ditch Melvin and the coaching staff and start from scratch there. 2, they make structural changes to this roster where you're going to see players, maybe Elliot Ramos, maybe Jung-Hoo Lee, maybe Matt Chapman, be put on the trade block to see what the Giants can get in return so that they start from scratch in terms of their personnel. Or 3, a combination of those 2. You're going to see some coaching changes, you're going to see some personnel changes, and maybe that is the best path forward for the San Francisco Giants. But all I know is this: Buster Posey is not going to continue with the status quo for this franchise.
Absolutely not. And stay tuned for our conversations every week with Buster Posey, Zach Manassi, and Larry Bear. But speaking of that, guesses, young Tony, we're late on the clock. I can see John Joe Curley tearing up some phone books behind the glass. Young Tony, what do we have lined up for the show today?
A lot going on today. We'll start with What Did Young Tony Ask today at 7:15, the 47th edition, if anybody's curious. Marcus, any riffs there, 47?
No riffs. I will abstain my riffs. I plead the 5th on my riffs.
Mike Krukow's going to join us at 7:30. The big hit at 7:50. We will have Larry Kruger at 8:15. Cooler content 8:30, and then a slew of great guests. Mike Sando 8:50, break down his quarterback tiers column. Teddy Bruski going to join us at 9:15, 3-time Super Bowl champ, NFL analyst for ESPN. And then Tracy Sandler, our new friend, 9:30, 49ers insider for us.
Oh, hell yeah. I'll be drinking some Teddy Brewskis today at the Giants Day game because I will be out there for Kai Wang Tang. Tony will not be, but on the other side, young Tony, Kerry Crowley, and myself will discuss Mike Sando's QB tiers, but also an update on Jawan Jennings and where the contract situation is with the 49ers. 49er Talk coming up next on the Murph and Marcus Show with Kerry Crowley in for Murph on the Sports Leader.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Anything new on Juwan Jennings?
Same thing with his calf.
It's definitely health related, not business related.
You can ask him that, but he tells me it's his calf, and the calf shows, so it's got to be delicate with those calves.
Gotta be delicate with those calves. That was Kyle Shanahan a few days ago talking about Juwan Jennings, the calf situation, the contract situation, or as one of our texters told us, the calf track conversation and the conspiracies that these two stories are related. Well, you know we love a good conspiracy story here on the Murph and Marcus Show. Kerry Crowley filling in for Brian Murphy today and tomorrow. And we spent a lot of time this morning talking about the conspiracies of why the San Francisco Giants are so bad. But let's turn the page to a little 49er football after their first preseason game of the year last weekend against the Denver Broncos. They'll be out in Vegas this weekend taking on Pete Carroll and the Las Vegas Raiders. But Kerry, let's talk about this wide receiver room. Let's talk about Juwan Jennings, who is still not on the practice field and is joining a wide receiver room that is extremely beat up right now. Now, it might be a good time to also dial up this Kyle Shanahan sound about Brandon Ayuk and his expected return, which sounds like it could be around week 5 or week 6, and that's an optimistic viewpoint. But we're talking about Brandon Ayuk's injury, Juwan Jennings' calf/contract. Jordan Watkins, the rookie that they drafted this year, is now dealing with a high ankle sprain. Jacob Cowing has been dealing with a hamstring. He was back at practice yesterday, but that's good news. And then you throw in the Demarcus Robinson suspension right now. There's a lot of question marks in this wide receiver room going into the season.
Yeah, there's a ton of moving pieces, and I think the 49ers can navigate it for a few weeks, Marcus, in large part because George Kittle's this team's number one receiver. We talk about this wide receiver core as if it's so important, and it is. You can't get by with a great offense in the NFL without a number of guys who can give you 50, 60, 70 catches over the course of a season. But George Kittle is your true number one, and the 49ers this season get Christian McCaffrey back. And assuming that he's able to enter this year fully healthy, I think they can get by with a middle tier or maybe even below average wide receiver core as long as Kittle and McCaffrey are completely healthy. So the Jennings contract calf track drama doesn't worry me nearly as much as it would in years past because we do know that Brock's best connection is with George. We do know what Christian's capable of when he's fully healthy and on the field. So while this is significant, it shouldn't be the overarching theme dominating storylines entering this regular season.
Yeah, I agree. When you're looking at receiving targets, just pure receivers, not wide receivers, yeah, your 1A and 1B is Christian McCaffrey and George Kittle. But we also talk about George Kittle's impact in the run game. And we say the same thing about Juwan Jennings. And so that concerns me a little bit. Now, of course, nobody really thinks about wide receivers blocking as much as we do here in San Francisco.
That is true.
No block, no rock. You're not getting the ball unless you are out there blocking. But it's the overall lack of depth because we saw Juwan Jennings step up last year in this situation and damn near turn into the wide receiver one with Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk dealing with injuries and struggling throughout the season. Now, I am expecting a big year from Ricky Pearsall, but that's a lot to put on his plate as a sophomore who missed a lot of time last year to step up week 1 and be that wide receiver number 1.
But Ricky does have to do that. And those are the expectations that come with being a first-round draft pick. And I think the 49ers, Kyle Shanahan, Brock Purdy, and Ricky Pearsall all understand that. We started to see his potential come to fruition at the end of last season where he became the go-to target weeks 15, 16, 17 for Brock Purdy. And I think he's fully capable, Marcus. I think he's got this big, wide, not necessarily wide frame, but the ability to go up and make contested catches over the middle, the ability to go over the middle of the field and run fearless routes. And we saw that throughout his time as a rookie. And I think we're going to continue to see that growth because when I've been down at 49ers practice, which I've made it down to 4 so far during training camp, Ricky's been someone who's running in-breaking routes. And I think if he's fearless going up against corners, safeties, linebackers, that tells you that he's ready to go out and be that productive player for Brock Purdy.
Yeah, and that's what he did a lot in college was go across the middle. We talked so much about his separation and his route running ability. So, as I mentioned, I'm expecting a breakout year for Ricky Pearsall, but where's the depth behind that? You would assume it's going to be Juwan Jennings week 1 if he is out there, but we did get an update yesterday that I teased from Tim Kawakami from the great San Francisco Standard.
Best publication going right now.
Best one out there, hands down. No bias here at all. Well, here's what Tim Kawakami wrote yesterday about the Juwan Jennings situation with the 49ers. I checked around, and my understanding is that the 49ers feel that the timing is all wrong. They don't want to give Jennings a big new deal so soon after he signed the last one. A year after giving Brandon Ayuk a huge contract, the 49ers money people almost instantly regretted it. And, of course, months after signing Brock Purdy. So it sounds like the timing right now, the 49ers do not want to reward Juwan Jennings for his production last year, but also they signed him to a contract last year, and they want him to play it out at that number.
And I do think that that is the bigger piece because they really like Juwan Jennings. They understand how important he not only is to this offense, but to this locker room. Juwan's a beloved figure, former 7th-round draft pick coming out of Tennessee who had to earn his way onto this 49ers roster. Nothing was handed to Juwan, and so he sets a great example in terms of work ethic, in terms of what he does in the offseason to prepare for the regular season. But at the same time, it also does set a bad precedent if the 49ers give him a new contract last year and then just completely break it up and change it entering this season. I'm always pro-player in these situations. I'm always get your money while you can. I understand why Juwan's coming right now to them because this window may not be there for Juwan Jennings if Brandon Ayuk comes back week 6 or week 7 and has a great year to finish out this season because they know that he doesn't need to be the featured guy moving forward. If they've got Pearsall, if they've got Ayuk, if they've got Kittle, if they've got McCaffrey, this is Juwan's opportunity, so I understand from his perspective. I also think if there was ever a time for Jed, for Parag, for John, for Kyle to hold the line, it is probably this year, and you just point to, hey, if this was 2 years in the making, if this was 3 years of track record, then we would reward you. But this is 1 year after you just signed a multi-year extension with us. We can't do this because that has implications for the rest of our 53-man roster.
And credit to Juwan Jennings for going out and putting up career numbers. I mean, you look at his stats from last year, it was pretty much the sum total of his stats from his first 3 seasons in the league. So, yeah, you want to get rewarded with that, but in the 49ers' opinion, we rewarded you with that $7.5 million contract, which is looking like a great value right now. But to your point, you don't want guys like Colton McKivitz being like, look, my PFF grade went up. Give me a few more extra $1 million because it sets a bad example moving forward.
Well, and also think about this. The 49ers have an 11-player rookie draft class. They've got 18 rookies on their 90-man roster right now. If all of these players understand the historical context of the 49ers giving big deals to their superstars, and then they see the middle-tier players, the non-essential players, and I would put Jennings, for as good as he was, in the non-essential category for the 49ers right now. He's probably a top 10, 15 guy on this roster, but still non-essential to this team's overall success, the big picture stuff. If you're a Nick Martin or an Upton Stout or a Marquis Siegel and you have 2 to 3 great seasons in the NFL, aren't you coming to the 49ers and asking for that major money right away? Aren't you seeing that they have this history, this track record of paying their middle tier guys? I think that the 49ers do kind of need to hold the line here. And as much as I love Jennings, as much as I think he's critical, especially on those third down situations, he's the safety valve for Brock Purdy, and you want to do everything you can to make Brock Purdy comfortable in this offense. From a business perspective, it does add up to me in terms of Juwan Jennings. Whereas last year, I did feel, look, Brandon Ayuk's the number 1 guy. They got to pay him. It may not be comfortable. None of us may have been comfortable with the terms of that deal, but it kind of needed to get done. Same with Deebo Samuel, same with Nick Bosa, same with Fred Warner, same with all these contracts. I don't know that the Juwan Jennings deal absolutely needs to get done because is Jennings going to hold out, understanding what's on the table for him? He's a pending free agent after this season. This is his opportunity to make money. I think Juwan can go out, have himself a great first 8 weeks of this season, and understand that when Ayuk comes back, things will change, but also understand that will make an impression on other teams around the league. Understand your value, and you've got the opportunity to make huge money moving forward.
Yeah, and that's the bottom line. It's a business. And if he wants to increase his market and increase his business opportunities, he should be out there on the field. Now, of course, that also correlates with him being healthy and actually being able to be out there on the field. But you look at a guy like Juwan Jennings, who is now 28 years old. So when you are talking about the nucleus of this 49ers team moving forward, is he a part of the big picture? And I'm sure that's going to make Juwan Jennings feel some type of way as he's sitting here watching Christian McCaffrey get a contract extension, George Kittle, Fred Warner, Brock Purdy just got paid.
But you just listed 3 future Hall of Fame type talents.
Exactly.
Like George Kittle and Fred Warner are on Hall of Fame tracks. Christian McCaffrey would have been if not for the injuries early in his career. He's a Hall of Fame caliber talent. And then Brock Purdy's a quarterback. All of these situations are far different than the one that Juwan finds himself in, which is being a top 20 to 35 wide receiver in the NFL. It's just a completely different situation for him.
And I agree, but I wonder if Juwan Jennings feels some type of way saying, look, I could have been the Super Bowl MVP if Jake Moody makes an extra point or something like that. It's like we go down that road, the what ifs, and Juwan Jennings is like, what about me? What if I got paid? What if I was MVP? How much more would I get in the open market?
Dude, if you were MVP, you'd be getting a lot.
Yeah.
There's no dispute, but you weren't.
Yeah, exactly.
The 49ers lost that game.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
The 49ers lost that game. So there's no justification to say, what if I was MVP? What if the Warriors won the title every season? How much would Steph Curry be making these days, you know?
And it's been a running bit. What if I was married to Jessica Alba?
the
My life
Giants
would
were
be a lot
good?
better. What if the Giants could win some games? And what if the Murph and Marcus show could actually break on time and respect John Joe Curley's clock? Not so quick, because I did mention Kyle Shanahan gave an update on Brandon Ayuk. So before we get to the QB tiers, how about you give us his Kyle Shanahan cut on Brandon Ayuk before we give you some business on the other side, young Tony?
I don't know what I've said in the past, but I kind of view all those guys around the same time, whether it's Mustafa, whether it's Rourke, or whether it's Brandon. They're all at different stages, but where they're at, I always see them around week 6, which means that could be week 10, means it could be week 5. But that's the area where I start thinking about it, which is a long ways away. I know it's not week 1 or anything like that, and so it's something I'm not really thinking about too much.
All right, I saw these quotes yesterday from Kyle Shanahan. I was like, oh, week 5, week 6. But then you actually hear the audio. He's like, yeah, week 5, week 6. That could mean week 10. That could mean week 11. Really, essentially, he's just saying this.
I can't guarantee that anybody in the world will be alive Sunday, so I can't guarantee who will be on our roster on Sunday. So that goes for all of us.
That goes for all of us. And it also goes for the good people at Redwood Credit Union, who, of course, sponsor the Murph and Marcus show. Whether you're dreaming of a new home, planning your children's future, or growing your business, Redwood Credit Union is a financial partner that feels like home. Learn more at redwoodcu.org. Federally insured by the NCUA. And just to clean up that clip, Carrie, any thoughts on the potential timeline for Brandon Ayuk and the overall depth going into the season for the 49ers?
I still think that we lack a little bit of clarity on the overall timeline. It's probably going to be 6, 7, 8, somewhere in that time frame. But again, that counts on a guy coming back from a major knee reconstructive surgery, hitting all his markers, and there's still the final checkpoints for that. So we can't say with any certainty. What I do know is I feel a little bit more confident in the back-end depth of the 49ers wide receiver room than some people out there, than some analysts. So that's something we can touch on throughout the morning.
Yeah, and we'll keep an eye on any 49er updates coming out of training camp. But let's go ahead and keep an eye on Brock Purdy and where he stands in the new Mike Sando quarterback tier rankings. Is he a tier 1 quarterback? Is he a tier 2? Can he be a top 10 quarterback with the injuries in the wide receiver room? We'll discuss all these topics next on the Murph and Marcus Show. Kerry Crowley filling in for Brian Murphy on the Sports Leader.
Only God knows.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader. It's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Back on the Murph and Marcus show on a Wednesday morning. Carrie Crowley filling in for Brian Murphy today and tomorrow as Murph is taking a 2-day sabbatical to go play some golf down in L.A. Must be nice.
Can I get some quick clarity here?
Yeah, what's up?
2-day sabbatical, so Murph will be back on Friday.
Yeah, it's the weirdest thing ever to take a midweek vacation and then come back in that same week and still work a day.
Yeah, I don't know that strategy all that well. Not one I've employed in my own life, but good for Murph.
Yeah, I mean, when you've been working here for 20 years and have 4 weeks of vacation, you got to find a way to use them.
4? I think it might be nice. I think it might be 5.
Oh, wow. I was cutting them short. Yeah. Man, must be nice. Shout out to the 1%ers who really know what I'm talking about.
Shout out to the 1%ers who know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. They're people too. I understand.
1%ers are people too.
Yeah, I understand, Murph. I understand. But Murph, we'll be back on Friday to get you ready for 49ers and Raiders preseason game number 2. And we still don't know whether or not we will see Brock Purdy or not. Did not see any of the starters last weekend against the Denver Broncos, but we teased it in the previous segment about whether or not Brock Purdy is a top 10 quarterback. Now, we had Brock Purdy on our show earlier this year, and when Murph asked him the question, he goes, yeah, I'm a top 10 quarterback. But then Murph even said, like, oh, if you had to list him, if you had the rank, he was like, dude, I'm not playing that game. I'm not doing the rankings. I'm not doing the list. But Murph's point was like, this is sports talk radio. That's what we do. We make lists. We do random stuff, and we talk about it on air, and somehow, some way, we get paid for it, and next thing you know, Murph's out golfing at country clubs down in L.A. So that's the situation we're in now. So you might be thinking to yourself, driving to work, Waterboy, why would I care about some random list? This is like caring about power rankings during the NFL season, which I agree with. Power rankings are useless, and most of the time, it's just like some random spin-off media company who's making it just for clicks, just to troll people, just for engagement. But this is different. This is the Mike Sando tier list, the elite list of all lists. If you had to do a tier list of lists, this would be in the top tier. That's the kind of tier that we're talking about with Mike Sando. But it's not only Mike Sando's opinion, and he'll make sure to clarify that today at 8:50 when he comes on the show to break down these tiers. This is a list compiled with 50 NFL coaches and executives around the league giving their opinions on quarterbacks. So to me, this list holds a little bit more weight than just me and Murph doing a random list on a Tuesday to kill time during the pandemic or something like that. So the results are out. We talked about it a little bit on Monday. Wanted to circle back since we are having Mike Sando today and wanted to get Carrie Crowley's thoughts about Brock Purdy's placement in tier 2 of the quarterbacks, but down at number 14, which means Mike Sando and the NFL executive and coaches do not have Brock Purdy as a top 10 quarterback.
They don't, and I do think it's completely justifiable after last season. When you go 6-11, one of the criteria is, how much can you overcome the adversity that your team puts in your way to put your team on your back and lead them forward. And obviously the 49ers dealt with massive adversity last season. The injury wave wiped out this offense. It made things incredibly difficult on the defense and in turn made Brock Purdy's job that much more difficult. So I understand ranking him outside of the top 14. But when you start to look inside of the top 10, the top 8, 9 guys, I think you can make a very compelling case that Purdy belongs right around 10, 11, or 12 right now. And so the difference to me is I don't look at a list of the 32 starting quarterbacks week 1 and say, this guy's 26, this guy's 29, this guy's 3rd. I think about for each specific team, do they have a quarterback who's capable of taking them where they need to go. And for the 49ers this season, that's winning the NFC West and making a deep playoff run. And I have the utmost confidence that Brock Purdy can do that. So I don't care if he's 7th on one NFL executives list or 17th on another. I look at the 49ers, and if Christian and George are healthy, I see the quarterback who can take them to where they need to go because he's done that before. He's taken them to the NFC title game. He's taken them to the Super Bowl. He is good enough, and he's proven that already. So I don't care that he's 14th on one list, 7th on another, 20th on another. All I've seen is what Brock Purdy has done in the past and what he can do when these two guys are healthy with him.
Yeah, and you look at the top of the list, and it's all guys who win, which is an argument that we always get into in sports talk radio. Is win a quarterback stat? Well, it depends what kind of argument are you making. Yeah. Like Brock Purdy and the 49ers go to the Super Bowl. Oh, he's just a system quarterback. Brock Purdy and the 49ers go 6-11 last year. Oh, Brock Purdy was to blame. He's the reason. He's the bust. You shouldn't pay him. All these narratives that we go through. But when you are looking at the narratives of the elite quarterbacks in the league, and everybody wants to pay an elite quarterback, and that was the discussion when Brock Purdy was getting paid, whether or not he deserved $50 million. Well, let's go ahead and look at the top of the list. I think everybody agrees with tier 1, maybe not number 5, but it's Patrick Mahomes, Joe Burrow, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson are the top 4. That would be the cutoff for my tier 1. Now, Matthew Stafford is also in that tier. And when they're talking about the explanation of the tier 1 quarterbacks are supposed to be quarterbacks that can carry your team regardless of the roster around you. Now, I'm not saying that Matthew Stafford is not one of the top 5 quarterbacks, top 10 quarterbacks in the league, but we saw him on a Detroit Lions team with Calvin Johnson, and he wasn't able to carry that team anywhere. So I'm a little bit confused at this point of his career why Matthew Stafford would be considered a tier 1 quarterback. But your thoughts on tier 1 before we move down to tier 2?
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree with you that the first 4 guys listed are tier 1, bar none. Probably all 50 NFL evaluators agreed on that front. I think Matthew Stafford's an interesting case because you look at where he was at age 26 compared to where he was at age 36 last season, and I think he gained a lot of respect in league circles for taking the Rams to the point that they got to last season, which is 10-6, which is top of the NFC West, which is a group that was extremely young, particularly on the defensive side of the ball, that could rely on Stafford. And the raw numbers don't suggest that he was any better last season than he was in prior years. It was still 3,700 yards, 20 touchdowns, 8 interceptions. Those numbers alone don't suggest he belongs aside Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen and Joe Burrow and Lamar Jackson. But I do think that we can consider the context around him and the fact that he elevated that young group. It kind of creates a blueprint and a track for Brock Purdy to do the exact same this season. If Purdy's able to go, say, 10-6 as a starter or 11-6 as a starter, if he's able to stay healthy for all 17 games this year, then I think people will start to think of Purdy once again as a top 10 or 12 NFL quarterback, and maybe he will follow that Stafford track of 10 years from now. If he's able to continue doing something like this, he will be viewed the same light as the elite players in his age group. I think he's pretty much on the cusp. When you're tier 2, all it takes is 1 or 2 great seasons to really solidify your status in the minds of everyone that, hey, you know what? We have enough of a track record of this guy to understand he is better than everyone else.
Yeah, and it was a year ago where Brock Purdy was ranked 12th in this tier list. So he has slid down 2 spots, but you can see year to year, you can move up 2 spots or you can move down 2 spots. So he's on the cusp of maybe being a top 10 quarterback. And it's actually one of the first things I thought to myself. It's like, all right, well, what do we need to see this season from Brock Purdy for him to get into this top 10 list? And that's a discussion that we can get into after I tell you that you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station. But moving on to this tier 2, where it gets a little bit bigger. Now, me personally, I'd like to get your thoughts. I would almost have like a tier 2A and 2B.
Yeah.
Where 2A to me would be like the young prospects that you think can eventually turn into the elite quarterbacks, your tier 1 type quarterbacks. I'm talking Jaden Daniels, who took the league by storm last year. Justin Herbert, I would still have in that conversation. And CJ Stroud. To me, those are 3 of the young up-and-coming quarterbacks that could eventually maybe make that leap to the tier 1 before going down to this other group of tier 2 quarterbacks, where I think Brock Purdy fits in pretty well with guys like Jared Goff, Jalen Hurts, Baker Mayfield, Dak Prescott, and Jordan Love. So your thoughts about the breakdown of how tier 2 plays out?
Yeah, I think look at Sando's definition for tier 2. When this list is put together, when all 50 NFL evaluators are asked to rank the quarterbacks, tier 2 is a quarterback who can carry his team sometimes, but not as consistently. I think we would all agree that Brock Purdy probably falls into that category. He can handle pure passing situations in doses and or possesses other dimensions that are special enough to elevate him above tier 3. He has a hole or 2 in his game. I think all of that applies to Brock Purdy, and I also think the fact that he's in this tier so early in his career suggests the ceiling is really high for Brock Purdy. Whereas some of the other quarterbacks listed here, Jared Goff and say a Baker Mayfield or a Dak Prescott, this is as good as they will be. I don't envision a scenario where any of those three players are ever viewed as a tier 1 quarterback. They're all on the other side of 30 years old now. We've all seen 6 to 7 plus years of track record for them. I think Mayfield has thrown too many interceptions in his career. I think that Goff has proven that he's not going to consistently elevate teams in his career. I think that Prescott has been injured too much and hasn't won in the playoffs enough. If Brock Purdy goes to the playoffs again this season or next season, leads the 49ers on an extremely deep run, he is again going to change the narrative around his career and force people to reevaluate and reckon with the fact that he's accomplished a lot more than, say, a Goff or a Mayfield or a Prescott or a Jordan Love, not necessarily a Jalen Hurts, who's also a tier 2 quarterback right now, who's won a Super Bowl. But I think that people will then view Brock Purdy in that light consistently as top 10. I think we here in the Bay Area, we watch him closely. We watch every single snap. We understand that he is capable of carrying this 49ers team, but maybe not as consistently as a Burrow or a Mahomes or a Jackson would. But that's also fine for us because we see the way that this roster is built. We see the structure of the 49ers, understanding that when you've got Hall of Fame caliber talents at tight end and at linebacker, when you've got all pro caliber players at defensive end and Nick Bosa and at the running back position, Christian McCaffrey, that's good enough. And all you need is a quarterback who's good enough to get you there. Yeah. Back in 2019, Jimmy Garoppolo was good enough to get the 49ers there. I don't think he was good enough to get the 49ers over the hump. I think Brock Purdy is good enough to get the 49ers over the hump. That's the biggest difference between those two quarterbacks to me.
You're saying in 2019, Jimmy played good enough to win?
Jimmy played good enough for us to win.
Yeah, not to win the Super Bowl, though.
Good drop.
But that's the difference. I do think that Brock Purdy is the best quarterback to run this system with Kyle Shanahan here in San Francisco. And that's why I think I'm also on the same page as you. I've said this before. I think it's in the realm of possibility that we have not seen the best of Brock Purdy.
I do too.
We're going into year 4 now in Brock Purdy. Now, everybody focuses so much on a sophomore slump. Brock Purdy came in, was a top 5 MVP finalist his sophomore year. So it seemed like people would just kind of skip the sophomore slump with Brock Purdy. But you also got to think about the timing of when he came into the season, his rookie year, against the Miami Dolphins after Jimmy Garoppolo goes down with the injury. So you look at that half of a season, then you combined it with his second year, and that's why I felt like the third year to me was almost a little bit of a sophomore slump, something that we saw with a guy like C.J. Stroud last year. After teams get a full year of tape on you, of course they're going to make adjustments, but now it's on Brock Purdy to make an adjustment and to prove that he can be a top 10 quarterback because, Kerry, when I'm looking at this tier, numbers 9 through 14 to me are almost interchangeable.
They really are. And that's why it's a year-to-year list. That's why it's a year-to-year basis that you go off of. And there's a lot of recency bias, and there should be recency bias when these lists are put together. I wouldn't have put, after a 6-11 season, Brock Purdy my top 7 or 8. I would still keep him in tier 2. I would still keep him ahead of the Kyler Murrays of the world who are down in tier 3, who have a lot more flaws in their game, in my opinion. But I still think this should provide some motivation for Brock Purdy. This should provide an edge for him. As he told you and Murph right here on these airways a few weeks ago, he perceives himself as a top 10 quarterback in the NFL. Now it's on him in the year 2025 to go out and prove that he consistently belongs in that category. And it's an ever-evolving goalpost for a quarterback in the NFL. And I think that he's measured up in an era where we really do see, Marcus, some incredible talents in Burrow, Mahomes, Jackson, Allen. These guys have separated themselves. It's on Brock Purdy to have the playoff success year after year that puts himself in that range.
Yeah, and I think if he does go out and have that type of season again, then we will be talking about him being top 10 on this list. Now, I don't think he's ever going to climb to the top 5, and that's fine. You don't need him to be a top 5 quarterback. But we also should point out that these 50 NFL coaches and executives are 50 people who passed on Brock Purdy with every single pick in his draft. So that also comes down to the evaluation and how they still view Brock Purdy as Mr. Irrelevant. So maybe that also factors to the rankings of guys like Jared Goff or Dak Prescott being ranked higher than him.
It could. The 49ers passed on Brock Purdy 6 times.
Yeah, they did. Not 7, though.
Not a 7th time. Not a 7th. They were determined to have him on their roster. But I think that you look at his measurables coming out of Iowa State, no one could perceive this. This is an incredible story. We were so lucky that this is playing out in front of us here in the Bay Area for all that the 49ers have been through in the last quarter century and trying to find a franchise quarterback and getting to the point this offseason where most of us could feel comfortable with a 5-year, $265 million deal for a quarterback. That in itself is an achievement, not just for the 49ers, but for Brock himself to get himself to that point where he is rewarded for the play on the field to date. And the 49ers anticipate that play will only get better moving forward. I think about the 49ers quarterbacks in my youth. I think about watching J.T. O'Sullivan, Sean King, Tim Rattay. I mean, There were days where people would have been pining for a Brock Purdy coming in the 7th round of the draft.
I mean, it just feels so nice that we don't have to deal with the contract situation or even the quarterback competition storylines throughout training camp this year, unless you want to talk Carter Bradley versus Tanner Mordecai.
I was going to say, we can get into that with Larry Kruger when we have him on this morning. But it's also nice, like, we don't have to worry about Brock coming off the elbow injury this offseason. We don't have to worry about any questions about health at the quarterback position, which is dominated the discussions on these airwaves for the better part of a decade. I mean, you go back and think about Jimmy Garoppolo. His health was always a constant concern. The fact that Brock is coming in this season completely healthy, unquestioned, ready to go is a gift to, I think, the discussions that we can have about the potential of this team, because we can sit here and say, hey, they're coming off of a 6-11 season, but an NFC West title is still within reach because of the talent there, and the talent at the quarterback position is not in question. Everyone believes there's a certain baseline associated with Brock Purdy. There are people out there who will call us up and debate his ceiling. There are people who say, oh, you can't win a Super Bowl with him, but no one questions the fact that you can win an NFC West with him. No one questions the fact 49ers can be in the mix with Brock Purdy. And again, Marcus, there were days where we were pining for that.
Yeah, when you were desperate just to have a quarterback. It's the line I used during the contract negotiations. Everybody wants a franchise quarterback, but nobody wants to pay a franchise quarterback. Well, 49er fans, Brock Purdy is your franchise quarterback, and we'll give a live update from 49ers training camp coming up later on this morning with Larry Kruger at 8:15. But at 7:15 on a Wednesday morning, you know what time it is. The questions that are burning the sports world asked by Young Tony. Young Tony's going to ask us some questions, and you can give us your answers at 808 KNBR. Go ahead and text in and play along, as the best segment that's sweeping the radio nation is next. Young Tony on the Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
It's time for producer Tony Farias to ask Murph and Marcus 3 questions of the day.
I saw Murph and young Tony right before the kickoff, and that was awesome.
But I'll track him down tomorrow, and I will see if he has some dirt on young Tony.
This is What Did Young Tony Ask Today?
Ah, yes. It is the Murph and Marcus show on a Wednesday morning. Kerry Crowley filling in for Brian Murphy, which means I'm driving the show, and riding shotgun this morning is the one and only Young Tony. And in case you're new here this morning, in case you finally decided to turn on the radio because Murph's off for the next couple of days, this is a weekly segment that we do every Wednesday at 7:15. We like to wrap up the show with what did Young Tony learn today? But before you learn, you got to ask questions. And Young Tony, there's no such thing as a stupid question, even though you have asked a couple stupid questions before. So tell us the rules about this segment.
I mean, haven't we all, right? You know, the teachers would say there's no dumb questions. There are definitely dumb questions, but I don't have any of those today. I got 4, maybe even a 5th bonus, depending on how much time we have. After I read the question, you're each going to have 60 seconds to respond.
60 seconds? What am I going to do with the other 50?
If your time runs out, you're going to hear this bell. That's your cue to stop talking. Text line, YouTube chat. Everybody can join the conversation.
And real quick, what edition of Young Tony question is this today, Tony?
This is the 47th edition, Marcus. Yeah.
That makes sense why Murph didn't show up this morning.
Oh, my God.
Continue on, and I will tell you that What Did Young Tony Ask Today is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. Well, let's grab a mug, Tony, and let's get it going. What's your first question?
Let's do it. So it's football season, boys and girls. NFL senior writer Mike Sando is going to join the show at 8:50, and he just released his quarterback tiers, his NFL QB tiers, and it's based on all executives, insiders, people that know the game, not just his personal list. And Brock Purdy was ranked as the 14th best QB in the league. You guys just broke it all down. So I want you to do an NFC only list.
Ooh.
NFC only. Is Brock Purdy a top 5 quarterback in the NFC?
Ooh, I'll go first on this one, Kerry. I do believe that Brock Purdy is a top 5 NFC quarterback. To me, the real question is he top 3? Because I think number 1 on that list is Matthew Stafford. He was the one NFC Tier 1 quarterback in this Mike Sando NFL executive list that they broke down. I'm also looking at a guy like Jalen Daniels, who I would take ahead of Brock Purdy. But then we get into the conversation about a guy like Jalen Hurts. And it feels like I have to put Jalen Hurts ahead of him because he won a Super Bowl. I mean, they're 2 quarterbacks that both get accused of being in a system, even though they have 2 different styles of play. I like Brock Purdy and the way he processes and breaks down a defense more than Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts has a bigger arm, can throw a deep ball. So maybe for right now, I have him at number 3, and I would have Brock Purdy at number 4 ahead of Jared Goff. I like Jared Goff. I like that he's from the Bay Area, but I don't like the fact that Ben Johnson is leaving and is now with the Chicago Bears. I think we're going to see a step back from Jared Goff, so I would boost him up ahead for Brock Purdy. I have him as the 4th best quarterback in the NFC, Kerry.
All right, I've got Brock Purdy as the 3rd best quarterback in the NFC behind number 1, Jalen Hurts. I count the most recent ring. The most recent ring gets you to the top of my list. That's what I value. Matthew Stafford being number 2, the 2nd most recent ring. And then beyond that, the most recent Super Bowl appearance. And Brock Purdy represents that in the NFC. That's why I put him ahead of Jared Goff. That's why I put him ahead of Jaden Daniels. He's more accomplished in the postseason than each of those passers. And I think that when you look at Purdy's record of work from rookie season up until now, he's on a trajectory that suggests he's going to sky past both of those quarterbacks. Now, Jaden Daniels can easily pass him with a great season. If the Commanders are back in the NFC playoffs, get to the NFC Championship game, or even get to the Super Bowl, Purdy slides down my list. But for now, your career is what it's been to date. And that's why I have Jalen Hurts with the most recent Super Bowl title at number 1, Stafford right after that at 2. Purdy, next biggest accomplishment at number 3.
You are what you are on the back of your football card. Kerry has him as a top 3. I have him as a top 4 quarterback. But you look at that list of NFC quarterbacks, it's not the gauntlet that you're seeing in the AFC, Young Tony.
I love it. It's a take, and we love to see it. So week 1 of the NFL preseason is in the books. Week 2 is here. 49ers at Raiders on Saturday. Mark is going to be there.
Oh, I'll be there.
At the Death Star.
At the Death Star. Welcome to the Death Star, Tony.
By the way, tune in to 8:10 KSFO for pregame coverage starting at 10, Kerry, and kickoff at 1.
Wow, okay,
I know you're
three-hour postgame show, trying to match my Giants pregames.
So we've heard from Kyle Shanahan himself saying that joint practices and scrimmages are more productive than the actual preseason games. So if the head coach is saying that and fans are kind of out of it, Marcus Thompson was riffing yesterday like, you actually watch preseason? Come on now. So should the NFL get rid of the preseason games or even just cut it down to 2, go an 18-game regular season or even a 20-game regular season?
Absolutely not. Preseason is vital, not for us as fans, but for these teams and evaluators as they build out their 53-man rosters. There is a reason there are 90 players on this roster right now because the 49ers are dealing with 20-plus injuries. You can't make realistic judgments about who you need as your 5th wide receiver, your 6th defensive back, your 8th offensive lineman, and your 10th defensive lineman without the preseason. That is where these players separate themselves. You and I may not care about who flashes on the 2nd and 3rd string in each preseason game, but for these NFL evaluators and for these players, it's a lifeline. The average NFL career is shorter than 3 years. Some of these guys need these opportunities to ever stick in the league. It's critical for these players. Keep the preseason at 3 games. They can't miss these chances to go up against other foes in important opportunities like this.
Now, Kerry, I understand that take, but I might have to reject it like Draymond Green, as Murph likes to say.
I hear your case, and I reject it like Draymond Green.
Because you're absolutely right. This is a great opportunity for young guys, for undrafted free agents, for your late-round draft picks, for a guy like Marquise Siegel to maybe make an impact in week 1 of the preseason to where now he's lining up with the ones at practice. But I feel like you can figure out a lot of this stuff at practice and with the joint practice. So I don't think we should completely get rid of preseason football, but I'm down to cut it down to 2 weeks and add an extra week to the NFL season so that it does expand into President's Weekend for the Super Bowl. I think this is the big picture plan. Expand the season out, make it so that the Super Bowl is played on President's Day weekend. That way everybody has the Monday off. You're talking about selling tickets. You're talking about selling merchandise. You're talking about big-time Super Bowl moments happening on a Sunday, and it will turn into a national holiday, Kerry. Shrink the preseason down to 2 games. Give me 1 more week in the regular season, and give me a 3-day weekend for the Super Bowl.
Give me a second bye week. Everyone plays an international game, and then you're still at President's Day weekend. Go on, young Tony.
See, at the end of the day, we're still trying to get the President's Day weekend.
I love it. All right, number 3 on the list. Giants are free-falling fast. Notice I didn't ask about the Giants the first 2 questions. That was intentional.
Thank you, Tony.
They've lost 4 in a row.
Highway 10 question.
Stay tuned. That's 4. So they've lost 4 in a row. They've lost 12 of 13 home games. They're 5.5 out of the wild card, that 3rd wild card spot. So is it time to start playing the kids? And more importantly, is it Bryce Eldridge's time?
Oh, is it Bryce Eldridge's time? I think it'll be time in about 2 weeks. I think September 1st, once we get to those September call-ups, that's when we're going to see Bryce Eldridge. Now, the big question is whether or not you're going to stunt his development, or will this be seen as a reward and to reward the bat and also reward the fans for sticking through these last couple weeks of the season where, like, give me something to watch. Give me a reason to go out to the ballpark besides these $19 beers. Let me see the 20-year-old kid who can't even buy a beer yet. So I do think that we will see him on September so that they do not screw around with any roster rookie manipulation time or anything like that. I would like to see Carson Wisenhunt get some more innings down the stretch in September. I'm still a little confused of why Kai Wang Tang is starting today and not Carson Wisenhunt. Sorry, Tony, don't want to rip your boy too badly. But yeah, I think we do see Bryce Eldridge, but it's still going to be a couple weeks away, Kerry.
It is time to play all of the kids for the San Francisco Giants, except for Bryce Eldridge. He's too good to mess with his development. I understand wanting to reward the fans, but at the same time, fans were rewarded when Joey Bart was called up too early, when Marco Luciano was called up too early, when Luis Matos was called up too early. The Giants must prioritize every step of Bryce Eldridge's development because they cannot mess this prospect up. If they do, it will set the franchise back, not just 1 year, not just 2, maybe 3 or 4. He is that talented. He is that good. And there should be no incentive to rush him up to the big league level. If he doesn't come up until June of next year, I'm okay with that because we understand prodigious power. If he was 24 years old, if he was a college prospect, that would be a difference. But he came out of high school. He's 20 years old, can legally drink a beer in the month of October. When, by the way, the Giants will be sitting at home because they've messed up way too many prospects who were highly touted, just like Eldridge.
You just dropped a mid-June MLB debut? Kerry, he'll be 21. I'll be 34 by the time next June comes around. I don't know if I got time for that. I want to see some Bryce Eldridge bombs today.
Hey, you want
Tony.
Eldridge? I give you Kaiwei Tang,
Yeah,
and you'll like it.
You're going to like it. We got Bryce Eldridge at home.
Perfect transition. So last night, Kaiwei Tang, my guy, my favorite new Giant, he was doing an interview with Krukow, and he was asked about his favorite players growing up. He said Justin Verlander, and he said Yu Darvish. Funny enough, both guys were in the ballpark last night. So I'm just curious for you guys, who were your favorite players growing up?
Nothing captured the spirit of San Francisco in the early 2000s quite like a Tim Lincecum start. He was a one-man show. From 2006, 2007, 2008, when he first came up to the big league level, there was nothing like him. It ushered in a new era of Giants baseball, and it ultimately ushered in the greatest era of Giants baseball. Tim Lincecum played a foundational role in transforming this city. We will never forget his 2010 start against the Atlanta Braves. For my money, even Matt Cain's perfect game might not live up to how good Tim Lincecum was in the NLDS against the Atlanta Braves. A start that completely threw the Braves off and set the Giants up for that first World Series title, a monumental championship in this city's history. Tim Lincecum, the greatest to ever do it in my childhood.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great answer because as a former pitcher myself, Tim Lincecum was one of the biggest influences on my career. When you're talking about the way he used his body, the way he outperformed his own mechanics and levers, the way he delivered those. I mean, what more can you say? You just summed it up perfectly. But everybody listening to the show knows that I grew up a Yankee fan. So there's one answer only. It's the captain, Derek Jeter. Now, Tim Lincecum did a great job of kind of making me a Giants fan, or at least a fan of Giants baseball when that era came around with the World Series team. But I grew up with the captain. It's Derek Jeter. I've told this story about 1998 out in a rain delay over at Oakland Coliseum. There's Derek Jeter playing catch in the outfield, and there's a young water boy walking down to the Coliseum field to go get an autograph. It changed my life, changed my perspective, and I'm a captain guy. I'm still waiting for that gift basket.
I'm still waiting for the bell. That was like a 90,
is it 54,
90 second,
55, 56?
Yeah, when you started counting when I put the clock up for you.
Clock.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you, there is no clock for the contest that we are giving away because right now we are qualifying one winner each and every day for your chance to win 2 Candlestick Park Stadium chairs. How about that? We'll qualify one person per day for 2 weeks in the AM drive. That's the 7 a.m. hour. And be caller number 10 right now to 415-896-KNBR to win the 49ers team store gift card and qualify for the pair of Candlestick Stadium Park chairs. So right now, if you're caller number 10, you will get the $50 gift card and you'll also be qualified for the grand prize. That is the 2 Candlestick Park Stadium chairs. Go ahead and give John Joe Curley a call right now. And coming up next, we'll call Mike Krukow to get his thoughts on the San Francisco Giants. That was What Did Young Tony Ask Today? Stay tuned for 9:50 this morning to figure out what Young Tony learned and to also figure out what Mike Krukow has to say about these San Francisco Giants. It's the Murph and Marcus Show with Kerry Crowley on the Sports Leader.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Kruk right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, back on the Murph and Marcus Show on a Wednesday morning. And the Murph and Marcus Show is sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. And you know the routine. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we check in with Mike Krukow, and those conversations are sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. And Mike, this morning, Murph is taking a 2-day sabbatical. He'll be back Friday, but we got homeroom Kerry Crowley filling in this morning. So how we doing today? Good morning, Mike.
Yeah, good. Homeroom. Welcome to the show.
Good to be here. Pleasure to be here. And I wish we had better topics to talk about, Mike, but I'll tell you, it's tough these days around the San Francisco Giants. As much as I'm enjoying that Rafael Devers swing, the rest of the offense kind of struggling to live up to expectations right now.
Yeah, it's disappointing given where they are in their season, and opportunities are kind of falling between the fingers nightly. But it's baseball. You kind of have to evaluate every day and then move on. I mean, it's the one thing about August and September. I mean, you can't spend too much time on it. You just don't have the mental strength. You just have to regroup. And one thing that was said during the week in an interview with Willie Adames, he said, I can't explain it. We haven't got hot altogether one time. And in fact, it's kind of going the other way right now. I mean, right now Ramos has cooled off, and Adames has cooled off. Chapman has cooled off. So these are big guys that are kind of the backbone of your offense. And so, I mean, you're in the wait mode, and it's very frustrating, especially when you create opportunity and you can't cash in the money hit. I mean, that's the resounding theme. Every night we walk out of that ballpark going, damn, they had opportunity. They had it set up. I mean, in the first 5 innings, they left 2 on, 1 on, none on, then 1 on, then 3 on, and they got 1 run. And it was a swinging bunt. By the grace of God, they got 1 run in the first. It's just it's dry times right now with the bats.
Yeah, Mike, we've talked about these offensive struggles all season long, but last night we did see Bob Melvin shake up the lineup last night and had a bit of success for at least Casey Schmidt. He moved up to the tool hole yesterday and had 4 hits. What do you think about that decision?
Well, I think one of the things that he did with Schmidt, move him up. In the number 2 spot in the lineup is a spot where you're going to get some pitches. You're hitting ahead of Devers, so you're not going to get walked. You're going to get challenged. But what's been impressive with Casey Schmidt's at bats is that he's not trying to knock the ball over the Coke bottle. I mean, his bat control has really, really improved, and he's using the middle of the field. He's using the opposite side of the field. He's not over swinging. I mean, he's really taken some very intelligent at bats. And think back to spring training. Well, one of the things that Buster Posey said philosophically in regards to the offense, they were going to put the ball in play. They were not going to be doing the launch angle, try to hit the 3-run homer with nobody on base thing. They were going to try and put the ball in play. They were striking out way too much, and good things happen when you just put the ball in play. And I think Casey Schmidt has taken that to heart. I think him taking swing out, having more bat control, using the middle of the field. There's times when he'll swing and let it go, but there's also other times that he'll adjust within the bat and try and put the ball in play. There's something happened here the last couple of nights with Patrick Bailey that I really can't explain, because he has taken 4 called strike threes with fastballs right down the pipe. 4 of them. I mean, 1 last night, 3 on Monday night. Now, in previous times, like last year and years before when he came up, the philosophy was don't make the adjustment. Continue to look for a pitch, sit on a pitch, and do damage on it. And we've actually heard hitting instructors tell guys when they're coming back to the bench after striking out, looking, that was a good take. You stayed committed to the pitch you were looking for. You stayed committed to the speed you were looking for. That's what they wanted. But that has all changed in spring training when Buster came out and said, put the ball in play. So we've watched, 4 fastball take strike threes from Bailey the last 2 nights, and he's been swinging the bat well. I mean, he really has added like 40 points to his BA in the last, month. So there, he was trending upward, but these last 2 nights is a bit perplexing because the philosophy of the team is put the ball in play.
Really perplexing. And one of the guys who actually is putting the ball in play and doing a really nice job of that, Mike, is Dom Smith. He's been a joy to watch. 15-game hit streak right now, one of the longest hit streaks for any Giants player in the last 5-10 years. And I wonder, when you think about him, he's going to be a pending free agent, and you've got Rafael Devers, who's playing first base right now. You've got Bryce Eldridge in the farm system. Is there a role potentially for the Giants to consider bringing Dom Smith back for in 2026? Because he seems to be beloved in the clubhouse, and fans really seem to be taking to him. Every time we talk about him, text line lights up here.
I really hope so. I mean, this is one of my favorite guys who's walked into the Giants clubhouse strapped on a uni and is 100% a professional. Everything he does is professional. I mean, he's got the skills. He's a first-round pick, and he is so at peace with his role and what he's doing and how he takes his at-bats. This 15-game hit streak, there's 3 of the days that he extended the streak with pinch hits. That's extremely difficult to do. He did it last night at 2-strike count. In fact, he was down on the count 0-2, and he rallied back and got a base hit. He's just a joy to watch. And I'm not talking just about with the bat. He's one of the best first basemen in the league. Really a great player, and I hope he's back for a long time. And not only that, I mean, you get to know the guy. He's just a great guy. He's a great teammate. I mean, he's an absolute plus. And I hope they're able to sign him and keep him here, because you need guys like that. I mean, he's just a big leaguer.
Yeah, I mean, his bat and his glove have really been a blessing to this team so far this year. And I would like to actually find a way to get him in the lineup a little bit more often. And he can take that glove out to the outfield and play a little bit of outfield, so maybe that's a possibility. But speaking of the outfield, we saw the Giants make the roster move to add Tyler Fitzgerald to the roster. Carson Wisnett was sent down. We can talk about that also. But just your thoughts on seeing Tyler Fitzgerald back with the club, but back out in the outfield this time, not in the infield.
Well, I mean, he's always been a utility guy who's been able to play the outfield and the infield. So, I mean, that was the spot. I was a bit surprised when they didn't bring up Matos. I think the move was to try and give them another right-handed bat against a left-handed pitcher last night, Nestor Cortez. It didn't really work out. He took an 0 for 2, and the Giants couldn't do a whole lot with Cortez. But, I was a bit surprised by that. But I guess we really shouldn't be surprised at anything, because they're really trying to find someone who's going to come up and spark the offense.
Mike, I wonder, in looking at Matos, he has always had so much potential. And when he came up, he was viewed as a contact hitter. We've actually seen more power from him than maybe was anticipated. But he's now been passed over a few times as the Giants traded Mike Yastrzemski and gave Drew Gilbert an opportunity, have given Tyler Fitzgerald the chance to come up now. Grant McCrae's on the Major League roster. Where do you think he stands in the overall big picture scheme for this organization right now?
Well, I still think he's in the picture. I mean, I can say the same thing about Marco Luciano. I mean, they're still, under consideration for any move that might be made. But they have to show a consistent change in their game. They have to get more consistent with the productivity at the plate. I mean, they hit home runs, but I mean, when you get your shot at the big leagues, and this is something that Buster was talking about just recently, when you get your shot, you got to take advantage of it. And these guys, they've had shots, they've had opportunity, but they haven't been able to be consistent. They've had a couple of flashes where, yeah, okay, great, that was a great at bat, and then all of a sudden it goes dry for about 3 or 4 games. And when you're going to try and win yourself a job at the big league level, you got to get hot. You have to take advantage of the opportunity, and there just hasn't been one guy who's really done that. And we're all waiting for that to happen. I mean, like right now, I mean, Fitzgerald, I mean, how many shots has he had? And here he was last night with another opportunity. I mean, somebody has to take the bull by the horns and just say, this is my job. I'm not giving it up. We saw it with Ramos, and, he won a job in left field. He was a guy who, we had waited for a long time, and the Giants had him as a first-round pick, got him when he was young. And it took him a while before he took advantage of the opportunity. And we're waiting for other guys to do the same, Matos included.
Mike, last question for me is about the rotation moving forward. I mentioned that Carson Wisenhunt was optioned back down to the Sacramento River Cats. Kai Wang-Tang will get the start today. Sounds like Landon Roop could eventually make a return, possibly for his next start. Who do you want to see get innings down the stretch? Do you want to see a Landon Roop obviously come back from injury? Do you want to see Hayden Birdsong maybe get a chance in a rotation? Who do you want to see, Mike?
Well, I like all those guys. I mean, you could throw Keaton Wynn in there, too. I think they're all going to be good pitchers. I'm intrigued right now with Kai Wei-Tang, and I'm looking forward to his start today. They all show ability to not only pitch at the big league level, but to excel at the big league level. But they all have areas of their game that they have to improve upon. The guy who is the most advanced right now is Landon Roop. I thought he was making major strides. But then he got shut down with some tenderness in his elbow. He should be back possibly this weekend, and I'm really looking forward to that. I think he's got a really good future. But, Wisenhunt is a guy who's a three-pitch guy. One grip with the fastball. He needs to add another grip. In doing so, if you add a two-seam to the four-seam that he throws, you do the same thing with the changeup. Is now instead of two pitches, you got four. And he needs to tighten up his breaking ball a little bit. I mean, those are all things you learn when you get to the big leagues. You learn, like, no, I need to get this better. And there's ways to do that. So he has work to do. Keaton Wynn now is throwing out of the bullpen, and that's an interesting situation. I always envisioned him being a starter, but I think he's a guy that has got great stuff and great command, and I think his future is bright. So I really like the arms that they brought up. I mean, we're watching Carson Seymour, another guy who I think has a bright future, but he keeps getting beat above the belt. The higher he elevates his stuff, the lazier the break gets, the lazier the movement is, and he's getting, 15 innings to give up 6 home runs. I mean, that's too many. But down around the knees, he's got really good stuff, and it's intriguing. So, as young as these guys are, I think there's a lot of really good future for these guys, but there's work to do. So who evolves? I mean, it's kind of like we were talking about the outfield situation or the everyday player situation. I mean, they've been given opportunity, and I'm waiting for somebody to take the opportunity and run with it. And I'm kind of waiting that same way with some of these young starters.
Yeah, there's definitely work to do, and work to do today to avoid the sweep against the San Diego Padres. First pitch, 12:45 right here on the Sports Leader. Kai Wang-Tang versus Nick Pivetta. Mike, looking forward to your call, and we'll talk to you on Friday.
Had a bit.
There he is, Mike Krukow, every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. As we mentioned, Murph will be back on Friday, so we'll get Murph's reaction to the San Diego series, which I don't think he's going to like too much.
I was going to say, you're holding out for Murph's reaction.
Yeah.
I think we know Murph's reaction to the Padres series.
I'm waiting for some Murph anger. Yeah, definitely some anger coming from Murph on Monday. But let's please, Murph, by not talking Giants in the next segment, we're going to talk a little 49er football. Mike Sando is stopping by the show later today at 8:50 to break down his quarterback tiers. We've been discussing all morning long. Is Brock Purdy a top 15 quarterback? A top 10 quarterback? Is he a top 5 quarterback in the NFC? 808 KNBR is the number if you want to check in with your take on Brock Purdy and where he ranks among NFL quarterbacks. We'll continue that discussion next on The Sports Leader.
This is some bad baseball.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product. It's time for the Young Tony and John Joe question of the day.
You just heard Marcus tease it. Where would you rank Brock Purdy among NFC quarterbacks? That is our question of the day, and you can join the conversation in the YouTube chat now.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Marcus the Waterboy Boucher here on a Wednesday morning with Prize Picks, the #1 daily fantasy sports app. And preseason football is underway and college football is here, so don't miss out on any of the action this season on Prize Picks. But if you don't want to lay down some action on some preseason football, I understand. You still got time to lay down some action on baseball, with the San Francisco Giants being back in action today at 12:45. And of course, Prize Picks is the official daily fantasy sports partner of the San Francisco Giants. You can see last night with the City Connect K counter, Robbie Ray had more than 4.5 strikeouts. So you were able to cash in with one of the Waterboys picks. Now, you could pick Tony's boy Kai Wang Tang to have more than 3.5 strikeouts today, but I'm staying away from that because I don't want to pick any Giants. But here's the thing, on Prize Picks, you can pick against the Giants. You can take less than half a hit for Patrick Bailey. You can take more than half a strikeout for Elliot Ramos. You can take out all your anger on Prize Picks and cash in and win some money by doing it. All you need to do is download the Prize Pick app today and use code LEADER to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code LEADER to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineups. Prize Picks, run your game.
This is The Big Hit, sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Are you a top 10 quarterback in the NFL?
Yes, sir.
So we make lists all the time, you know? That's all we do here on Sports Talk Radio. Is that like something you hear about?
Like lists and stuff.
Yeah, like you put yourself amongst your peers.
Yeah, no, I think for sure I'm a top 10 quarterback. You know, I'll leave it at that. I'm not gonna, create a list or anything right now.
I mean, everybody can have their opinion and stuff, and for me, it's always been, how can I be the best version of myself right now today for the 49ers? And all that matters, man, is every Sunday we go out there and you try to win. And how can I be a quarterback that elevates the guys around me, go out and find a way to win? And I feel like I've done that the last couple of years. And there's always going to be people saying things, and obviously like lists come out and rankings come out and all the things. But for me, I don't buy into it. My whole life it's been like that. I've always been the overlooked guy, and for me, I just always got to have the chip on my shoulder and go out there and compete every single day. And not care about, the highs or the lows, but just being consistent. So that's all I care about.
That was the voice of Brock Purdy, Not once, but twice on the Murph and Marcus Show. And of course, you are listening to the Murph and Marcus Show with Carrie Crowley filling in for Brian Murphy. And you are listening to KNBR AM and FM in San Francisco, the sports leader at Cumulus Media Station. But that was Brock Purdy, the first part back in May after he signed his contract extension with the 49ers, where you heard Murph ask him if he's a top 10 quarterback. And he goes, yeah, I'm a top 10 quarterback. What are we doing here? You want me to come on your radio and show and say, no, John Lynch overpaid me. I'm actually not a top 10 quarterback, Murph. I just scammed the 49ers. Of course he's going to say that. But then you heard the follow-up answer from just a couple weeks ago down at 49ers training camp when he said, look, I'm not here for the list. I'm not here for the rankings. I'm here to win games. And since I've entered this league, I've won a lot of games. Now, of course, I'm paraphrasing. Brock Purdy didn't say that word for word, but I think that's the biggest point here as we sit here on Sports Talk Radio and talk about all these random lists and power rankings. At the end of the day, the goal is to win the Super Bowl. And whether or not you think Brock Purdy is a top 5, top 10, or top 15 quarterback, it's my belief that most 49er fans believe that you can win a Super Bowl with Brock Purdy.
I think there are 3 tiers of quarterbacks in my mind. And Mike Sando has a lot more tiers, and we'll talk to him at 8:50 about this. But there are 3 tiers. There's one, the elite quarterbacks who separate themselves from the pack and can carry even a mediocre team. Brock's not in that category. That's the Mahomes, that's the Burrow, the Allen, the Lamar Jackson. Then there are the quarterbacks in tier 2 in my mind who are good enough to win a Super Bowl, and Brock Purdy absolutely falls into that tier in my mind. I think he was on the verge of winning a Super Bowl. I think he's got the 49ers to exactly where they've wanted to go in multiple seasons with him at the helm. Last year obviously wasn't the case, but he's got the opportunity to reestablish himself this year with a healthy George Kittle, a healthy Christian McCaffrey. I'm excited to see that. Then there's tier 3, and in tier 3, everyone's replaceable. Everyone's fighting for a job. Everyone is fighting to thrust themselves into tier 2 and to prove that they can be good enough to win a Super Bowl. That's why you see a guy like Jared Goff get to a Super Bowl. That's why you see a guy like Jordan Love get paid money that gives you the belief, if you're the Green Bay Packers, that he can get you there. Dak Prescott viewed in that light by the Dallas Cowboys. Whether Prescott's actually a tier 2 quarterback or not, I don't know, but he's certainly not someone that the Cowboys view as replaceable. Once you get down past about 16th, 17th, 18th, on this list, Marcus, of any quarterback in the NFL, I think it's all people fighting for their job. I think it's all people on a year-to-year basis fighting for respectability who could all, even if they're playing on a long-term contract, say Kyler Murray in Arizona, be replaced if they have one bad year. I don't think one bad year would take Brock Purdy out of the running to be the 49ers starting quarterback. In fact, he's got a 5-year deal. They're going to stick with him for a while.
Yeah, and you mentioned a name like Kyler Murray, who's actually ranked 15 in this Mike Sando QB tier list, which is the first name in tier 3. So I think that's where you get to the separation with this tier list. You just name the elite quarterbacks I don't think anybody argues against. Patrick Mahomes, Joe Burrow, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, and now Matthew Stafford is now put in this tier, and we should kind of lay out the landscape here that this is not Mike Sando's list. He goes around the league each and every year, and he talks to 50 different NFL executives and coaches and gets their opinions. And this is how they rank the quarterbacks. And last year, they ranked Brock Purdy as the 12th best quarterback. He's now dropped 2 spots, but he's still in that same tier. And to your point, I think it's a fair tier for him to be in with guys like Dak Prescott, with guys like Baker Mayfield, with guys like Jared Goff, and even Jalen Hurts. But a lot of those guys play over in the NFC. So maybe that's the big question of the big hit. Outside of whether or not you think he's a top 10 quarterback, is he a top 5 quarterback in the NFC? And can he get the 49ers back to the NFC Championship game and eventually get back to the Super Bowl?
Without question, in my mind, Brock Purdy is a top 5 quarterback in the NFC based alone on his career accolades to date. This is a quarterback who finished top 5 in MVP voting just 2 years ago. This is a quarterback who's led the 49ers to a Super Bowl, to multiple NFC title game appearances in his tenure, and it's a brief tenure. We don't have a 70 to 80 to 90 game track record of Brock Purdy in the NFL. This is someone who beat the odds early in his career as a rookie, 7th round draft pick who already overcame that stigma and then became a starting quarterback in the NFL. And yes, it was by virtue of injuries for the San Francisco 49ers, but he didn't relinquish the job. He forced the 49ers to continue playing him, and everything he's done to date, even last year during a 6-11 season, convinced me that he's capable of leading this team even further than where he's already gone. So I put Jalen Hurts number 1. I put him ahead of Matthew Stafford because of the recent Super Bowl title with the Philadelphia Eagles. I think you have to weigh that. And a lot of people say, well, he's surrounded by great weapons. So what? Every quarterback's surrounded by great weapons when they win. Then I rank Matthew Stafford there because he's also won a Super Bowl title. And I think that what he did with the Los Angeles Rams last season, taking a young team to the top of the NFC West, was an incredible achievement. I think he deserves the accolades for that. Stafford's also hurt right now. We don't even know if he's going to go week 1. And so then you've got Jaden Daniels, who everyone thinks has this incredibly high ceiling. I want to see him do it 2 years in a row. We've seen Brock Purdy do it over multiple seasons. Then you've got a few other quarterbacks who could be in this year. Jordan Love, you could say greater arm talent than Brock Purdy, but give me the playoff wins. Seriously, give me the guy who's come back on the big stage against Jordan Love's Green Bay Packers. Give me the guy who's come back on the big stage against the Detroit Lions when they were the vaunted team in the NFC. I think with what Brock Purdy's done in the NFC, especially in the playoffs, he deserves that kind of credit and that kind of recognition. I think that some of that's being downplayed because of the 6-11 season last year.
Yeah, and it's funny when we get into this conversation, which always happens with quarterback. Is he a system quarterback? Is he not a system quarterback? I've heard people say the same thing about Jalen Hurts over with the Philadelphia Eagles. And you mentioned the talent around him, the A.J. Browns, the Devontae Smiths, the Saquon Barkley in the backfield. It's the same comps you get now with Brock Purdy, having Christian McCaffrey, having George Kittle, having Brandon Ayuk, Juwan Jennings, Ricky Pearsall. The list goes on and on and on. But as you pointed out, Jalen Hurts is the only quarterback in that tier 2 that actually does have a Super Bowl. So I think you have to give him some credit for actually getting the job done, since he has been in 2 Super Bowls and almost took down Patrick Mahomes twice. Only did it once, obviously. But that, to me, maybe elevates him ahead of Brock Purdy when I look at my NFC rankings. Now, you mentioned Matthew Stafford. According to this list, he's now in tier 1 for the first time in his career, which was a bit of a head-scratcher because the way that they describe this tier is quarterbacks that can carry their team regardless of the situation. Well, I saw Matthew Stafford not carry his team with the Detroit Lions when he had Calvin Johnson as his wide receiver. Now, the Detroit Lions are not what they are today, or should I say 10 years ago, what they are today. So it's a completely different situation. But that also leads me to this current Lions team with a guy like Jared Goff, who's ranked ahead of Brock Purdy according to this list. But you talk about system. The system's gone now. The system's in Chicago. Ben Johnson is the head coach of the Chicago Bears. So how is Jared Goff going to look this season? All questions and all opportunities that maybe leave the door open for Brock Purdy to climb that ranking into the top 10 or maybe even top 5, top 3 in the NFC.
And that's why you see fluctuations on a year-to-year basis on this list. And that's why we re-rank these guys every single summer. We have these segments every single August. And I do think that when we're having this segment in August of 2026, when Murph is going out to play golf and you and I are sitting here, we're going to be talking about Brock Purdy ahead of Jared Goff in the eyes of NFL evaluators. We already see him in that light, but other NFL evaluators don't. And I think that one of the reasons is he's played under Sean McVay in Los Angeles, who's one of the brightest minds in the entire NFL. He played under Ben Johnson in Detroit, one of the brightest minds in the NFL, who's now on to Chicago with the Bears leading Caleb Williams. But what I do think you will see happen this year is the Lions will take a step back. And it'll be interesting to see if the Commanders take a step back this year after their unexpected success. If the 49ers take that step forward, will Brock Purdy all of a sudden be vaunted back into the top 10 in the minds of all 50 people who evaluate and make this list?
Yeah, and that's where I'm at, too, with Jaden Daniels. Because currently, to me, I have Brock Purdy as my 4th best quarterback in the NFC. So I guess we could have made this segment a little bit spicier and ask, is he a top 3 quarterback in the NFC? Now, I still would tip the cap to Matthew Stafford, the vet that we were just talking about, even with the injuries that he's dealing with and at the point of his career he's at. He showed us last year that he's still a better quarterback right now than Brock Purdy. But I guess that's the question moving forward with Brock Purdy. Is this the best that we've seen of Brock Purdy? Can Brock Purdy get better? And when you're talking about a guy like Jaden Daniels, we always talk about the sophomore slump. Another quarterback that we haven't mentioned in this tier 2 that's ranked ahead of Brock Purdy is C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
And you can say the same thing when you talk about systems. Guess what? His rookie year, he had Bobby Slowick, who came from Kyle Shanahan's coaching tree. So they are running that same style of offense. Next thing you know, they're having a sophomore slump, and Bobby Slowick is fired. So, that goes to show how quickly the NFL can catch up to you. And I gave you my take earlier this morning, and I'll repeat it for the 805 audience. I think Brock Purdy's year 3 was actually a sophomore slump because of the timeline of him coming in halfway through his rookie season. After his rookie year, he was battling for third-team reps just to get on the roster. This guy wasn't thinking about starting NFL games. And then we saw when the Jimmy Garoppolo injury happened, it kind of caught everybody by surprise, including NFL defenses. And then his sophomore year, he finished top 5 in MVP voting. And I think that's when the league really started to realize we need to watch tape. Not saying they weren't watching tape before, but you get what I'm saying. There's a whole season of evidence, of footage, of strategy to go against Brock Purdy. And that's why I saw last year, I thought you saw defenses kind of give you like a counteract to what Kyle Shanahan was showing year 2 of Brock Purdy. And I think that's why there was a slight setback in year 3 for Brock Purdy, which does not mean I don't think he can get better in year 4.
Well, I also think that one of the foundational and fundamental differences between year 2 and year 3 for Brock Purdy is that Christian McCaffrey was healthy at the beginning of his career, and he's just an X factor out of the backfield. He does things at the running back position that very few other running backs across the NFL are capable of. And one of his greatest skills is the ability to line up, catch the ball out of the backfield, go in motion, catch the ball like a wide receiver would, and it adds optionality and versatility to the 49ers offense in a way that enables Brock Purdy to hit those 5 to 6 yard checkdowns to the point where on 3rd and 8, he doesn't always have to throw the ball 10, 12, 14 yards in the air. He can throw the ball 4 yards and understand that a one-on-one matchup for Christian McCaffrey is one that he can win. If that is in his back pocket this year in 2025, something that wasn't available to him in 2024, I think he skyrockets up this list. Yes, it's a list that's supposed to evaluate quarterbacks in a vacuum. It's supposed to say, hey, you give them all the exact same offense, you give them the exact same group that they're playing in front of. Who is going to elevate this group the most? The reality is that's not how the NFL works. When you've got a Christian McCaffrey, when you've got a George Kittle, and when you've got a Ricky Pearsall who he's developing chemistry with, I think he's got more weapons than, say, a Dak Prescott, who's ahead of him on this list, by the way, has in Dallas. I think he's got more weapons than, say, a C.J. Stroud, who does have a great wide receiver core, although there's a lot of injuries there in Houston as well. Brock's ability to have guys who are underneath in Christian McCaffrey and George Kittle, who he can throw to on these shorter routes, that is ultimately what's going to lead him up this list because he understands the mechanics of Kyle Shanahan offense. We've seen him play successfully within the context of this offense. I think that having McCaffrey healthy this year will do wonders for the ability of NFL evaluators to look and say, here's Purdy right now, here's Purdy's ceiling, and this is where we're going to rank him next year. I think you're going to see him move up this list.
You know, it's funny. We usually go down this road when we go into the world of list and rankings. And when we do these quarterback lists, you usually hear the comment of, oh, well, if this was a fantasy draft, these quarterbacks would be drafted in this order. Guess what? This is not fantasy football. They're not resetting the rosters every single year. And even if they were, I don't know how much Brock Purdy would climb up the list because all 50 of these executives and coaches were part of 32 NFL franchises, including the 49ers for 6 rounds, that passed on Brock Purdy. So I'm wondering if that is also part of the conversation when it comes to these NFL execs and coaches that passed on Brock Purdy 6 or 7 or 8 or 9 different times with their extra draft picks. And if that narrative of him being Mr. Irrelevant is still in a lot of these people's minds when we are curating these lists.
I also think that we are one more year, and this 2025 season could be it, from that narrative completely evaporating. I think 3-4 years in, we forget because it was 2 decades ago, even more than that. But people still viewed Tom Brady as a late-round draft pick who was getting by with the help of a tremendous New England Patriots defense who, in his own right, was a good quarterback, but not a truly elite quarterback. But when he started to rack up titles and when he started to do things without his primary weapons around him, then people started to give him credit. I think we all want to do revisionist history and say Tom Brady was the GOAT from the start. Everyone could see this coming. That was not the case. Brock is still very early in his NFL career, and it wouldn't shock me if 2-3 decades from now, people were looking at him and saying, you know what? We knew it from the beginning. We knew that he was a great player. He finished 4th in MVP voting in 2023. This guy was on it from the start. We're going to forget that he went 6-11 in 2024. We're going to forget the fact that Christian McCaffrey wasn't by his side because as the years go on, the early years start to fade. It clouds people's judgments. It clouds people's memories. And I think 2 more years of great success for Brock Purdy will completely eliminate the narrative that surrounded him at the beginning of his career. I think we won't talk about the fact that he was Mr. Irrelevant.
And guess what? In 2 years, he'll only be 27 years old.
Yeah,
we're talking about a 25-year-old quarterback at this point of his career. But also, Kerry, I think if this does go down the path that 49er fans and the organization want to see it go down with Brock Purdy hoisting up that Lombardi, then guess what? They're going to make a movie called Mr. Irrelevant, and I hope it's not as bad as that Kurt Warner movie that they put out a couple years ago. Never saw that. Did you ever check that out?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't need to see a fake Kurt Warner on Hallmark TV.
Did you enjoy the Eagles movie? You know, the one about...
Is that the one with Marky Mark?
Yeah.
Trying out as a quarterback? I don't know. It seems like Marky Mark always makes himself...
I think he was a wide receiver in that movie.
Maybe a wide receiver.
Yeah, I don't know.
Not that great of a movie.
Yeah.
Anyways, Blake the Eagles, which is a great time to promote. Our 49ers Roundtable coming up will be on the first day of the NFL kickoff where, Tony, I believe it's Eagles-Cowboys facing off that Thursday night?
I do believe so, yes.
So come on down. We'll be out. Tony, you got the details.
Do I?
I don't know. I don't.
I got a
details.
promo when we go to break to play for everybody.
Stay tuned. We got a great promo promoting the 49ers Roundtable, and we'll see if Larry Kruger makes an appearance at the 49ers Roundtable, and we'll ask Larry, is Brock Purdy a top 3 quarterback, and is Seabass a top 5 defensive lineman on this 49er roster? We'll go deep into the 49ers roster ahead of their second preseason game against the Raiders this weekend. It's Kerry Crowley filling in for Murph with Marcus Boucher on the Sports Leader. All right, Marcus Boucher back on a Wednesday morning, and is joining us now is our good friend Steve Moskowitz on the line. Steve, what do we do if we did not get our ERC check?
You call us. There's 3 different ways to hurry the government up. We're familiar with all of them. We want to talk to you, and we want to get you your money while you still can. Things have begun to shift with ERC. You want to get your money now. Or suppose you got a letter from the IRS that says, no ERC for you. You don't qualify. We want to appeal that. Right now, the IRS is being accused of doing what's called batch denials. They literally just deny a whole batch of them. They don't even know if you qualify or not. We want to go ahead and appeal. Or if you're being audited, where the government says, let's see if you qualified, or they want the money back. The bottom line, that's the big 3 in ERC. 1, you're waiting for your money. We want to get it for you. 2, the government said you're not entitled to it. We want to show them why you are. Or 3, you're being audited where they either don't want to give you the money or they want it back. The bottom line is anything with ERC, we have a free consultation. We'll explain everything to you. And then if you want us to, we'll do everything for you so you don't have to deal with the government. The only thing you have to do is pick up the phone and say, hey, Steve, I want my ERC money now.
Give him a call. That's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney, and he should be your tax attorney, too. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, or you can go online to visit MoskowitzLLP.com.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product. It's time for the Young Tony and John Joe question of the day.
Yes, indeed. Where would you rank Brock Purdy among NFC quarterbacks? Is he a top 5 NFC QB? You can join the conversation in the YouTube chat now, and Marcus and Kerry will ask Larry Kruger coming up next.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
It is the Murph and Marcus show on a Wednesday morning. Murph is taking his 2-day sabbatical down to SoCal, so Kerry Crowley filling in today and tomorrow. But now it's time to talk to a man who just filled in a couple Fridays ago, Larry Kruger, joining us on the UMA guest line. Krug, we got Kerry Crowley filling in this morning, and it's time to talk a little 49 football. What's up, my man? How you doing?
My guys, what's going on? How you guys doing this morning?
We're doing well. When Murph goes on vacation, it's kind of a party. You know, we get the keys, we throw a house party, but then we try to clean up the beers before he comes home on Friday. So we'll see if we can clean things up before the 49ers' second preseason game against the Raiders this weekend. But Larry, let's start with your takeaways from their first preseason game against the Denver Broncos this past weekend.
Well, I mean, it was the Niners. You know, you got to first of all remember what you were watching, right? It was the Niners sitting out 19 guys and then 5 or 6 others on various lists that were out. So you got about 25 of your 90 guys out. The Niners sat all those guys. Denver went with their ones. So it was really Denver. The first half was Denver's ones against the Niner twos. And it was 9-6 Niners with like minute 33 to play in the second quarter. So I think we overreact to the 30-9. The second half was the Niners threes against the Denver twos. And let's give Denver some credit. They had a really good defense last year. They gave up 18 points a game. It was third best in the league. They're a team on the rise. So, yeah, they're a good football team. I thought Mac Jones played really, really well. I thought that Jordan Watkins pass play was really impressive. That was an absolute dime on the slot fade. And then I thought the young Niner defensive linemen held well, stood up and played well. Siegel was incredible. Tatum Bethune was incredible. Nick Martin flew all over the place and missed a ton of tackles, but he showed that sideline to sideline range that has the Niners defensive staff so excited. And I think overall it was pretty good. They didn't lose anybody. They haven't lost anybody long-term, knock on wood. They discovered some gems. They got some offensive cohesion. I thought, pretty good. Mission accomplished, game one.
They didn't lose anyone long-term, but they did lose Jordan Watkins short-term here. And I do think that that's significant, Larry, especially for a wide receiver group that there's some questions about this unit right now. I mean, Juwan Jennings is out right now with the calf injury. At least that's what the 49ers are saying. We also know he wants a new contract. What do you think is more likely? Juwan returning to the practice field in the next week or so and saying he's fully healthy and ready to go, or Juwan getting a new contract in the next week to 10 days and then returning to the practice field?
Yeah, I mean, this is, I think everybody ought to check out the Niners messaging through Tim Kawakami and the SF Standard. It's out, first of all, the article starts with the calf injury is legit. Okay, so that's the message they want to get out. The other message they want to get out is the timing is all wrong on a contract. And Kerry, you're asking the ultimate question. I don't know the answer to that. I mean, really, Juwan Jennings is the 45th highest paid wide receiver in the NFL. He wants, according to the reports here, which are very specific in this Kawakami report, he wants $20 million plus a year. So, Does he get no extension in return and then just play? Does he lose face? Is he unhappy? Does he become a locker room distraction in that scenario? Does he get a minor bump in return and play? To me, that would be the scenario that makes the most sense, but that's really complicated. The Niners don't want to set the precedent of ripping up a $7.5 million deal that's existing for 2025, because then the next guy is going to want that. And if you're doing that for this guy, why aren't you doing that for Colton McKivitz? So, there's that. And then why would JJ and Rosenhaus, his agent, Drew Rosenhaus, his big, powerful agent, why would they take a minor bump in salary and bypass JJ's big free agent payday next March? So I don't know if a minor deal gets done. And then it's like, well, does he get a big long-term deal? Well, that ain't happening. They just paid Ayuk $30 million. If anything, they want to do less big money long-term wide receiver deals, not more. So this thing's going to get really interesting. Either JJ's going to cave, lose face, or they're going to make some kind of, hey, we got a deal done, but it's one of those deals that Rosenhaus can say, hey, look, my guy, $20 million, but in reality, it's just cap, shenanigans and loopholes and that kind of thing. Maybe something like that happens, or maybe he gets dealt. I think those are the options.
Richard Sherman recently said on his podcast that he thinks Juwan Jennings would be healthy and on the field the minute that he gets paid. Now, you just pointed out that's not the same message that the 49ers are sending to the media. But, Larry, what's your opinion on that topic, that conspiracy? Are the calf and the contract issues related to each other?
I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, the calf thing is always going to be, plausible deniability because he had the injury before. But then I would push back on this. If a guy had a calf injury in the spring and it's now August and he still has a calf injury, why in the world would you run over to give the guy a contract extension if he's got an existing calf injury that he can't shake? Every time this calf injury comes up, it sounds less legit all the time. Shanahan's like, well, talk to him. There's no timetable for his return, but Shanahan said today he doesn't think it's a big deal. He doesn't think it's a major deal. So it's like, well, which is it? There's either got to be some kind of timetable for his return and he's on the verge, or it's not a big deal, but it's like there is no timetable, but it's not a big deal. And it just, to me, it seems like the Niners were sidestepping a PR landmine, which I don't blame them, because this whole daily narrative of training camp would have been, what's up with JJ? What's up with JJ? And who wants that, right? So I'm not saying that the calf injury is not legit. I bet you it is legit, but it's about degrees. How bad is it? Could he play? Are they being extra careful? And then if you sign him, is he ready to play? If you give him $20 million and satisfy him, then is he ready to roll at the beginning of September when you desperately need him? I think you got to find that out too before you do any deal.
Larry, I know that Marcus wants to ask you about Brock Purdy and the quarterback tiers and all these rankings, but I have to ask you about Marquise Siegel and how legit you think this rise is, or if you think this is a byproduct of the 49ers' decimated defensive backfield depth right now. Obviously, Jair Brown has kind of been in and out. You've seen Malik Mustafa not healthy and ready to go at the beginning here of training camp. Where do you see Marquise Siegel in the big picture for this thing? Is it just, hey, he could start early in the season or get an opportunity, or do you think he's a legitimate enough talent to take over a starting role long term?
Well, they have good numbers here, Kerry. I mean, they really do. I mean, Jair Brown, Jason Pinnock, even without Malik Mustafa, you have Richie Grant, Jalen Mahoney's played well, Derek Cantine's played well, Saron Neal is making this team as a special teamer, and he can play safety. So they got a lot of bodies there. But, I mean, Siegel is the long-term free safety. Now, I don't think he's going to start week one necessarily, though Shanahan said it's still open. But I think they're going to go with Jair Brown and Jason Pinnock week one at Lumen Field against Seattle. But long-term, the Niners starting strong safeties, Malik Mustafa. Long-term, I think they're starting free safeties, Siegel. He was awesome. I mean, he's got 4.3 speed. He's physical. He's violent. He wants to hit. What a pick. That was a phenomenal 5th round draft choice. And he looked really, really good. And I don't think it was accidental. If you watch his film, if you saw him in the East West Shrine game, he hit a bunch of guys in that game and he's got good coverage ability. So I think he's the long-term answer at free safety.
Larry, Kerry mentioned it, the Mike Sando QB tiers article that we talk about each and every summer. And I know you've addressed this on Niners Nightly, but for our audience, your reaction to seeing Brock Purdy ranked 14th in QB Tier 2. But I guess my bigger question is, outside of the top 15, top 10 quarterback discussion, do you personally think that Brock Purdy is the top 3 NFC quarterback?
Top 3? Yeah, I mean, the NFC, because all the great ones are in the AFC. You know, I mean, the best quarterbacks are all in the AFC. So I would say definitely I like him. I mean, I like Daniels quite a bit for Washington. Hurts just won the Super Bowl. There's some other talented guys for sure. But, I mean, he had him 14th. Like, if you ask me where does Brock Purdy rank, I think he's anywhere between 10 and 15. Like, if you put him 10, then you're an optimist and you're a fan of Purdy. If you put him 15, maybe you're a little bit more of a realist and think last year was a little bit more reality for him. But I think he's 10 to 15. I think Sando's list was totally reasonable. My only pushback would be like, what are these tiers? They're a little too broad. You may need to add a few more tiers. So Brock Purdy and Dak Prescott are in the same tier. Brock Purdy's own Dak Prescott. Every single time they play, Prescott throws multiple picks, and they're in the same tier. I think Prescott should be beneath Purdy. I don't think they should be in the same tier.
Completely different question for you, Larry, but I know you've got an opinion here. 49ers early week defensive line rotation. Obviously, Kevin Givens is now an IR candidate if he's not already on with the pec strain. What is going on the defensive line first few weeks of this season?
Well, you know, the beauty of the D-line is, you know, we can analyze this to death, but they all play. Right? They all play, and how you play in that game will determine your rotation. But I saw the other day they had Bosa and Huff outside, and Evan Anderson and Alfred Collins inside. And I thought to myself, that's an interesting looking group. That is your best outside rushers with your best interior run defenders. I'll say this. Yesterday, Robert Saleh told us after practice that Alfred Collins, in his mind, took a significant step forward in the Denver game, that he's getting his legs underneath him, and he's starting to show the Niner coaching staff, you know, what they saw when they drafted him in the second round. So I think even though West got the early start, and I think that the belief is that it could be Jordan Elliott and CJ West, I think Collins might wind up getting the start. And it wouldn't surprise me if it was Kalia Davis and Collins as the starters.
Larry, last question for me ahead of this weekend's game against the Las Vegas Raiders. What do you want to see? Plain and simple. Who do you want to see? Who should 49er fans be keeping an eye on in preseason game 2?
Well, it's a matter of who's going to play in this game. I would say, you know, more than anything, you want to see, you know, more of Mac Jones, who was 9 of 9 on the practice field yesterday and has taken to this system incredibly. I don't think I want, like, if it was me, guys, I would not play any of their top 7 guys in any of these preseason games at all. I mean, Trent, Bosa, McCaffrey, Warner, Demo, I wouldn't play any of these guys. They've lost too many guys. I would trade a little September rust. They got an easy schedule on paper. Trade some rust to get to week 1 fully intact with your core. So, but as far as who I want to see Nick Martin have a bounce back game. He flew all over the place, but he hadn't played football in a year and a half. People were super critical of the missed tackles, but I think they missed the story, which is the Niners have a sideline to sideline speed merchant linebacker who's going to make a ton of tackles. And I think people got caught up in his missed tackles and this and that and didn't realize this guy was making plays way out of his zone all over the field. So I'm waiting for Nick Martin to kind of shake off that rust. He had a disappointing first effort. I'm looking for him to have a huge second game.
I want to see the 49ers set up 45-plus yard field goal attempts all game long. That's my goal for this game.
That's a good one too, Kerry. I would love to see Jake Moody be put to the test in games. He was 7 for 7 in practice. He's you know, the king of camp. You know, he's the, you know, if it was the Cactus League, he'd get the king of the cactus. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter though. You got to be able to do it when the pressure is there in a stadium, on TV, with everybody watching. They got to find out what they got in him for sure.
Yeah, and we've seen Jake Moody make and also miss some kicks at Allegiant Stadium. Larry, are you going to be out there? Are you going to be in Vegas this weekend?
Not be in Vegas this weekend. I'll be hanging here in the cooler climes of the East Bay, watching it on the tube. One other thing, though, that I think is really exciting that I think Niner fans should really be aware of this morning, because I know you got so many Niner fans who listen to your guys' show every morning. A lot of people say the Niners haven't rebuilt the O-line. two of the highest graded guys in this last game were Connor Colby, their rookie guard, and Drew Moss, who is a rookie guard / center. The Niners are building up this line. I mean, last year they got Purdy. This year, I think Colby is a starter type talent. I think Moss is a long-term starter. They're building up the interior. They still need tackles. There's no long-term tackles here, but the interior looks pretty good.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on those trenches this week. And Larry, always appreciate the breakdown, you coming on. And I believe this is one of our first weekly hits every Wednesday morning. So stay tuned for more Larry Kruger live on The Sports Leader. Thank you as always, Larry.
Thanks, fellas. Have a good one.
There he is, Larry Kruger from The Krug Show, from Niners Nightly, from essentially every show here at KNBR, because he will fill in and host, and there's going to be a lot of Larry Kruger on 49ers pre- and post-game this year also, I believe. So we can carry this conversation into our conversation with Mike Sando, the man behind the list, at 8:50 this morning to get his full breakdown and his perspective from the perspective of the NFL executives that put together this list and had Brock Purdy as a Tier 2 quarterback. But coming up next, we got to take a dip in the cooler of content and check out the best sports sound from around the country. We'll do that next on The Sports Leader.
All right, everyone, chill. This is the cooler
He's bitten a cooler
of content.
Cornucapacious of joyful news.
We might be on to something. Yeah, baby! Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, it is the cooler of content on the Murph and Marcus Show on a Wednesday morning. Kerry Crowley filling in for Brian Murphy today and tomorrow before Murph makes his return on Friday. And we should tell you that the cooler of content is sponsored by Marin Health. With top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay, Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. And unfortunately, Kerry Crowley, we are getting closer and closer to the end of summer. As I know, schools are starting up soon. I don't have any kids, but I hear Murph talk about his kids each and every day. And I know they're heading back towards school. So it feels like this is a good time to reflect on maybe some of our favorite moments of this past summer. And let's start with 49ers training camp, because they always do these like mini mic'd up moments where the social media team will ask players a question. Well, down at Levi Stadium on the 49ers practice field in Santa Clara, they had one of these mini mic moments where they asked 49er players like Brock Purdy and George Kittle some of their favorite memories from over the summer.
I had to see the Grateful Dead twice. Daddy Cole the Sphere, woo! With Bosa.
I'm a Disney dad, and I took my girls to Disneyland for her 8th birthday. It was awesome.
Watched my daughter be born.
This off season, probably be drive my new zero-turn John Deere.
My sister made 4 straight Dean's List, so we took her out to eat, and we're going to take her on vacation. This isn't this off season, but next off season we're going to take her on vacation for graduation. So shout out to Grace. Keep on doing well. 4 straight Dean's List is something I never did, so good job, guys.
All right, well, quite the collection of characters there. That last voice you heard is probably a voice you don't really know. That's Braden Willis, one of the tight ends on the team, talking about his sister making the Dean's List, something that I also never did. So props to her, but it was kind of weird going back and forth. Like you heard George Kittle, like, yeah, I was hanging out at the Grateful Dead with Nick Bosa, and then all of a sudden, there was the new long snapper, John Weeks. Who? That's who the second guy in the video was. John Weeks talking about how he's a Disney dad. Look, I love taking care of your family and taking them to Disney. I just had no idea what the hell John Weeks looked like.
Hey, you want to spread the love. 49ers social media team, not just playing the hits. It's not just Kittle, McCaffrey, Purdy. You know, you're getting John Weeks, you're getting Braden Willis in there. Maybe a Jake Tonjes appearance at some point.
How about
we
this?
We go deep on this depth chart.
I mean, we are going deep. And now I guess the real question is whether or not John Weeks will start doing weekly hits on 107.7 The Bone.
Oh, my God.
Shout out Tabor Pepper hanging out with Lamont and Tonelli each and every week. I wonder who the hell is going to be their weekly 49er guest.
That's amazing because Tonelli, you know, was my special teams coach in high school.
Right.
So he got Tabor Pepper long snapper. That's a good connection.
I would listen to a podcast every day of Paul Tonelli and Kerry Crowley talking special teams.
You know, Paul would probably refuse to do that with the way that I played special teams. Or lack thereof. Didn't really play special teams. Was just a warm body out there for his squad.
Yeah. Well, I will say it was cool hearing about some of these summer events. Now, we knew about Nick Bosa and George Kittle going to the Grateful Dead concert together because we had them both on our show a couple weeks ago down in training camp, and we essentially spent the entire Nick Bosa interview talking about the Grateful Dead experience and how young Tony experienced that also earlier this summer. But I will say, last night at the Giants game, it was like Grateful Dead night. They did not do a great job playing Grateful Dead music or rejoins or anything like that. I don't know. I wasn't feeling the vibe. You were out there last night, right? Were you out there in your tie-dye?
I was out there pregame. Pregame, yeah.
For a little jam session?
Had to get home, beat the traffic, so I left before first pitch.
Yeah, I don't know. It seemed like it wasn't the greatest representation of the Dead last night at the game. Like, even like the 8th inning sing-along, it was a Journey. It wasn't Grateful Dead. I'm like, it's Grateful Dead night. Can I get some more Dead in my life? Young Tony, I know you're a Deadhead. You get what I'm saying?
100. Dude, Triple E was out there, and he let everybody know. He put it on social media.
Triple E was out there.
He's a Grateful Dead guy.
Wow. So how do we have audio of the lady screaming behind home plate from a couple of nights ago, but we don't have audio of Triple E cackling behind home plate from last night? Those are the questions and the answers that I need to know. But young Tony, since we are playing a little Dead right here, would you say that was the highlight of your summer, or what would be the highlight of your summer?
Ooh, we were just discussing in the break. I think I got to go outside, Lance. As the city kids say.
What's that?
Yeah.
outside lands.
Yeah.
Kerry Crowley is more of an inside lands kind of guy.
What's outside lands?
Inside of San Francisco,
Yeah.
they don't like the outsiders.
I mean, it's a great event. It's a 3-day it's a 3-day event.
Happy to host you in our city, Tony.
Dude, Golden Gate Park is just cool on its own.
Glad you're learning that now. Glad you know that now, brother.
Hey, the Panhandle learned about this over the weekend. The reason why it's called the Panhandle?
Oh, my goodness.
What's the reason, Tony? Teach us.
Because Golden Gate Park is kind of shaped almost like a long hot dog, but it's like everybody calls it the pan, right? And then there's like a long, small part. It sounds weird on the air.
There we go.
It's a smaller part that's like the Panhandle.
Yeah.
So that's what it's
11
called.
months of the year, Golden Gate Park, greatest park in America. Then there's August.
Yeah, then Tony shows
Wow.
up with all of his buddies. This is great. We do so many segments. What did young Tony ask? What did young Tony learn? I would love a segment of just young Tony teaching San Francisco history to people who were born in San Francisco. Like we should
I would love that.
Just make John Joe Curley sit in studio with the headphones on, but don't let him turn the microphone on. And he's just got to sit there as young Tony fires off takes about the city that he grew
How
up in.
about the next day someone asked about it, and I was like, dude, let me tell you. I know all about it.
That's
Of
it.
course.
Next thing you know, young Tony is
This
the
is
expert.
amazing.
But Carrie, I'll ask you the same question. You have a favorite moment from this summer?
Favorite moment from this summer, moving back.
Oh, yeah.
Moving back to the city. I'm now down in Cow Hollow. This is the only city I've ever wanted to live in my life, and I'm back here permanently. So there's nothing better. I'm now neighbors with John Joe Curley.
Yeah.
Now got an easy commute to the studio as opposed to my 3,000-mile commute that I was making hosting shows with you guys the last couple of years. So nothing better than living in the city by the bay.
Oh, I would say it's great that you're in John Joe Curley's neighborhood. But after hearing about how many times his truck has been broken into, I don't know if that's a good thing or not.
I'll tell you, no one's breaking into my Chevy Cruze.
No, I don't know. Have you seen John Joe Curley's truck? He's got an old, beat up hunk of
I
junk.
will tell you, no one's breaking into my car.
Yeah, I'm like, who the hell wants John Joe Curley's truck? That's the question. But maybe if John Joe Curley had a few more dollars to his name, he can buy himself a new truck. And maybe the hyena, Diomede Lenor, had a couple extra bucks to go buy himself a car this offseason. Let's go with Cut J here, Tony, if we can. This was Diomede Lenor on the Richard Sherman podcast on the topic of whether or not money has changed him.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I feel like the money didn't change me, the love of the game. I always had the love of the game. I always played this game with just love and just, pure just want to. Some people, like, they just wake up and just, they say it, but, actions speak louder than words. So I'm more one of them guys, that just like to work. I really rather come in and work and just prove my worth.
Yeah, and we saw that action last year from Demo. I thought he could have been in consideration for an all-pro defensive back last year. I think he'll be on the short list this year. Demo, to me, was one of the guys that got actually rewarded for his play last year, and deservedly so.
Yeah, and I think that you will see an even greater uptick in his production by the fact that he will just play outside corner this year. The 49ers seem solidified at nickel corner with Upton Stout, which is one of the most difficult positions to play in the entire NFL, especially with the modern offenses. But what I love about Lenor is he truly is an in-your-face kind of guy as a cornerback. He's not afraid of anyone, and now as an outside corner, he's going to be going up against teams' number 1 and number 2 receivers. He's no longer going to be in the slot in that pivot position. So I think you're going to see continued improvement from Lenor this season.
Yeah, and he's got that attitude of a hyena, which might be one of my favorite nicknames of 49er players going into the season. Here was Demo talking about how he has spent extra time in the film room and how that has morphed him into this persona as a hyena.
Yeah, I would say I watched way more film, like, after that play, because I was like, I never was a film guy. So, like, once it happened, I was like, oh, this works. Like, I should start doing this. So then I started picking up on more tendencies, and then I just created the hyena.
The origin story of the hyena that started after picking off Dak Prescott in the playoffs, which he talked about with Richard Sherman being one of his favorite plays in his NFL career. But I got to say, Kerry, I'm here for the hyena.
Also, low-key fascinating that he made it as far as he did, never being a film guy.
Yeah, not a film guy.
I think that's kind of like critical to the foundation of any football player's ability is to study film, pick up tendencies, understand how the other team's trying to put you in bad spots. But good for now that he's unlocked film, who knows what's next?
Dude, I feel like I should start reading the John Joe Curley rundowns because I've been going my entire career without reading the rundowns. Could you imagine how good of a radio host I could be if I actually paid attention to the rundown? Well, I'll pay attention to it right now because the rundown says Mike Sando is coming up next with his QB tiers and his rankings of Brock Purdy. More 49er football talk next on the Murph and Marcus Show on the Sports Leader.
I just know the hyena can't be with.
The hyena can't what?
Can't be with.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader. Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, it's time for one of our favorite conversations of the year on the Murph and Marcus Show. And the Murph and Marcus Show this morning is being hosted by Marcus Boucher and Kerry Crowley filling in for Brian Murphy. But joining us on the UMA guest line is the Athletics NFL writer Mike Sando, who curates the tier list that the entire NFL world will talk about each and every summer. So it is that time now, Mike, as we get closer and closer to the football season. Appreciate you taking some time out this morning to join the Murph and Marcus Show. How we doing today?
I'm doing great. Good to be here. Thank you.
Perfect, man. Looking forward to the 49ers and Raiders squaring off this weekend, but let's get straight into this tier list. Now, Mike, every summer we bring up this tier list, and somebody always texts in asking one question. Why should I care about this list? And we tell them it's because it's curated with 50 NFL coaches and executives to give their perspective, their thoughts, and their opinions. So talk to us about that process and how you get all this information and what the results were this year.
Yeah, so I've been covering the league for 28 years, so I know a fair number of people, have good relationships, good trust. And the last 12 years, we've come up with this concept of the tiers. And I say we because it is people in the league have informed, you know, hey, what are the tiers? What really matters at the position? And so, you know, I will start usually after the draft because then we know, you know, who's drafted a quarterback. We sort of know the quarterback rooms, for lack of a better term. And I'll take all the veterans who got to have played a year at least to get into this thing. And we'll, you know, I'll just start reaching out to people in front offices on coaching staffs. There's a lot of people. I get 50 every year. This year, I think there were 6 GMs, 6 assistant GMs, 6 former GMs who are working in different roles. I think I had 5 other execs, 8 head coaches, 15 coordinators, 4 other coaches. So it's a nice little cross section. You end up getting a, you know, kind of a market analysis of how people view the position. And there's always some, you know, surprises or things that are controversies or fun things to talk about and debate.
Yeah, Mike, and you know that in this market, 49er fans want to know, where is Brock Purdy ranked? So what can you tell us about him being the last quarterback ranked in that tier 2 of quarterbacks?
Yeah, so that's going to put him, what is he? I guess he's 14th in this. And so he slipped a couple of spots after last season when they went 6-11. I think you could debate whether he should have slipped at all. In some ways, he redeemed himself by trying to do more with less. But he's solidly in the second tier. There's a big gap before the top of the third tier, which is where Kyler Murray is. But I think Brock needs a good. If he goes 6-11 again, I mean that may be pinned on him a little bit, and they may he would possibly slip into tier 3. But I think he's a solid tier 2 quarterback. At the bottom of tier 2 is probably appropriate. I don't think that his physical skill set lends itself to probably jumping into the top tier where we have Joe Burrow, Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, and then just barely squeaking in there Matthew Stafford. But I think he's a solid tier 2, and to me that means you can probably get to and win a Super Bowl with your guy if you're good enough around him.
Mike, as you develop this list, I'm sure you come into it with a preconceived notion or an idea of how it may unfold, particularly because you've done this for 12 years now. What to you was maybe the biggest surprise in terms of curating the 2025 QB tier list?
Yeah, so I have a few of them. One, I mean, Stafford being in tier 1 after 11 straight years in tier 2 is a little bit eyebrow raising. I would say this, though. He moved across the state line, to use an analogy, but he moved like 200 yards. He was already on that border. So I don't think they totally reassessed him. I thought that Jared Goff may fall some, not because he deserves it, but because he lost Ben Johnson as his really esteemed offensive coordinator in Detroit. I wondered if people would sort of predict a fall for him, but no, he's solidly, near the top of tier 2. We didn't know what was going to happen with Rodgers. He got votes in 4 different tiers. He's in tier 3. And then of the young guys, the class of 2024, I mean, I don't know if surprise is the word, but I was really struck by just how many people questioned Caleb Williams and specifically his ability to process the game quickly. That came up over and over again, maybe a little bit of a red flag, something to watch as, we saw Jaden Daniels and Bo Nix have better seasons, and Drake May is actually just one spot ahead of Caleb Williams here. I think that's interesting for somebody who was the consensus number 1 pick of his class.
Mike, you mentioned Brock Purdy dropping 2 spots in the ranking versus last season. He was 12th this year. He's coming in at 14th. What do you think Brock Purdy needs to show these executive and coaches around the league to maybe climb up these rankings going into next season?
Well, I think, hopefully for them, they don't have the similar type of injuries, but, maybe flourish a little bit more, a little bit longer, put it on your back a little bit more when some of your guys are out. I don't know how realistic that is, but I thought, over the course of last season, maybe that wore on him a bit as the season went on, even though I think early on I thought he distinguished himself pretty well. So that could be it. Sometimes if you can prop it up and win, even when it falls apart a little bit around you, you're going to move up.
Mike, as you build this list, obviously you get down to tier 3 and tier 4, and there's some teams that are in flux with their QB situations. There are teams that are considering maybe making midseason change. Are there any teams or franchises that you're watching in particular this year where there could be, a major adjustment that, is a philosophical shift moving forward in how they view their own quarterback position? What teams are you paying attention to closely near the bottom of the list?
Well, in tier 3, towards the upper part of tier 3, I think Tua Tagovailoa with his health situation, where Miami's at as a franchise, they really went all in with their spending and now have kind of backed off. So I think that's a place where there's a lot of, pressure this year. And so with the head coach and the quarterback, that is definitely one to watch. I think going through this, Bryce Young finished nicely with Carolina, but his career was flickering. And so if he were to regress or struggle a little bit this year when, maybe there's, defenses are taking them a little bit more seriously than they were last year when Carolina was out of it. I think that's one where certainly something could happen. I think with the Giants, it's just a matter of time before Russell Wilson gives way to Jackson Dart. I don't know that Russell's a full season starter at this point. So, Indy for sure is a place that, it looks like Anthony Richardson's not going to be the guy, and it's hard to believe that Daniel Jones will be for the long term. So I think you got to keep those places in mind for sure, in addition to Pittsburgh with Aaron Rodgers.
Sam Darnold is one of those quarterbacks listed in Tier 3. He'll be starting up in Seattle. Mike, we know that you're stationed up in Seattle. So what can you tell us about the buzz surrounding Sam Darnold going into the season?
Well, locally, it's, from what I picked on, I think he started a little slowly in camp and has progressed. I think some of that was just because he knows the offense better than the rest of the guys there. Clint Kubiak, late of the 49ers, is their OC. I think their shift this year, it's going to be hard, maybe unfair to Geno Smith to compare the two players year over year, just because I think they're going to take the ball out of the quarterback's hands a little bit. I think they're going to try to run the ball more. They already turned it around on defense. They ended up having a top 10 defense last year, which was a big change from the last few years of Pete Carroll when the defense really struggled. So I think they're going to defense, run the ball. Sam Darnold will, probably do fine in that context. I think that when he has to do more and put it on his back, I think it's going to be less consistent, and that's what you expect for most of these quarterbacks. That's why he's not, high in Tier 2 or let alone higher than that.
I know the goal of this exercise is to evaluate all the starting quarterbacks around the NFL and kind of create some delineation between the elites, the greats, the goods, and the subpars, the people who could be losing their jobs. But Mike, I also wonder from your perspective, obviously you're getting information about the starters, but how much intel have you gained through the years about backups? Because I think the 49ers this year feel better about their situation and having Mac Jones, who's been a starter, than they did last year, and Brandon Allen and Josh Dobbs. Do you learn anything about backups like Jones through this process?
Yeah. I think what I've learned over the years about backups is most teams, it's a wasteland at the number 2 spot for most of the teams. And it feels like you're in huge trouble if you lose your guy. So I think to whatever extent you have somebody that you think you can win with, maybe even over a longer period of time, you're in the minority of teams. So I think Mac Jones is interesting that way. Obviously Kyle Shanahan gets a lot of credit, probably rightfully so, for being able to have efficient offenses and efficient quarterback play with almost whoever he puts in there. Jimmy Garoppolo had good years. Brock Purdy's having good years, probably better years than people expected. So they certainly hope they don't have to go to Mac Jones. But part of me would be very curious to see it. Just with the draft history where everyone thought they were going to take him, Mac Jones was in a bad situation in New England. So I would be a little bit optimistic about their backup situation and actually kind of curious to see what it would look like.
Jalen Hurts is the only quarterback in Tier 2 that has won a Super Bowl, Mike. So how much do you think that success has changed the evaluation process of someone like Jalen Hurts and where he climbs up in the rankings?
It hasn't. This is such an interesting thing. And we have a Scoop City newsletter at The Athletic that they asked me to contribute something to every week. And here's what I was struck by with Jalen Hurts. Like 2 years ago when he was coming off the Super Bowl loss, he was higher in this thing than he is now after winning it. And I think here's why. I think he was younger then. And so when he made some real improvements in his game. He improved as a passer. And I think people were optimistic that growth might continue. But instead, they feel like, he didn't necessarily take another step as a passer. And instead, they built up the team around him and took the ball out of his hands to run the ball with Saquon Barkley. And Jalen Hurts is a big part of the run game too. But there isn't really a feeling among the voters here that it would be a good idea to put more of the passing game or more of the load on him as a passer. So I think that's why he is tied for 9th as opposed to being higher than some guys that he's won more than, whether it's C.J. Stroud, Justin Herbert, a young Jaden Daniels. He could make a case for what he's done as what his team has done to be higher than he is.
Mike, big picture on NFC quarterbacks in general. When you're looking at Brock Purdy in this list, we can go through the process of elimination and find out where these NFL executives rank him among the NFC. But in your opinion, where do you think he ranks among NFC quarterbacks?
That's fascinating. So I would put Stafford ahead of him. I think you have to probably put Jaden Daniels ahead of him. Is he similar to Goff? I mean, Goff's probably a little bit more established, but you probably put him in that Goff world. With Jalen Hurts, I think you'd get I don't think everybody would take Hurts over him. Philly fans will probably not like me for that. I would take him over Dak Prescott probably. Jordan Love, I think we're in that upside world. Do you want to bet on something that he hasn't really done yet? So I think that's what we're talking about, and he's clearly ahead of the Kyler Murrays of the world.
I like it. The voice you hear right now is Mike Sando. Last couple of minutes joining us on Uma Guest Line, talking about his tiers list that he puts out every single summer. And Mike, getting away from the list, just your big picture thought on the 49ers going to the season. There's been a lot of discussion about, are they rebuilding? Are they retooling? Is the Super Bowl window still open? Just your thoughts on them going into the season.
Well, it's funny. I think they're going to end up setting a franchise record for spending this year, which wasn't the way this was going to start the offseason. A lot of that's because of Brock Purdy. I think super big picture, more of the burden over time is going to go on to Purdy just because he's making all that money, and it will, affect the rest of the roster a little bit unless they draft especially well. I do think they're going to be better on defense. I think getting Robert Saleh back is going to help. So I see them as a team that, they may have one of the biggest reversals in terms of wins from last year to this year. They were 6-11. I wouldn't be shocked if that kind of turned around and they won 10, 11 games.
And Mike, everyone here in San Francisco is counting down the days until week 1 of the regular season. We know you're based up in Seattle, follow the Seahawks. And I wonder from your perspective, do you think that the Seahawks will be much improved this year in year 2 of Mike McDonald?
So they won 10 games last year, did not go to the playoffs. I think that they are going to be, how can I say this, a more coherent or more complementary team, put it that way. I think last year was very uncomfortable for the head coach because that's Mike McDonald, former defensive coordinator of the Ravens, because they had a first-time OC in Ryan Grubb, who had been at the University of Washington, and he wanted to throw the ball all the time. So I think you're going to see a defense run game type of a team. I think they're going to be a tough, a little bit harder nosed team than they've been in the past. And so, am I going to take the over on the 10 wins? I mean, I don't know if I'm going to quite do that, but I think they'll be a little bit better. I do.
Yeah, the NFC West is going to be very intriguing this season. And Mike, I'd say keep your phone near you week 1 of the season. I'm sure we'll give you a call to jump on the airwaves. But I really appreciate you giving us a couple minutes this morning to break down this tiers list and joining the Murph and Marcus show. Thanks a lot, Mike.
Thank you. I always love the conversation. Have a good one.
Perfect. There he is. Mike Sando, one of the best NFL writers in the world, and also one of the best landlines in the country.
Yeah. Gotta love the landline connection here on 50,000 watts. I think that's what makes radio special. The folks who get there on the landline, you sometimes you get John Lynch on the landline. I know that Mayoko at one point was a landline guy. It's just a real clean way to come on the radio.
Yeah, and I want to hear those clean takes about how Mike Sando personally would put Brock Purdy ahead of Dak Prescott.
Yeah.
Would think about taking him over Jalen Hurts. Would think about taking him over Jared Goff and Baker Mayfield. And that's why I think it is interesting, because Mike Sando will catch a lot of ricochet comments from people like, oh, why do I care about what Mike Sando has to say? No, read the article. Listen to the podcast. Listen to the conversation. These are 50 up to 60 different NFL executives, GMs, coaches, NFL insiders giving their opinions. But that doesn't mean that Mike Sando and everybody else who watch football can't also have their opinions.
And remember, even though this is anonymous, even though Mike will never reveal the coaches and executives who are playing a part in this, I think at some level, pride kicks in for some of these guys, and they recognize, I missed on Brock Purdy. I don't want to necessarily put him so high on this list that it makes me look bad. I think you want to hold him back if you say we're a guy who was higher on Baker Mayfield or higher on Jared Goff, one of these top overall picks coming out of the draft. You don't want to necessarily in your own mind even allow yourself to think, man, that was a really bad evaluation that I had on this quarterback.
Yeah, who knows if some of these guys are looking for validation, like, oh, yeah, I drafted Baker Mayfield in the first round. I should have him as a top 10 quarterback in my evaluation. But you're right, perception is reality, and the reality is that the 49ers are coming off a 6-11 season, which caused Brock Purdy to drop down 2 spots in these rankings from number 12 to number 14, but he's still in that tier of quarterbacks that Mike Sando thinks that you can go out and win a quarterback with.
And look, by next year, if the 49ers win the NFC West and go to the NFC Championship game this year and accomplish all of their goals, Brock Purdy could very easily be in the 7 to 8 range next year. I don't think that's without the realm of possibilities, because he's got a ton of talent around him. He's got a track record of success in the NFL. He's just coming off of a 6-11 season. So his 14 on this list, the floor for Brock Purdy, I think you could make the argument that it probably is. Now that he's moving forward, now that he's got 3 full years of experience under his belt, it wouldn't shock me if this is the lowest that we see Purdy on this list in the next 5, 6, 7 years.
A wise man once said, the ceiling is the roof. The ceiling is the roof for Brock Purdy. We'll see how high that ceiling is this season with the 49ers. But a lot of talk about the 49ers offense. Let's switch it up and talk a little 49ers defense with Teddy Bruski. That's who we got on the guest list. It's Teddy Bruski, who was born in San Francisco, talking about the San Francisco 49ers next on the Murph and Marcus Show with Kerry Crowley in for Brian Murphy.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product. It's time for the Young Tony and John Joe question of the day.
Yes, indeed. And you just heard Mike Sando break it all down. Sounds like Brock Purdy might rank in the top 3 in the NFC for him. Where would you rank Brock Purdy among NFC quarterbacks? You can join the conversation in the YouTube chat now.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, we are back on the Murph and Marcus show on a Wednesday morning. Kerry Crowley filling in for Brian Murphy, and we are scheduled to have Teddy Bruski on this segment to talk a little 49er football, but we are currently making that connection. We'll see if that happens, see if Teddy has some takes on the 49ers preseason or their expectations going into the 2025 season. But it sounds like the connection has been made on the UMA guest line, and this is a fun one because not only is Teddy Bruski a 3-time Super Bowl champion, but he's also a Bay Area native. So, Teddy, really appreciate you joining the Murph and Marcus show this morning. I'm Marcus Boucher. We have Kerry Crowley filling in for Brian Murphy today. How we doing, Teddy? Oh, and we dropped him.
He just dropped.
This feels like my Marty Laurie tie moment. Teddy, tie. We'll see if we can reconnect with Teddy Bruski.
If we can't, we can do 10 minutes on Kai Wei Tang.
Yeah, I know. Young Tony is going to be drinking the orange tang today to watch this guy Kai Wang Tang.
Now we're good, gentlemen.
Reconnecting. Try number 2. Teddy Bruski joining us on the UMA guest line, 3-time Super Bowl champion and Bay Area native. Teddy, thanks for joining the Murph and Marcus show. Kerry Crowley and Marcus Boucher.
I'm back.
We got you, Teddy. How you doing this morning?
With you.
Yeah,
I'm doing great. I'm doing great.
Glad to have you back in the Bay Area, or should I say the Bay Area airwaves. But let's get into what you're talking about this morning, because not only are you a 3-time Super Bowl champion, not only are you a Bay Area native, but you're also a stroke survivor. So tell us about the Abbott Heartmates and your plan to speak to some of these Bay Area heart health survivors.
Yes, I'm here visiting Abbott in Santa Clara, hundreds of employees in the heart technology space. I have a device in my heart called an occluder. It was made here in Santa Clara, so it's sort of a full circle moment for me to come and visit these employees. The Heartmates program is special to me because it's a community of survivors, of caregivers, of heart survivors specifically that have had heart events. You know, I've had a stroke. There have been heart transplants. There are so many survivors that are a member of Heartmates that form a community. Guys, how often can you talk to somebody that also had a stroke and a hole in their heart and also had to come back and have a comeback in their lives? This is a community that can do that. And I've been all over the country for Abbott, Santa Clara, Minnesota. I'm going to D.C. It's been so fun to be a part of this program because it provides support for so many.
Yeah, and people can find out more about this program at abbott.com/heartmaze. Now, Teddy, tell us about this event down in Santa Clara and what you're doing back in the Bay Area today.
Well, I'm back in the Bay Area to just basically give a big thank you to all the employees here. My device was made here, which is very strange to me. I was born and raised here, went to New England, played football, won 3 Super Bowls, and after my 3rd Super Bowl, I had a stroke, and they told me I had a hole in my heart. And not only did they tell me that, they said, you need a device to close it. And so that started me on a journey of a comeback and a lot of things that I had to go through in my life, and to really backtrack and find out the origins of how this happened and how the device was made, to come here in Abbott and visit all the employees that have done that. They're very special people. They save lives. It's great for me to come here and thank them and just provide a patient story for them, a survivor story, and just thank them for everything that they do.
Yeah, I love that this is a full circle story coming back together and bringing you back to the Bay Area. Now, some of our audience might not know that you were actually born out here in San Francisco, grew up in Roseville. So I'm guessing, did you grow up a 49er fan, Teddy?
You know, I was a little conflicted. I grew up a Dallas Cowboys fan, but I was born in Kaiser Permanente on Geary Street, lived right there, Golden Gate and Golf, went to Marina Middle School, and right when I was about to go to Galileo High School, we moved out to Roseville. And from there to the University of Arizona, and from the University of Arizona to New England. And I've been in New England ever since. But my heart is here in San Francisco, where I grew up, taking the 5 Fulton to middle school and all my schools, and 22 Fillmore, those type of buses. So I remember fondly my time here in San Francisco. And the Niners have been pretty good also lately.
Man, that's incredible, Teddy. Not too many guests throwing out the 5 Fulton line. I live down by Gal myself over on Gough Street. So, yeah, love that. So much to talk about with you here. And one of the things that fascinates me about your career is obviously you got to see Tom Brady when he came in out of University of Michigan, was drafted early on by the New England Patriots. No one expected him to take over and start for Drew Bledsoe, but he obviously does that after Bledsoe goes down with the injury. At what point did you know that Brady could be great for you guys? Because I think a lot of folks in San Francisco were not expecting much out of Brock Purdy, and now he's the guy. He's the face of this franchise out here, and I think obviously you never want to compare someone to the greatest of all time, but there are some parallels in the early stages of their careers and how they took over.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd say we won our Super Bowl in the 2001 season, missed the playoffs in 2002. So I'm really not thinking, that we have anything, special at the quarterback position. But in 2003, we went back to the Super Bowl. We were very defensive dominated early on. Defense, special teams, run the football. Tom was very smart with the football. But in the second half of the Super Bowl, against the Carolina Panthers, I actually had a moment where it was like, this guy, we couldn't stop the Carolina Panthers at times, and Tom basically put the team on his back. And then I think it was that point there where we have something special here. The sky's the limit in terms of potential. And not only did we go on to win that Super Bowl, we won another Super Bowl, multiple AFC championship appearances. And then the 2007 season, I think, was the culmination of everything when we provided Randy Moss, and then Wes Welker came in. We almost go undefeated, losing to the Giants in the Super Bowl. But it still took a few years for me to see that. And Brock Purdy, he's had his moments, some great moments, and you hope that there are more moments for him. I know the Niners lost 8 starters, I think it was. They drafted defense like their first 5 or 7 picks. They've got injuries already. They've got great positional players at various positions, some of the best in the league. Love Fred Warner, George Kittle, Nick Bosa. I mean, Purdy's a good player, but McCaffrey, of course. But can you time that out to where these rookies can really contribute? And they're playing great in December. And everyone's healthy, by the way. And you got a 37-year-old left tackle in Trent Williams, and you hope he can still play great for all 17 games. So there's a lot of things going on for the Niners and Brock Purdy, but I really cheer for the Niners at times, knowing this is my hometown, and I want to see Brock Purdy and the Niners do well.
Teddy Bruski is the voice you hear this morning on the UMA guest line. He's down in Santa Clara with Abbott Heartmates. But, Teddy, the 49ers are down in Santa Clara, too. And one of the big storylines down at training camp is the return of Robert Saleh, because even last year with the 49ers defense that still had Nick Bosa and Fred Warner and Diamo Lenor, they took a step backwards last year. So what are your expectations for this 49er defense this year with the return of Robert Saleh?
I want to see how the defensive line is, first and foremost. I know they had a couple high draft picks for the defensive line, and you're hoping to rebuild what they had back in, I think it was 2019. I mean, that historic defensive line, I think it was Armstead, Buckner. I mean, those type of guys inside that were so tall, so long, the length that they're trying to focus on with John Lynch, what he's trying to do there. Defensive line. That's what I'd focus on early on to see how good these young players can be, because I mean, being a former linebacker, guys, I know what Fred Warner is like. I mean, if he doesn't have in front of him a wall that he can trust, it's going to be hard to do his job also. So that's my main focus, and I hope that Saleh can get that defensive front, first and foremost, that front four playing well.
Teddy, it's always great to catch up with one of the Bay Area's own. We know you got to run this morning, but really appreciate you coming on and sharing your message with our audience this morning.
Marcus Carey, good talk to you, fellas.
There he is, San Francisco's own Teddy Bruski, who also grew up a Dallas Cowboys fan. I did not have that on my bingo card this morning.
If we had 10 more minutes with Teddy, we would have picked that apart.
Yeah, I mean, you can't be dropping, what was that, like Bus Muni references?
Yeah, the
and also,
5 Fulton.
How are you going to be on the 5 Fulton and be rooting for the Dallas
wearing
Cowboys?
a Cowboys starter jacket back in the late 80s, early 90s? Come on.
I bet you Dwayne is somewhere driving around with his car just smiling at the radio right now, finding out that Teddy Bruski was a Cowboys fan.
That's wild.
But especially growing up in the Bay Area. Yeah,
At
I can
that
go on an entire digression. It's like,
think about that, because he was on the Desert Storm defense at Arizona in the early 90s. And so you're thinking about when he's a middle schooler in San Francisco, you're talking early 80s, like peak 49ers Cowboys rivalry.
Dude.
And this guy's taking the side of the Dallas Cowboys.
Did you not see the Brent Jones t-shirts that said Dallas suck on them, Teddy? Yeah. Like, what are we doing here?
That is ultimate counterculture.
We sit here and we complain. Now, Carrie, you'll be able to relate. Everybody in this room right now will be able to relate to this because Murph's on vacation. But nobody in this room remembers a 49ers Super Bowl. We're all 30, 32. John Curley's 33, but 33 and younger. So none of us remember that early Cowboys-49er rivalry. Teddy Bruski does, and he picked the Cowboys.
It's shocking.
This is bad. This is bad. But a good conversation with Teddy Bruski.
Great
cause.
conversation.
And great cause. A phenomenal story, too. Him surviving that stroke earlier on in his career. Again, if you want to check out any of the information or the messages that Teddy Bruski was talking about, go ahead and visit abbott.com/heartmates to find out more information. But coming up next, we'll get some information from Tracy Sandler from 49ers training camp. Any updates on Jawan Jennings, and we'll figure out who is Brock Purdy going to throw the ball to this season? Our 49er conversation continues next with Tracy Sandler, Kerry Crowley in for Brian Murphy with Marcus Boucher on The Sports Leader.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
I don't know what I've said in the past, but I kind of view all those guys around the same time, whether it's Mustafa, whether it's Rourke, or whether it's Brandon. They're all at different stages, but where they're at, I always see them around week 6, which means that could be week 10, means it could be week 5, but that's the area where I start thinking about it, which is a long ways away. I know it's not week 1 or anything like that, and so it's something I'm not really thinking about too much.
The voice of Kyle Shanahan giving an update, or maybe not so much of an update, on Brandon Ayuk and when he could potentially return to the 49ers. A lot of questions about that wide receiver room and all the injuries that are stacking up. So it's a perfect time to go out on the UMA guest line to our newest 49er insider, the CEO and founder of Fangirl Sports Network, and the voice that you will hear every Wednesday morning on the Murph and Marcus show in the 9 a.m. hour. It's Tracy Sandler. Tracy, thanks for joining the Murph and Marcus show this morning. Murph is on a bit of a sabbatical this week, so we have Carrie Crowley filling in from the SF Standard. So, Tracy, thanks for joining us this morning. How you doing?
I am good. Thank you for having me.
Looking forward to our weekly conversations, and let's get straight into the talk that we were just hearing from Kyle Shanahan about updates on Brandon Ayuk. I know that there were a few updates on Juwan Jennings right now, but what is your read of the current status and situation inside that wide receiver room?
Well, it is a bit of a conundrum, I think is the best way that I can put it, but they have a lot of questions. They seem to be, I'm looking at them kind of like a club, like one comes back and one gets injured. So Jordan Watkins gets injured and we see Jacob Cowing come back, but there are a lot of question marks in there, and they're getting close to a point where they may have to handle it, where they may have to go out and get somebody else, because then the other question mark, of course, is Demarcus Robinson, and he's waiting on a word from the league on what a suspension is going to be from a DUI charge. So there's a lot going on in there. The only thing that's for sure right now is Ricky Pearsall, who's having a great camp, and also that Jacob Cowing has a real opportunity after missing all that time, which was a concern. The 49ers were so excited about him in the spring that he comes into camp, gets injured, he's been gone. So him coming back is big, but there are a lot of questions, as you said, in that wide receiver room, just based on injuries and other issues.
Tracy, we have known for more than a month now that Juwan Jennings has wanted a new contract. He said as much before the start of training camp, and now he's been dealing with the calf injury. Do you think that he ultimately gets it? Do you think the 49ers are going to give in on this request? Is there some middle ground here that they can potentially find, or do they want Jennings to play out this season healthy and on the contract that he signed last offseason?
I don't think they have a lot of choice but to get it done. The person who has all the leverage here is definitely Juwan Jennings. He was their most productive wide receiver last year. He was their projected wide receiver 1 at the moment going into this year. I don't think they have a lot of choice. The thing is, it's a little bit more complicated than just pay him because of the dollars that are allocated elsewhere in the wide receiver room and elsewhere on the team. But perhaps there is a middle ground that they can come to, but I just don't think they have a choice. They need Juwan Jennings. If they start the season, which, by the way, their season starts 3 weeks from Sunday, they need wide receivers. So in my mind, if they can't get this done, and assuming there's a couple things here. I mean, I think he really actually is injured. So there's that. So they need him to be healthy. Let's assume he's healthy. They need to get this done because you don't want to have to go out and get a different wide receiver and pay him some money that you could have been paying to Juwan Jennings because you couldn't find a good middle ground. So I think they're going to have to figure it out. I think they just don't have really any choice right now.
Tracy Sandler is the voice you hear this morning on the UMA guest line. She'll be joining us as our KNBR 49ers insider each and every week on Wednesday mornings in the 9 a.m. hour. And earlier today, before the 9 a.m. hour, we had Mike Sando on our show. And Tracy, you know, each and every year he puts out his quarterback tiers list with 50 NFL executives giving their thoughts on the quarterback rankings. They had Brock Purdy as the last quarterback in QB, or in tier 2, I should say, and ranked as the 14th best quarterback in the NFL. What's the Tracy Sandler breakdown on that list?
I just think it's so funny to me, and maybe people will never get past it, that this should be like the greatest story. The last pick in the draft turns into a franchise quarterback who takes his team to the NFC Championship game and then the Super Bowl. And instead, people just can't get past it. I'm not saying he's number one. I'm not even saying he's number 6, but he should not be higher than 10 or lower than 10, in my opinion. But I think a little bit of what it is it's like threatening to the NFL and their scouting program that if the last pick in the NFL draft could be a franchise quarterback, what are we doing? Even though it really isn't about that. So I put Brock in the top 10. I think he's proven that. I think there are other quarterbacks that get in these top 10 lists that Brock has done more than in such a short amount of time. But by the same token, I don't really think Brock Purdy cares. I just really don't think he does. I think it gives him maybe extra motivation, maybe adds a little bit of a chip on his shoulder, but ultimately he just goes out there and does his thing, and I believe he'll continue to be successful, and they could rank him 14 or 27 or 3, and I just don't think it cares and really affects him in his day-to-day.
Brock's certainly focused on team success. He's reiterated it on these airwaves when he appeared with Murph and Marcus. And, Tracy, for the 49ers to achieve that level of success, they're going to need a much better defensive line this year. They've invested so many resources with the first and second round draft picks, Mykel Williams, Alfred Collins. You can talk about C.J. West and Sebastian Valdez, even the undrafted rookie free agent. What do you think the defensive line rotation looks like right now for this 49ers team, and who's stood out to you so far during training camp in the first preseason game?
I think from a pure talent perspective, Mykel Williams has really shown that he is the real deal. I think he's going to need a little fine-tuning, and he seems to so far have been more successful inside than outside, but obviously he's injured right now. But I think someone on the line that has been kind of a surprise is C.J. West. He's done, I think, better than maybe people thought he would. Just right off the bat, the talent certainly is there. You mentioned Sebastian Valdez, who I would like to just say yesterday after practice, there were a number of people from the military there, and people came and signed autographs, and Sebastian Valdez went right down that line signing autograph after autograph, and I thought that was great. So there's just a little fun tidbit for you. But he's been obviously super surprising. But, the D-line is going to be young. There are going to be some ups and downs. It's going to be a work in progress. With that being said, I still think they will, on the aggregate and overall, be better than they were last year. But I think the defense is very exciting as a whole. You have Robert Saleh back. You have a lot of young talent. But that young talent's also going to come with some ups and downs. So we have to be a little bit realistic on those expectations to start the season.
Tracy, last weekend, we really didn't see any of the 49ers starters, which was expected after their joint practice with the Denver Broncos. But I believe they're having another joint practice with the Raiders tomorrow. Have you heard anything about the game plan of who potentially could be playing this weekend?
Not yet. We'll talk to Kyle tomorrow after the joint practice. I imagine it'll be somewhat similar because of the joint practice. Usually when they have a joint practice, people don't see how many times I can say joint practice in this sentence. The starters don't end up playing in the game because they get so much work. So we'll see. I mean, the injury situation makes it that maybe you would see a few more just because there aren't going to be as many people available, but I think it's going to be similarly. It's interesting though, because normally this is the game that's kind of the quote unquote dress rehearsal for San Francisco. But after a joint practice, a tough joint practice in the hot Las Vegas or Henderson, Nevada, I think it'll probably be somewhat similar. One thing to really look out for, though, is we've talked about the wide receiver room. The 49ers need to see what they have in some of these wide receivers and in Russell Gage and some of these other guys, and they're going to need better quarterback play. So it will be very interesting to see how they handle that. We may see a lot more of Mac Jones than we did last time.
Tracy, real quick, just a follow-up. Have you heard anything about potentially canceling the joint practice because of all the injuries that the 49ers are dealing with?
No, Kyle was asked about it the other day, and it did not sound like it was a possibility. I mean, last year they had to cancel with the Saints, but they were in a little bit of a different position last year because there were so many veterans. But now they have so many young guys and so many new guys that do need the work that I don't think that that's on the table. It's a fair question, and I think it was a fair question to Kyle, but I think it's not necessarily on the table just because they need the work against this Raiders team. So we will see. I mean, if we learn this afternoon that 3 more guys had some sort of injury issue, then perhaps. But it sounds like they're gonna, go forward with it, and who's ever in there will be in there.
Tracy, outside of the wide receivers, who we obviously discussed here, what to you is maybe the most interesting position group to follow over the next 10 to 14 days or so ahead of roster cutdowns? To me, I think safety is a really intriguing spot. I think you can make the same case about maybe linebacker and corner, all the defensive groups really. What are you most focused on in terms of a position group?
Well, you just mentioned them. The secondary as a whole, I think, because of safety, you're right. Safety is a very big question mark. They have a huge injury, obviously, there with Malik Mustafa in the clip you played in the beginning. He also is looking at a week 6 timeline to come back. So Marquise Siegel has been impressive. He practiced with the ones on, what was yesterday, Tuesday. So I think that's something certainly to watch. Corner, I wouldn't have said that a couple weeks ago, but with Renardo Green having been out for several weeks and Upton Stout dealing with calf tightness, that now is a very interesting position to watch because they're going to need some people to step up, and obviously all of a sudden the CB3, CB4, CB5 becomes really important just because if those guys aren't healthy, then other people are going to have to step in there. So, and then linebacker, as you mentioned, B. Winters, I think right now certainly has the upper hand, but I'm very curious to see Nick Martin on Saturday, just because we saw a lot of talent but a lot of mistakes, which is completely natural for a rookie in his first preseason game. But I'm interested to see, what did he learn from those mistakes? What does he do differently? Because that's going to be a big thing for San Francisco. So those are the ones that I'm paying the closest attention to.
Yeah, and we'll see some of that action and more opportunities for some of these young guys this weekend out in Las Vegas. Tracy, are you traveling with the team? Are you going to be out there this weekend?
I sure will. Wouldn't miss it for the world.
All right, perfect. Maybe I'll see you out there. Maybe we'll compare some notes and go over our 49er checklist as we get closer and closer to the season. We'll continue to check in with you each and every week, so appreciate you doing it. And I'm guessing Murph will be back in the rotation next Wednesday.
All right, fantastic. Well, it was great talking to you guys.
All right, there she is, Tracy Sandler, 49er insider for The Sports Leader, also founder and CEO of Fangirl Sports Network. Tracy with some insight, and I might see Tracy out in Las Vegas this weekend because I'm actually going out traveling, paying cold, hard cash to go watch some preseason football.
Look at you, Marcus, decrying the preseason earlier, and what did young Tony ask today, and then giving your hard-earned bucks over to the folks at Allegiant Stadium to watch the 49ers and the Raiders, which, by the way, I like that these two teams are back and playing one another in the preseason. I know that wasn't the case for a long while there, but it's a good thing. It's a good thing when you get these two teams matching up. 49ers, the all AFC West preseason.
Yeah, a lot of AFC West on West action between the AFC West and the NFC West. And I'll say this, as much as I trashed preseason football earlier this morning, at least I'll still show up and watch it. Not like young Tony not showing up to watch his guy Kai Wang Tang pitch today at 12:45.
Can't do it.
Unbelievable.
I mean, we'll
Can't
see.
win with the Marcus.
Tony spends the last year on these airwaves explaining why Kai Wang Tang needs to be a part of this rotation, why the Giants are overlooking him, why he's such a big Tang fan. Guy comes up, has 2 bad outings, and all of a sudden, Tony wants nothing to do with him.
Dude, big time Tony.
This is a riff. If anybody's listening, this is totally a riff. I have nothing against the guy.
This is not a riff, Tony, because Wu-Tang is for the children and Kai Wang Tang is for young Tony. We'll try to convince young Tony to go out to the ballpark today. First pitch, 12:45, with Kai Wang Tang on the mound. We'll wrap up the show with what did young Tony learn today and get you ready for John Dickinson and Greg Silver at 10 a.m. It's the Murph and Marcus
they're
show.
live at the ballpark. If you guys want to go down there.
At Oracle Park.
58 Social.
Look, they have Kai Wang Tang on the show. I need a preview. I need Around the Ballpark. Dave Fleming. I need Kruk and Kipe on Kai Wang Tang. I need it all.
Award-winning Diamond Notes. I can tell you which, by the way, we've got about 15 Diamond Notes these days. You can pick Kai Wang Tang as your X Factor today, JD.
Stay tuned. Might be the X Factor. Might be the player to watch. Might be young Tony's favorite player. We'll wrap up the show on the other side next on The Sports Leader.
Just win, baby.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader. Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Ooh. Kai Wang Tang ain't nothing to mess with. Kai Wang Tang ain't nothing to mess with. The Murph and Marcus Show is nothing to mess with as we wrap up a show on a Wednesday morning. And as you could tell from that rejoin, Murph is not going to be out here rapping Wu-Tang Langs and Wu-Tang lyrics, I should say. I'm already starting to think about Tang and what did young Tony learn today. But this is in honor of Kai Wang Tang taking the mound today. Wu-Tang is for the children. Kai Wang Tang is for young Tony. But Kerry, let's get your final thoughts on the Giants. 12:45 first pitch today. We've spent the last 2 hours essentially avoiding talking about the Giants. And it's been quite nice because it feels like we've almost said everything that needs to be said. This is a team that's playing bad baseball. This is a team that's lost 12 out of the last 13 games at home. They're on a 5-game losing streak. Their offense is not clicking. They're struggling with runners in scoring position. But this is a narrative that we've been talking about for weeks and weeks now, Kerry.
Exactly. And when a team that has high expectations, with the Giants set for themselves and then ultimately forced the rest of baseball to readjust to after the months of April, May, the Rafael Devers trade. And when it fails to live up to those expectations, one of three things is going to happen. Either A, there are going to be structural changes to the coaching staff, potentially even with Bob Melvin's job this offseason. B, there are going to be structural changes to the roster where Buster Posey is going to reevaluate some of the core players, potentially move off of some of those core players this offseason in trades that shake up this group. Or C, a combination of both. But in no way, shape, or form do I think that Buster will look at this season and say, we're just going to run it back next year. We're just going to add on the margins and look at this core and figure out how we can supplement this group. I think that there need to be significant changes, and I think that the last 2 months have absolutely proved that to Buster and the rest of the front office.
Yeah, Kerry, in that multiple choice answer, I'll take D, all the above.
Yeah.
Because everything needs to be evaluated right now from the top down. Managers, coaches, players, the issues that they've had this year against left-handed pitching when you have a predominantly right-handed lineup.
Yep.
Like, that is so frustrating. And seeing it again yesterday with Nestor Cortez, a.k.a. Nasty Nestor. I said this earlier this morning, but I want to repeat it for our 953 crowd. Remember when everybody was freaking out about those torpedo bats? And everybody's like, oh, this is changing the game of baseball. The Yankees are cheating. It's these weird-shaped bats that basically turn them into aluminum bat. And I came on air the next day. I was like, whoa. Everybody needs to pump the brakes a little bit. The Yankees hit 7 home runs that day because they were facing off against Nestor Cortez. Nestor Cortez, who tore his UCL in the postseason last year pitching for the Yankees and never got it fixed. And that's why he's out there soft tossing 90, 91 miles per hour right down the middle of the plate. And you've got Matt Chapman, Elliot Ramos, Patrick Bailey just staring at pitches. So that's the thing. It's like we can't even sit here and complain about soft tossing lefties, hard throwing lefties, right-handed. Hell, you could throw the ball backwards. You could put Jenny Fitch out there on a softball team, and I don't think the San Francisco Giants would hit him right now, Kevin.
It is confounding. It's perplexing, and I think perhaps the worst part of all of this is you have several players who are below their career numbers, but not dramatically below their career numbers, which suggests that if nothing changes from an approach standpoint, this could happen next year. And that's why there need to be changes to either A, the coaching staff, B, the roster, or C, both. And that's why I think that Buster will spend the next 6 weeks evaluating this team and evaluating the exact moves that he can pinpoint for November, December, and January so that when February rolls around, we don't watch a mirror image of this.
Yeah, well, good news for the Giants. They're not facing a lefty today. They're taking on Nick Pivetta, who might be the best pitcher on the Padres right now with a sub-3 ERA. But he's got a tough task today as he's squaring it up against young Tony's favorite pitcher, Kai Wang Tang, which led us to what did young Tony learn today?
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now, okay?
All right, what did young Tony learn today? Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. And yes, we've been riffing all day about the fact that young Tony might be protesting the Giants' day game today because Kai Wang Tang is pitching.
It's not because of him. Let's get that clear.
Sounds like it might be, Tony. Now, the floor is yours. Why are you refusing to go drink day beers with me at the ballpark?
I just think it's better for my mental health to not go to this game. I mean, they've been like, 4 in a row losses, 11-12 or 12-13 losses at home. I mean, it's just like, Do I need to go see Nick Pivetta go 6-7 innings and just get the Giants maybe one earned run, maybe a bleeder up the third baseline? Like, come on. I mean, listen, huge Giants fan. I'll be watching on TV from home, but I think maybe go get some laundry done, do some chores. I'm going out of town this weekend.
Oh, yeah. Going out of town this weekend. So on Wednesday, he's got to get the chores done.
On Wednesday, you got to do your laundry, Tony.
I draw the line there, yeah.
That makes a lot of sense.
Are you going out of town to a music festival?
I wish. I'm going down to Orange County.
Nice, dude. Well, I'll say this. For all the frustrated Giants fans out there, go back and listen to my Prize Picks read from earlier today because you can take action against the Giants. You can take Patrick Bailey to strike out more than one time. You can take Elliot Ramos to have less than one hit. All these options are available. Or you can just throw some action on Nick Pivetta or Kai Wang Tang, who has gotten more than 3.5 strikeouts in back-to-back outings, which led to young Tony refusing to drink beer. Maybe he's going to go home and have an ice-cold glass of Tang. Which leads us to what did young Tony learn today? Because when I say the word Tang, when I mention the drink Tang, young Tony, you drew a blank, correct?
Straight over my head. I had no idea.
All right. So for the young audience that is the same generation as young Tony, Tang was like the original lemonade powder mix that debuted in 1957, Tony?
59 is this commercial we got queued up? Yeah.
We have a commercial from 1959 in black and white in honor of Murph. What did young Tony learn today from the 1950s?
It's time to wake up.
Wake up to Tang.
Tang, the happy new breakfast drink you don't squeeze, unfreeze, or refrigerate. Yet it gives your family more of the vitamin C everyone needs every day. In fact, Tang gives you more vitamin C than the finest orange juice, fresh or frozen. More vitamin A, too. And Tang is so much easier to fix. Watch. Ice-cold water in a juice glass, plus 1 rounded tablespoon of Tang. Stir, and instantly you have delicious Tang.
Instantly, you're waking up to Tang, young Tony. Now, Carrie, you're a little bit younger than I am. What's your knowledge of the classic drink Tang?
It was part of the culture when I was young. I remember people drinking some Tang. I remember it being available, and apparently that was the end of that because young Tony and his friends do not.
Dude, young Tony hit me with the commercial break. He said, "Is it like Mio?"
Hey.
I'm like, who the hell's drinking Mio these days?
Well, I mean, it's that same type of vibe.
Yes.
You know, by the way, Michael Connellback, you're Mr. KNBR. Maybe I just revealed his character.
I was going to say, wow.
He just said he had it in his pantry as a kid. Baller is the term he used.
Yeah, I was going to say John Joe Curley is a kid that had Tang in his household. I had it also. Now, the urban myth was that they created Tang for astronauts because you can take it up to space and you can mix it in. Now, don't fact check me on that.
I was going to say.
Because, young Tony and what he learns has no credibility and we don't like fact checking at all. But I don't know. If you're in space, do you want to drink Tang? Do you want to drink Tang? I don't know. I just want to see some Kai Wang Tang.
I was going to say, the only Tang we need to be discussing for the remainder of our 45 seconds here is Kai Wang.
I think we might need to clip that for tomorrow morning because in the beginning of that commercial it said, wake up to Tang. Well, guess what? 6 a.m. tomorrow morning, you'll wake up to some Tang, some Kai Wang Tang. 12:45 first pitch. Nick Pivetta is on the mound for the San Diego Padres as the Giants will try to avoid a sweep. Carrie, fun show as always. You're back again tomorrow for Murph, so we'll do it again. We'll wake up with Tang.
Can't wait, brother. Looking forward to this.
Yeah, it should be fun, but now it's time to go check in with the boys at Oracle Park. I don't think they're at the bunker. No, they're live from 58 Social. It's John Dickinson and Greg Silver taking you up the first pitch into award-winning Diamond Notes, where who knows, maybe Kai Wang Tang will be today's X factor of the game. But when it is time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Engine light on. We can fix that. JD and Greg Silver live from Oracle Park. Next.
And then I just created the hyena.
Hyena can't be with.
The hyena can't what?
Can't be with. See the Grateful Dead twice. Getting cold the spear. Woo! With Bosa. Drive my new zero-turn John Deere. My sister made 4 straight Dean's List, so we took her out to eat. That's the end of the game.
4 hours, 3 faces, 2 Gregs, and 1 place to be.
Excellent.
Greg Papa.
San Francisco!
And Greg Silver.
Let me tell you something. There is no such thing as being calm. I am fired up to be here.
This is Papa and Silver.
But for the Giants, it's feeling right now like nothing is going the Giants' way, and they're not playing clean baseball on top of it. And it is a downtrodden Giants team as they walk off the field. Man, the energy level tonight from this Giants group is not real high as they give up another run. It's 4-1. The Padres lead midway through 4.
Make it 12 out of 13 losses at home in Oracle Park. The tough road continues here for the San Francisco Giants. We are live at 58 Social. Come hang out if you're in the area. And if you're still in the mood for some Giants baseball, it's Papa and Silver, Greg Silver, John Dickinson. First off, no Greg Papa on the patio today, but we got the Bloody Marys early and maybe often with the way that we're going to have to be talking about this team the next couple hours. In all seriousness, we are thinking of you, Papa. Walter's got his Nesquik 14-gram protein drink, so we got all sorts of stuff going on. Coffee, water,
to Greg
bloodies.
right here at the top of the show.
Greg.
To Greg. We love you. We miss you.
And
we're having a couple for you.
And cheers to the staff at 58 Social and Barbara, Mary, and Jane. They came out. We're going to have a lot more guests piling in here, but I think we just got to start where we left off last night, and that is the Padres winning yet again 5-1. The Giants had hits and they had their opportunities, but when it came to getting runners touching home plate, well, you got that Wilmer Flores single in the infield in the first inning that they were trying to let roll foul. It stayed in. Casey Schmidt touches home. The next 8 innings go by without a single run. They lose it 5-1. When you lose a Logan Webb start and a Robbie Ray start at home, it hurts just that much more. The Giants are heading in one direction, and the Padres are tied with the LA Dodgers at the top of the National League West.
Incredibly, and it's 12 of the last 13, as you mentioned, and it's another night where the Giants just can't get the big hit, and it's been a major problem for this team really for the last 2 months now as we reach August the 13th, and it was 2 months ago today that the Giants reached their high mark of this season at 12 over 500. They, 2 months ago today, were tied with the Dodgers atop the National League West at 41-29, and it is all completely fallen off the mountain from there to the point where they are at a new low point of the season. 2 under. They are still only 5.5 out, but incredibly, the Arizona Diamondbacks, who did a hard sell. We talk about the Giants doing kind of the soft sell at the deadline and kind of letting everybody know that they didn't think this team was going to be good enough to be able to be a playoff contender 2 weeks ago. And, the Giants got, I thought, a little bit of a boost from the burden of expectations being lifted in New York and in Pittsburgh, and maybe even the first game back as they tried to stop the then 8-game losing streak against the Nationals at home when they win the opener. And then it started to come back to, well, you win that one and you're playing better, sweep the Nationals, then you got some action. And then they dropped 2 to the Nats and the first 2 to the Padres, who are clearly at this point tied with the Dodgers, a better team than the Giants. And now you look up and you're 2 under. You're at the low point of the season. You're not winning Logan Webb and Robbie Ray starts anymore. And it's starting to, although mathematically still not there, look like this is going to be a team that's playing out the string. And they look like a team that knows they aren't good enough. I asked Susan Slusser, I've been around enough teams in different sports, and when a team doesn't have it, they know. And internally, regardless of how much they try to dial it up and continue to compete because they're professionals, there just comes a point where they hit a wall that can't be overcome. And I feel like maybe that was delayed a little bit by the trade deadline and that anger or whatever, passion that gets kind of forwarded from the front office selling at the deadline when there was so much discussion for 2 months about buy. This team's going to buy a lot more. They don't do it. They get the boost, and now they look the reality is they're not done, but they're all but done. I think at this point.
Yeah, I think it was trending that way ever since they sold at the trade deadline when they were already in a bit of a dip. But then everything that's transpired, like you said, they got a little bit of that bump from the burden of expectations being lifted. They've been generally hitting better on the road. No surprise there with the Oracle Park struggles. But it's the runners in scoring position. It's the not getting on base, period. It's the not getting over to second base and getting out hit 17-3 by the Nationals, who have been one of the worst teams in this July into August stretch of baseball we're talking about here. So The song by U2, Stuck in a Moment You Can't Get Out of, that was always one of my favorites getting grown up. That's really where the Giants are right now. They are big time stuck in this moment, and they got to find a way to get out of it by throwing everything at the wall. You're going to see Kai Tang, after his first Major League win, getting another start today. He's only had 2 appearances. Very mixed results between Citi Field and Oracle Park. See if he can help the Giants snap out of this and avoid a sweep today. But Tyler Fitzgerald was called up. He played right field yesterday. The reason the Padres got a run in the first inning to begin with was you had an error followed by essentially a second error. Tyler Fitzgerald got lost and slipped on the shallow pop-up into right field. And then runner over on third, Robbie Ray with the balk. Runner goes home. That's just how it's been here for your orange and black over the recent stretch. And it's a lot of unforced errors, and unforced errors that they can't afford, and frankly, were never a good enough team to afford. The difference is when they got hot to start the year, the 13-5, the 41-29, all those records that we're going to mention, well, they had a lights-out bullpen, but they also were very opportunistic, despite some of the mediocre or underwhelming statistics across the board. They found a way to cash in when the time is right. They're now making errors at the worst possible time, so it's almost just completely turned on its side, upside down, and you're starting to see what it looks like for a team that was flawed to begin with, making the most of what they had, now making the least of what they have.
Well, and the thing that I just keep coming back to is how disappointing this entire season is starting to look like it will be. And again, there is still obviously time left, and it's 2 under and 5.5 out. They probably should be 8 or 9 out, to be perfectly honest. But the Mets, we talk about the Giants, 12 of 13 at home in the loss column. The Mets before last night had lost 10 of 11 overall. So you're never quite mathematically eliminated. Even though maybe you should be in a worse position now because of the third wild card and the bar is kind of lowered a little bit. And there's always going to be teams struggling and teams playing a little bit better. So it, in essence, creates the illusion that you're more in it, I think, than you really are when you're one of these teams that's in the middle of the pack in the league. And the Giants are still 9th. And hell, they're only a game ahead of Arizona now. Arizona, who did the hard sell, they're 10th right now among the 15 teams in the National League. So, but the disappointment of what it was when they were 12 over, and then you make the Rafi Devers trade, and it just adds a layer of, yes, expectation, but excitement, energy. It just,
and not just for this year. We're talking about the next 8. And to be fair, we're not erasing the potential excitement for the next 8 years here. But you were certainly thinking to be 2 days removed from tied at the top of the division and then trade for Rafael Devers?
At a minimum, you're thinking that there's going to be some positive. Maybe this team comes up short and doesn't make the playoffs, but you're at least feeling like there's some positive momentum of now you have Devers. This is a better team than they were last year, a better team than they were 22, 23, and now you wonder, is that even how is that even going to be possible now, unless they get on a run even to come up short between now and the end of the year? And yes, you still would have Devers, but I think as you separate and you look at the bigger picture, you start to wonder whether more dramatic things are still going to have to be done than maybe you would have thought would have been necessary even 3 weeks ago, even a week and a half ago, given just how bad this has gotten now at 2 under 5. I mean, they're 2 under. I mean, go back to 41 and 29. I mean, do the math on that. It's 18 and 32. 18 and 32 in the last 50.
Some quick JD math out here on the patio, by the way. I always count on that.
Can always figure it out. Can always figure it out on the fly.
No, look, and I had a conversation with a texter that chimed into the show probably about a month ago when the Giants had been a general 500 team after the hot start. And I said, look, that's all true. That's fair. That's fine. They do have their flaws. My point was, I think at the time they were 8 over 500. And I said, if they continue to play 500 baseball for the rest of the year, they would go 85 and 77 to maintain that 8 over 500. Would that get them into the playoffs? Probably not, although we always like to mention the Diamondbacks when they went to the World Series, took 84 to get in. Last year it was 89. Anyway, the point is, if they were able to just maintain steady off of the really hot start, all the walk-offs, the clutch play, taking advantage of that Ramos Little League home run, when you think back to some of the crazy flukish instances. The Patrick Bailey off the bricks inside the park walk-off home run, one of the least likely endings I've ever seen to a game. If you just maintained that at a steady level, you were talking about a team that had a shot, not a team that's 2 under August 13th. So there was no maintaining, there was no steadiness. It dipped, and it dipped quickly. So right now what you're seeing with this team is a loss of words, a sense of feeling defeated. I heard Dirty Work yesterday comparing it to Steph Curry before the Jimmy Butler trade when he was asked about, hey, how do you fix the offense? And he's like, honestly, I have no idea. So my question to begin the show, what is the most disappointing part of the 2025 Giants? Is it the record? Is it the fact that there weren't expectations and then there were, and you got your hopes up and let down? Is it particular players like Willie Adames taking a while to get going, Matt Chapman as of late, Patrick Bailey watching strikes 3 over the plate? What is the most disappointing aspect? 808 KNBR. We're here at 58 Social, and the Giants may be losing, but you can't fully stop us from having a good time. It's Papa and Silver with JD on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Mike Sando of The Athletic, he joined Marcus and Kerry Crowley this morning to break down his quarterback tier list. Do you agree with Brock Purdy's placement? Pop in and let us know in the YouTube chat, or let us know on our socials at KNBR.
Greg and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
Nice work by Danny Dunn back in the studio. You two stuck in a moment you can't get out of. That's going to be our unofficial Silver Linings playlist of the day. We're live here at 58 Social. Greg Silver, John Dickinson. We got seats starting to fill up. And the Giants very much are stuck in a moment that they can't get out of. It's a moment that's been lasting a few weeks now and a couple of months if we're going to talk about the offensive side of things. Today, Nick Pivetta on the mound against Kai-Wei Tang. Giants try to avoid a sweep, but regardless, when you got Logan Webb going on a Monday, Robbie Ray going on a Tuesday, we're talking National League All-Stars, and the Giants continue to lose, it just continues to make this a tough situation. So I asked before the break, 808 KNBR, what is the most disappointing part of these 2025 Giants for you? And that's also a good chance to hand the reins over to you, JD. See if you have any general thoughts. What really sticks out to you for why this season has turned sour?
Well, it's just how off the rails it's gotten from where it was for me. And we touched on it a little bit in the first segment, so I won't just completely reiterate all of that. But it's the fact that at a minimum, it looked like this team was going to have a lot of positive momentum in Buster Posey's first year heading toward 2026. Even if they wound up being a team that was going to be, let's say, a mid-80s win team that comes up short. The mid-80s win team that comes up short felt like it was going to be, to me, that was going to be the baseline. That was going to be the floor when they were 41-29. I thought they were overachieving at 41-29 on June 13th, 2 months ago when they were tied with the Dodgers. But then you add Devers, and I really believed that adding Devers was going to offset some level of whatever the regression was going to be. And I shudder to think maybe it still has in a way, and that it potentially, had they not made that move, would be in a worse position even that they are now here on August the 13th. But to me, that's what it is. It's the fact that it went from, wow, energy, optimism, back, Buster Posey's first year, never got too caught up in, while they were absolutely very much in not only the playoff race but the division race 2 months ago. But now it's gone to, is this year even by the end of it going to feel like, are they going to be worse than they were last year? Like, that's on the table.
No, it's very much on the table.
They're like, and if they're worse than they were last year, having spent more and having more name brand players, and you could make the case that, I mean, they need even more. Although, shout out Casey Schmidt. I keep talking about right field and second base and catcher, and I think this is another part of the conundrum. Like, he get 4 hits last night, and he's been one of their better hitters. And so that almost leaves you, all right, well, how do you get better? Because that maybe would have been a position where you look at trying to upgrade. But if he's going to perform down the stretch here at the level that he really has, I mean, he hadn't been the problem, right? Like, really at all for the most part. But how do you get better? And then that leads down that path of maybe more drastic changes need to be made. It's just, it's mind-boggling to me that I would not have bet from where they were 2 months ago that they would be in this bad of a position with their overall record as we sit here 2 months later.
I was having a conversation with my dad yesterday just about general life, catching up. He's been on the road at a bunch of different training camps, but he said, what's going on with the Giants? Is Devers just a locker room problem and it completely crumbled it? And I said, no, that hasn't been the case at all as far as Rafael Devers. I mean, he's struggled to acclimate to a new situation, sure, and the numbers aren't what you want them to be, but as far as his willingness to play first base, being a good teammate, being popular in the clubhouse, that hasn't been a problem at all. And I think everyone's just kind of at a loss of words. I want to go out to the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line with some really early on great contributions. 415 getting us going. Most disappointing are all the errors. However, I always have hope when Flores shows up. I enjoy watching him. Yeah, not always consistent, but still look forward to whenever he's at bat. Wilmer Flores was carrying this team offensively by rivaling RBI numbers to Aaron Judge for the first part of this season. And having a little bit of regression there, sure, that was to be expected. But yes, one of the bright spots here. The errors is a good point. So I talked about the Giants not being a team that was ever good enough to get in their own way. They always had their flaws, even when the bullpen was lights out, even when the starting rotation was pretty rock solid. they were the last team in the majors to make an error heading into this season. I remember that first game, or I think it was the day game in Houston, in that first series in Houston, first week. That was the first time where we reconvened on the day after at 10 a.m. and Papa and I were like, yeah, look, the Giants have been playing incredibly clean baseball. They got away with one where they were a little sloppy. Now the errors and the unforced errors seems to be a commonality that we're seeing every night, if not multiple times a night.
They had the margin for error. Just you got to play, and they were doing it to your point, and now they haven't been doing it, and they haven't been getting the clutch hit. And they got the clutch hit early. They got the clutch hits in April. They got enough of them, really all the way up until the middle of May, and then you talk about a regression. I mean, it has regressed from maybe an overachievement to flat out. And I know, Susan Slusser had the numbers. They've been the worst team in the majors, runners in scoring position, since the Devers trade. That since the Devers trade, and by a significant margin. That's the part that's it's inexplicable. I think at this point to think you go get somebody like Devers. I mean, were others overachieving to that point? Is it an outlier? Like it's hard to really dissect exactly what the answers are. I think they made the right moves at the deadline to look to try to bolster for the future. But I think anytime that happens, I'm always a little reluctant when a front office, and I'm not saying this to blame the front office as if it was a mistake. I don't think it was a mistake doing what they did at the deadline. I think it was 100% the right call. But anytime you have a team that's in a race and there's so much discussion for a month about buying, and they don't play well enough to warrant buying, and so the front office sells, the front office is saying, even at the level that they did it, which was not dramatic by comparison to some other teams, you're telling the team what they already know, but you're hammering it home. You're not good enough. We don't think you're good enough. We don't think you're a playoff team with 2 months to go. That being said, me, personally, everybody looks at it differently. These are professionals. They want to go out and compete. They certainly don't want to be embarrassed, like not questioning any of that. But when a front office tells you you're not good enough, eventually you believe it. And I think the Giants players, I think to a man, already were seeing it. At that point, they acknowledged it. Matt Chapman acknowledged it. Bob Melvin acknowledged it.
I mean, this defeatist mentality goes back to when the trade deadline happened and Logan Webb and Matt Chapman seemed like we haven't given a reason for Buster to add.
For me, it's not even to blame or to make an excuse about it, but I have a hard time. It makes everything, I think, a little bit harder to evaluate, too, because I can't do when I feel a team knows they're not good enough and a front office tells you that they don't believe that they're good enough. I have a hard time evaluating the day-to-day minutia of couldn't get this hit, couldn't make this play. It's like, no, forget all that. You need better players. So when you start to look at, like, there's the micro of, what can they do to try to get on a run? And at this point, let's be honest, it's going to take something kind of fluky. Like, if they were to get on a run, it's going to be kind of fluky. It's going to be kind of like the beginning of the year or a 6-week version of 2021 for, where it just – or there's going to be a collapse, a catastrophic collapse from a team like the Mets or maybe a team we're not even thinking of at this point to get to that point. So that's kind of the micro of it. But the macro is, how do you fix it? And how do you fix it for 2026, and who are the keepers? And I think we know if you can look at the contracts that they have for next year, it's Chapman, it's Adames, it's Devers, it's probably Logan Webb and Robbie Ray, and then there's a lot of other spots in this roster where they're going to have to look to improve the overall talent level to take a little of the heat off of some of the guys they played, but to just become more of a true sum of the parts team. I think they wound up not being talented enough top to bottom to be that sum of the parts team at the level of 90 wins.
Another text I wanted to get to, which I think feeds really nicely into what you just laid out. Another 415. Worst part of this team is that Ramos is somehow still hitting leadoff. Now, I'm not going to fixate on one player, their numbers, where they're hitting in the lineup. I think it does glue, though, to the larger puzzle of they haven't really had a consistent lineup, and they haven't been able to find consistent answers. And when somebody gets hot, it's one player, not three all at the same time. And, yeah, some players have benefited at times. Like Casey Schmidt was hitting in front of Devers last night, so he was going to get real pitches to hit, and he took advantage of it. 4 for 5, third time he got a game with 4+ hits. But largely speaking, you'd want Jung-Hoo Lee to consistently be the guy that you feel confident about having as your leadoff hitter, the guy that you saw in the first 6 weeks of the season. Rafael Devers, make him your 3-hitter, make him the cleanup hitter. Chapman has gone from cleanup to now he's batting 6. Adames was 6 in the lineup at one point, then he was 2nd. So I'm all for throwing everything at the wall. I think Bob Melvin would be insane to be trotting out the same lineups over and over and over again. But to the point here on 415, with Ramos still hitting leadoff, it goes to the larger issue, JD, that they have not been able to find consistent answers where they feel like it's just a shoo-in of you're going here, you're going here, you're going here. Maybe guys go through the natural ups and downs of a baseball season, but this feels a lot bigger than that here with the Giants and what we've seen in the last couple months.
I think you look at the guys that, Chapman's somebody they paid. He's going to be here. Adames is somebody they've paid. He's going to be here. I think they like Chapman, obviously, as a tone-setting veteran grinder. But the reality is Matt Chapman probably can't be your cleanup hitter. And unfortunately, the Giants kind of live in this, they live in this world. I mean, really, Devers is their only guy where you look at his numbers and you look at his track record and you look at his age and where he is in his career and go, this dude's done it. And this dude is a true 2-3-4 hitter. Like, this guy is a 2-3-4 hitter. Ramos could be. Adames sometimes is. Chapman probably, at different points in the season. But the reality is the Giants probably have too many guys that are 6, 7, 8 hitters on good teams. Even some of the guys that at times that they've chosen to pay. So they're going to have to look to figure that out. And I don't think it's one move that fixes it. I think it's depth, and it's going out and getting more athletic and just guys in their 20s that can make an impact on the team. So but I think when you look at it, there's times where Chapman during the year can carry it. There's times where Adames we've seen, but they just don't have enough of those guys, and they don't have true middle of the order, boppers to where, if Matt Chapman was your 6 or your 7 hitter, like that, and he was, a guy that you look at the overall numbers and they're up and down, but he comes up clutch for a stretch of the year and he kind of carries you. Like, you can live with that at the playoff level. Again, I think it boils down to talent. When it looks as bad as it's looked recently, we get into energy and are they competing and the manager and he's got to be more fiery and when you don't hit, you look lifeless. Bruce Bochy always said that when you don't hit, you look dead.
Yeah.
You don't hit, you look like you're not playing hard, even though you are playing hard when you don't hit. Well, when this team doesn't play well, what do? More than anything, they don't hit. So they look lifeless. And then you couple that with slipping in the standings, you couple that with now being 2 games under 500, and it all kind of snowballs from that point in time. But to me, it's the infusion of talent more than all of the minutia that is the number one thing as you start to look at where they are now and where they want to be in 2026 and beyond. And yeah, I'm talking about 2026 on August 13th. I am, because I think that's the more important picture. Doesn't mean you don't come out and enjoy the yard, and it's still great to be out here and all of that and take in a ball game, but the focus really from a baseball standpoint should start to be on who's here, who's not, and how do you get this thing better.
More on this conversation coming up in a bit. Most disappointing aspect of the 2025 season, particularly since the 41-29. I got to let you know that Pop and Silver with JD live at 58 Social is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Whether you're dreaming of a new home, planning your children's future, or growing your business, Redwood Credit Union is a financial partner that feels like home. Learn more at redwoodcu.org. Federally insured by NCUA. Your calls, your texts when we return on the Sports Leader.
Now back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Poppin' Silver live at 58 Social, getting you ready for Giants day game against the Padres, trying to avoid a sweep. The Padres continue to surge. They are tied with the LA Dodgers at the top of the NL West. Hey, the Dodgers lost last night. That was cool. By the way, Shohei Ohtani, triple play and then a home run and then an extra innings loss. He had the full range, and that's not even talking about the lawsuit.
And the Angels own the Dodgers. 5-0
yes.
are the Angels against the Dodgers in 2025. Go figure, because the Angels actually, I think, are even a game worse than the Giants' record right now. I think they're 58-62, which is kind of crazy now that the Giants are at that point where they're that low. Also, just real quick, I know we had an opportunity, our friends Barbara, Mary, and Jane out here on the patio at 58 Social, and we were kind of chatting with Greg, Papa, and cheers to Papa, and he said, give all of them a big hug. So we appreciate them. We did a little shot for them, and we always appreciate them coming out. And, again, send the love to Papa. These shows, I know he loves being out here for these shows, maybe as much as anything or more in terms of his role. So we're extra thinking about you today, Greg.
Yeah, no question.
As we enjoy our bloodies.
This is the first public show we've done since the announcement came out, and we think about it every day, and it's not a topic that I feel like is ever going to get fatigued here on the air, and we're going to be welcoming Greg back with open arms. But, the important thing right now is that he takes care of himself, he takes care of his priorities, and it's still fun to text him all the time. One thing that I can assure everybody,
some good responses.
on the behalf of Walter and JD and everybody here at the Sports Leader,
there.
The sense of humor has not gone anywhere. He's still full of the good jokes and the good spirits. So we'll have John Shay come by at the end of the show, by the way. So Bob Melvin set to speak in the dugout around 11:10. So John Shay is going to come here toward the end of the show, a little patio segment. And I think to wrap it up, we'll do one Giant toast and sending good energy before we get off to Giants pregame. The conversation we've been on here in the first 40 minutes or so, most disappointing aspect of the 2025 Giants season. We've got some great texts so far, and let's get out to the phones. Paul and Dave are on the line. Let's begin with Paul in Folsom, wants to talk about the Giants season. What's up, Paul?
Hey, JD. Hey, Greg. Great job, guys. Just I'll be brief. Two things on the disappointing side. I think since the Devers trade was made, the thing that's probably most disappointing is, A, the fire in the team, just the lack of urgency by, unfortunately, Melvin, who I like, but continuing to put Ramos at the top of the lineup when it just doesn't seem that that's really where he should be. I mean, Jung-Ho Lee is someone who started out the season there and did relatively well. And then the other thing is, you look at these averages, and I know everybody's big on Adames and give him a chance and all that, but, I mean, if you just unpack his stats, and I know he had one good month, but if you look at the totality of his effort and Chapman, these are the 3, 4, 5 hitters, and they're batting maybe 220, maybe 225. They just haven't gotten it done. Adames' swing is, unfortunately, like a softball swing. So I don't know why we continue to put those guys there when they've shown all year long that they're just not coming through. I realize there's not a lot of other options, but I think that's the one area that I'm disappointed in. And I think the second is just plate discipline. And I don't know who that falls on, whether that's Burrell or somebody else, but they just continually haven't had playoff caliber plate discipline. So I know we're still striving to see if they'll do something this year, but the team just doesn't reflect anything that resembles playoff quality discipline at the plate. So I think a lot of this does fall back on coaching ultimately. And if you don't see the results, what changes are you going to make? It seems like Melvin just continues to throw out the same kind of standard batting lineup with nothing really changing. So I think that's the disappointment, is that we continue to see the same results and nothing's changed.
Yeah, great call and really good thoughts to unpack here. Appreciate it, Paul. Paul out in Folsom, 808 KNBR, if you would like to join the conversation. I would say that his first point, JD, about the lack of fire and just the sense of fatigue and defeat you're hearing from a Logan Webb or a Robbie Ray or a Matt Chapman or Bob Melvin at the podium, I think is really tiresome, and it's a bummer for a lot of fans who not only got their hopes up for a new season, but it was trending so well, and then you get one of the best hitters in the game. So not only did it not pan out where, yeah, you regressed a little bit, you ultimately didn't make the playoffs, we're sitting here August 13th talking about 2026, and I think that really is something that has resonated with a lot of fans. To Paul's other point about Adames and Chapman and being in the middle, or really the heart of the order, I should say, well, a couple of things. Number one, those are your big money players, so you don't have much of a choice as of right now. You paid these guys a lot of money, and the bottom of the order hasn't really given you a whole lot of reasons to shake it up. I mean, we talked about this with the first Padres game. They beat you by Logan Webb coming out for that 7th inning, and it was 7, 8, 9 in the lineup that took advantage of Logan Webb and broke that game open. Last night, Iglesias hit his first home run of the year off of 262 plate appearances, off of National League All-Star Robbie Ray. If that's not an illustration of what's been happening in the month of August with the Giants, then I don't know what is.
Well, and we can quibble about the Flores or Adames Chapman, where do they belong in the lineup and all that. But in this lineup, they belong really where they've hit, and Ramos as well. Ramos, whether you say leadoff or not, he has been a player that's gotten on base for the Giants and hit for the most part. He's not hitting as well now, but to me he is a top 5 or 6 hitter in a lineup. Like he can be somewhere between 1 and 6 in a lineup. But we can quibble about what should Chapman be more 6-7 and where should Adames be. And Devers is really the only true, I think, middle of the order guy that they have in his prime on the roster. But the reality is the guys that they've hit 7, 8, 9 basically all year, which is the second base position and Yaz when he was around right field. It's basically been right field, second base, and catcher all year have been 7, 8, 9. Those spots, again, Casey Schmidt and his 4 for 5 notwithstanding, and he's actually been one of the better hitters of late. The guys that are hitting in front of the bottom guys should be. So do you improve the 7, 8, 9 to make it a deeper lineup that way, or do you look to improve the 2, 3, 4, which allows maybe some of the guys that are 3, 4, 5, 4, 5, 6 to be more like 6, 7, 8 type hitters? But that's going to be either young players that come up, Bryce Eldridge maybe at some point down the line, and are just stars immediately, like Buster Posey came up in 2010, and Buster Posey very quickly was better than everybody. It was like, wow, this guy is a
Benji Molina. You're going to Texas and you're getting a ring no matter what.
It's going to take that level of player to come up and just be better than everybody. He's the new 3-hitter and now you got him and Devers or however you want to shake, or you're going to have to spend more money to do that, which they've already done, or you're going to have to look to make trades. But to make trades, you have to give up something of value in an attempt to bring back players of value as well. So it's going to be, I think, a tricky needle to thread for Buster Posey and company this coming offseason.
Let's sneak in one more here. Dave in Antioch. For all the talk about the Giants and their lack of offense, Dave wants to address the other side, the defense. What's up, Dave? You're with Silver and JD and all the people at 58 Social.
Dave ain't wrong.
Hey. Great to hear you guys, spit out the facts. You ground everybody, for listeners and fans above. The Giants for the last 3 years have been leading the league in errors, it seems like, and double-digit strikeouts seem to be persistent. So, I think they need to address the moving parts and either have the coaches take a more fundamental approach with some of these guys and hold them accountable. And if there's young talent, if it's in the minor leagues, make sure they can get them squared away so when they get to the big leagues, they're ready to produce or they're hungry. Right now, I think the Giants are complacent a little bit. And I think that's reflective on Melvin's attitude. He's so, I don't want to say doldrum, monotone. We need some fire in the guys like Hunter Pence or Will Clark, or, even songs like, when the Giants were so good back in the 70s, you had songs like Good Vibrations. You got the sun-kissed commercials, you want to go out and, grab a hold of one, and that's what I'd like to see is more passion, so it resonates with the fans.
Yeah, hey, really good call. Dave in Antioch, appreciate it. If you want to join 808 KNBR. We did see a little fire when Elliot Ramos snapped his bat yesterday, and I would never say that the Giants are acting like they don't care, but it is more the sense of feeling lost, being tired of being asked the same questions. And as far as it goes with Bob Melvin, I think for any coach in professional sports, when you're going through a bad stretch and you have the demeanor of somebody like a Bob Melvin rather than, say, a Dan Campbell of the Lions.
Yeah.
Dan Campbell, that first year with Detroit, that was brutal. Not only were they losing a lot of games, they were doing it in a heartbreaking fashion. And you could see how hard he was wearing it. And he's a one-of-a-kind personality. They turned it around, blah, blah, blah. The point is, if you're someone that's a little bit more even-keeled, eventually, or occasionally Bob Melvin does get fired up. But I think that is all the more frustrating for fans that are watching what seems to be and what they perceive and what statistically shows up as a very similar product night after night after night without a lot of changes in results or maybe even decisions like a lineup. That's going to be frustrating. People will reach a tipping point with that.
Fair or unfair, I think a majority of fans would prefer the Dan Campbell type when a team isn't going well. The reality is when the Lions weren't going well, Dan Campbell looked like a buffoon. And then they got more talent. And then,
of course, and they got two great coordinators who are now head coaches.
And then they got a lot more talent and coordinators, and there was kind of a method to the madness that could come out of it because they were, fighting for a common goal in terms of improving. But I think Dan Campbell didn't get better or do anything different. They got better players. And I think that's the thing that comes down to. But I do think when a team doesn't hit, they look flat. When they look flat, people say, do they care? Of course they care. But it does, I think, that there is more when you have the temperament of somebody like Bob Melvin, who really has a similar temperament to that of the greatest manager in Giants history, Bruce Bochy. But when things don't go well, it does tend to lean to bring the fire, flip the table over, start yelling at guys, get kicked out of game. Like, that's what people want to see because fans are mad. Like, fans want to.
I think we had a JD mic out situation, but you know what? This is actually a good time to go ahead, take a timeout, and continue with your calls. 808 KNBR, that's 415-808-5627. We're live at 58 Social. It's Papa and Silver taking you up to Giants pregame, which starts at 11:45 on the Sports Leader. Hey, it's Greg Silver out at 58 Social. And to everybody walking by, I just have to ask, did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard aren't based in the Bay Area, some not even in California? That's not the case with Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm, who've been based here in the Bay Area for more than 25 years. We're talking about award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys who are fighting for you locally where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, or wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, or had your rights threatened and violated, your rights matter. So go to DolanLawFirm.com to learn more about your rights. Over the past year, Chris and his team also unfortunately saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. And with all the people around us, especially when you're going to be commuting to and from Oracle Park today, please be careful and let's work together to make the Bay Area a safer place. But if something gets in the way, feel confident that you're in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, because the Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. You pay nothing up front, no hourly rates, no upfront fees, and the best part of it all, they don't get paid until you get paid. So not only do they live here and work here, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
We always have another at-bat. We always have another situation that's going to happen in the game, so we just have to keep your head in the game. Like, emotions are going to come and go. I feel them. You guys see me every time I'm out there. Like, I show my emotions, but at the end of the day, I'm always locked in for the next moment. And anything that happens next, I'm always there, and I'm always going to be, like, ready for it. No matter what happens, no matter if I strike out, ground out, whatever, I'm ready for the moment. We're ready for the moment.
That's the voice of Elliot Ramos yesterday, who spoke about his passionate display of breaking his bat after a strikeout. Then he had another tough end to an inning when the Giants had a little bit of a pulse in the 6th. Bases loaded, 1 out. Shallow pop-up by Bailey, not deep enough to get a runner home on a sac fly. And then Ramos, a little foul out just about, 15 feet down the right field line. It just continues. And the Giants have already lost their 5th consecutive series here at home, 12 of their last 13 games, but they do look to salvage it with Kaiwei Tang on the mound going up against Nick Pivetta, who's got 11 wins on the year. And Pivetta, by the way, already seen the Giants twice this year. So he got, I think, 5 total starts in his time with the Phillies. This is going to be the 3rd time this year alone, and second to Oracle, that you're going to get Nick Pivetta on the mound against the Giants.
Yeah, and he got lit up by the Red Sox in his last start. That was the Padres' last loss. The Giants won on Friday night, then have dropped 4 in a row. And you look at the Padres, who lost Friday night, got blown out by Boston, and then they won the last 2 of that series, and now they've won 4 in a row. And you look up at the standings right now in the National League and in the wild card race and all that, the Dodgers and Padres have the exact same record, tied for first, 68 and 52.
Both Wests, by the way. You got Astros in Seattle at 67 and 53. Seattle bought a lot of players from Arizona. You mentioned earlier with the hard sell. Now here in the National League West, it was 4 teams starting the year in pretty good standings. That's quickly shrunk to 2. Padres, 68 and 52.
And not that the Giants are focused on the division anymore. I mean, that's been long gone, I think, for multiple weeks, maybe even going back to pre-All-Star break, or at least coming out of the All-Star break. But when they lost the 2 out of 3 of the Dodgers, the Giants are 9 back now of the Dodgers and the Padres. Remember when a week ago it was, the Giants are chasing the Padres, and the Padres are coming in and going to play them 7 games coming up here in the next week. No more. It is the Mets, pretty clear cut with their struggles of late, who are that 3rd wildcard team trying to fight for their spot.
808 KNBR. We'll get out to Dan in Berkeley in just a moment. Trying to remember where I was going with this. We do got John Shay coming up at 11:30 or so after Bob Melvin speaks in the dugout. You know what? I don't want to keep our listeners waiting any longer. Dan in Berkeley wants to talk about the offense, which has been reeling for a couple of months. What's up, Dan?
Hey, fellas, great job from the park. I wish I was there. I think Marty Lurie is listening. But, as us Giants are going down, we're 59 and 61. The D-backs are 58 and 62, and even the Marlins are 57 and 62. The Marlins are only 2 games back of us. And, the Marlins got a president of baseball operations named Peter Bendix, okay? It's his first year. We have Buster Posey. It's his first year. Peter Bendix has never played baseball one day in his life, okay? So when the Giants organization says, we got Buster Posey, he's a competitor. You know what? Derek Jeter did the same thing with the Marlins. He was the president of baseball operations. It was a disaster. It's looking like the same thing for Posey right now. This is turning into a disaster because Matt Chapman, Adames, their bat speed is going down. Okay, they're going to have problems next year and the year after. So if we're thinking we're going to have a future with these 2 guys who are cemented here, we're crazy. It's not going to happen. Devers' body is getting older, okay? He's not going to be able to do this for 2-3 years. Our offense can't produce. You know what I'm saying? We had 3 runners in scoring. We could have scored with runners in scoring position on 2 hits last night. We do not score. We will not win with Buster Posey here. We need to go get the general manager of the Dodgers, Brandon Gomes, who made a trade and got the San Francisco Giants' James Tibbs, who Buster Posey just gave away, And now the Dodgers got our first-round draft pick outfielder, which we haven't had one in 30 years, start for the Niners, a homegrown. The Giants haven't had a homegrown outfielder in 30 years, and we gave this guy away, and now the Dodgers got him. They flipped him for a struggling Dustin May, and now they got James Tibbs, who looks like, in my opinion, he will be a batting champion. He'll be the Rookie of the Year, an MVP, and it's easy. He will be a world champion. It's just, you know, when this kid got away from the Giants, it was the best thing to happen to him. His career would have went down the toilet here because Buster Posey is in charge of this. He is not equipped to be the baseball president of operations for the San Francisco Giants.
All right, Dan, we're going to jump in. We appreciate the impassioned rant here, and I get that a lot of fans are upset. I'm going to say this.
We appreciate it, but we don't know.
I'm just going to say this. As far as Buster Posey, look, we have no idea what James Tibbs III is going to be as a major leaguer. We're away from that conversation. And for Buster Posey, I'm not saying that he can do no wrong, but who wouldn't have made that trade for Rafael Devers and not giving up Bryce Eldridge for that package? We are at least a year away from talking about Buster Posey doing a poor job in his first go as PBO, and that is if things go disastrous within the next year. I'm not saying those conversations could never happen. I'm not saying Buster Posey is immune to criticism as one of the heroes of the Bay Area and being a key cornerstone of 3 World Series, but to be drawing conclusions about a prospect who hasn't been playing in the major leagues in James Tibbs and Buster Posey, who's got a long way to go in this thing, it's just too early.
It's too early, but in fairness to Dan, when you make the trade like the Giants did, you get Devers, you go in on Devers. So the player that Devers ages as is part of your track record as the president of baseball operations. So we don't have a final answer. We're not even close to having a final answer on that. But he's going to be evaluated by all of these things, the moves that he made at the deadline and the players that he brought into the system for 2 pretty good relievers that were sent out. I mean, they're relievers, and maybe you don't need relievers as much if you're not anticipating being in the race, which I think the Giants came together and they decided that they didn't believe they had enough to be a playoff team in 2025, so they trade a couple of their best players at their position in Tyler Rogers and Duvall. So they do, but you're evaluated for who you brought back. Do those guys perform? What level do they play? And you're also the guys that you send away in some of these trades and where they end up. And, yeah, if Tibbs goes from the Giants system as a first-round pick to the Red Sox to the Dodgers and winds up being a star player, that will be something that would be incredibly difficult for Buster Posey to live down as a president of baseball operations. That's just reality. Truth is, though, we don't know the answer to that question. We're not going to know it for a few years.
Exactly. I can understand reacting to the 2025 Giants, everything that's transpired. It's okay to say Rafael Devers has underperformed to this point, but does that mean he's going to underperform over the duration of his contract? No, we don't know any of that. And anytime you make a trade in sports of that magnitude, we still hear about the Herschel Walker trade all the time because of how colossal that was and what was given up. Anytime a marquee athlete gets traded, of course it's going to be evaluated years down the line. But doing it thus far with the Red Sox and how they've turned their season around and the Giants as a team dipping, I'm again not saying Rafael Devers is fully excused for his underwhelming production to this point in a Giants uniform. You can't be grading Buster Posey here on August 13th of 2025. You want to have the same conversation next year if the Red Sox continue to surge and Devers is a disaster in the Bay Area? Sure. Buster Posey, this is what he signed up for in President of Baseball Operations. It was being criticized. It was getting evaluated in every which way of decisions you make, and the bigger decisions are going to hold larger weight, but we don't know anything yet.
And you paid Chapman. You made the decision to sign Adames. You went and you got Devers. So all of those decisions are going to be what he's evaluated on and how he tries to get out of whatever this season ends as. If this season ends, if they end up under 500, I think Bob Melvin's a terrific manager personally. I would not move on from Bob Melvin, But if this team ends up winning 77 or 70, they end up 6-8 games under 500, which if they continue to play the way they have the last 2 months, they might. How do you not consider making a managerial change? You'd have to consider it. Even if you really don't want to do it, you'd have to. Like, you can't not do it. You'd be potentially worse than you've been at any point since 2019 at that point. So, you'd have to consider it. So I think these next 6 weeks, 7 weeks, everything's going to wind up being on the table based on how they finish, and how they finish, even if that means no playoffs, which I think we all would agree is a massive, 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 massive long shot on August 13th.
Yeah, no question. 808 KNBR if you would like to join the conversations. I think Dan has called in a few times. I'm going to change the city on us, so it's a common enough name.
That's
but
all right.
Yeah, we've heard the rants a couple of times. And look, I'll say this as far as the Bob Melvin stuff, and I know this was a big topic on Dirty Work yesterday. I don't like talking about other people's jobs or even potentially calling for other people's jobs. It's never been my style many years when I was off the air and in the short amount of time where I've been on the air. The bottom line is, when they made the decision to pick up his option, that didn't mean anything as far as his job security for next year. If the Giants end up finishing with 83 wins and they turn it around and the players really stick behind Bob Melvin, yeah, guess what? He's probably going to be here next year. But if they finish with 76 wins and this thing continues to tailspin, that option pickup doesn't mean anything. So I'm not saying that he needs to go, or I'm not calling for his head right now. The point is, if you continue to trot out a group that looks uninspired, that is hitting with this lack of production, that is falling flat with opportunities and runners in scoring position that have been presented to them, that is always going to come back to the manager, and whether it is the guy at the top himself in Bob Melvin that ends up getting made a change, or people on his staff, I think you're going to see different looks in 2026, no matter how this thing ends.
Yeah, I think that's key to note. Again, sometimes you have to go into the micro to get into the macro. To me, if you add more talent, then the things that we harp on, the little errors, the defensive miscues, the poor at-bats, the runners in scoring position, you add more talent, a lot of the times you become less focused on those things because the numbers in those areas go up. But even if the numbers in those areas don't go up dramatically, your ability to win games goes up, and then we kind of forget about it. Like, if this team had 4 or 5 more wins right now than they do, nobody would really be looking at, yeah, sure, their runners in scoring position numbers would be up, but they still might be among the worst in the league, or the worst in the league. But hit here, hit there. Like, that's kind of how they were doing it in April and May, right? They were crushing it and maybe overachieving a little bit. But if you win, then everybody looks at the numbers in a manner to basically revise history to make yourself look even better. If you lose, the numbers are the numbers. It just tells the story.
One of the texts early in the show when I was talking about biggest disappointments, which we didn't get to, it was from a 310. As far as their biggest disappointment, they said not winning any games Verlander started. Those could be 4, 5, 6 wins that could be making a difference right now. And again, I think that is another good example of the micro that applies to the macro of it all. It's not about Justin Verlander and the lack of run support. If we're going to take about the biggest picture of where the Giants have fallen flat or missed opportunities, it's not all about Justin Verlander and how some of the starts he's had have been really good, and he hit 98 miles per hour on a fastball, and others he hasn't looked like himself, and like Father Time has maybe caught up to him a little bit. But that fits in with the larger pool of general missed opportunities when we're talking about mental errors, defensive errors, not hitting with runners in scoring position, not giving run support at times when the pitchers call for it. So I think that, looking into the micro, bleeding into the macro, is where we can continue to make this conversation move in the next segment, JD. And we got John Shay joining us probably in about 20 minutes. Bob Melvin set to speak to reporters shortly, so we'll see if he learns anything new about this lineup. And in fact, I don't think we actually voiced the lineup.
Yeah, we
today.
can give it coming back.
So
I'll give it coming back. I got the lineup. I know we're a big lineup. We're a big lineup crew here.
KNBR, the lineup leader.
We're the lineup leader. We love the lineup.
Thank you, Danny. It is Papa and Silver taking you
June
up.
24th. Give me that lineup. April 6th. Give me that lineup.
Got another 35 minutes here before Giants pregame begins.
It's that moment every day where everybody, for that split second when they see the lineup, they think it's like 2010. And then it's not.
Hey, either way, we're going to give you 1 to 9. Kaiwei Tang getting the start today. It's Papa
It's
Silver
Juan Uribe in the lineup.
with JD. I'm the sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Giants fell 5-1 last night against the Padres. Can they avoid the sweep? 12:45 first pitch today. Silver and JD will have the pregame show at 11:45. Keep it locked right here on the Sports Leader.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader. Filling in for Greg Papa is John Dickinson on the sports leader.
Papa and Silver with JD live at 58 Social. Seats are starting to fill up, and it's a cloudy one today. We'll see if the sun comes out, but honestly,
it will.
I wouldn't hate if it took a while, because last couple of day games I've hung out, and I feel so California soft for even saying this.
Oh, no.
But when you're
Don't
just
do
sitting
it.
in the sun, you start baking a little bit. You're thinking, I forgot to put on sunscreen.
Oh,
I'm
no.
dehydrated.
Don't do this.
The Surfside is hitting me a little bit extra hard. No, it's all good fun. Speaking of Surfside, John Shay going to come by in about 15 minutes or so, and we'll get our Shay Hay Wednesday in. Danny, you're going to have to get that Shay Hay Papa drop ready, because it's tradition that we do play it here on The Sports Leader. We told you we'd give you the Giants lineup for August 13th day game.
You going to do it? You want me to do it?
I think you do the honors. This is important.
All right. Giants lineup today, August 13th. Elliot Ramos still in the leadoff spot, despite some discussion to the contrary, at least among the fan base. Elliot Ramos, left field, leading off. Rafi Devers, the DH today, so not playing first base. Devers, the DH. Casey Schmidt sitting third. Casey Schmidt sitting third. 4 hits last night, and by the way, he's also playing third.
Oh.
He's playing third. Matt Chapman getting a day off amid his struggles, so Casey Schmidt back to his natural third base position coming up, and he had 4 hits last night, so he's hot. You're hot, you hit third, and you're hitting after Rafi Devers. Dominic Smith at first base, batting fourth. Willie Adames batting fifth, shortstop. Jung-Hoo Lee in center field, batting sixth. Christian Koss is at second base, with Casey Schmidt moving from second to third for Matt Chapman. And then Patrick Bailey is the catcher, batting eighth. And Drew Gilbert against the right-hander Pavetta is back in right field, and Kai Wei Tang off of a win in his last outing and a quality pitching performance will be the starting pitcher for the Giants today. So Ramos, Devers, Schmidt, Smith, Adames, Lee, Koss, Bailey, Gilbert, the Giants starting lineup here on August the 13th.
I know it's a little bit late in the season, and with everything that's transpired, to really be pining and diving deep into lineup analysis, but I will say this. Number one, shout out Big Dom hitting cleanup, going for a career hit best, to continue a career best. He's currently at 15 game hitting streak, looking to make it 16th. 1 for 1 last night on the pinch hit.
Don't make me do it.
I will say this, though. I'm going to say this.
He's going to make me do it.
Casey Schmidt, I would like to see hitting second again. It worked to be hitting in front of Devers. You were getting pitched to and not pitched around. Why not just do the same thing? You went 4 for 5. That would be my one tweak.
I'm not going to do it.
I'm inviting you to do it.
I'm not going to do it. It reminded me of, like, the Casey, and look, Casey Schmidt, awesome. I don't disagree with anything. He had 4 hits last night. He's had good at-bats for the most part. When I look at Casey Schmidt hitting third and Dom Smith hitting fourth, and I get it. Dom Smith's hot. He's got the hitting streak that it doesn't matter if he starts or not. He pinch hits, he gets a hit. Doesn't matter. If he goes 1 for 1 or 2 for 4, whatever it is. So it's not about Schmidt or Smith, and the reason I'm reluctant to say it is because those guys have performed, and others with bigger names and bigger contracts have not. So I want to make sure I make that point. But it also led me to think of the whole Warriors in the playoffs at Minnesota after Steph Curry got hurt thing, which is if Jonathan Kuminga is your best player, you done. And if Casey Schmidt and Dom Smith have to hit 3 and 4, you done. And so I didn't want to do it. Again, no disrespect. Those guys are performing at higher levels than some of the other names, but it is telling, even as a positive, to have those guys hot where this team currently stands with those guys in those positions, because others that should be taking those positions, if others were performing at the level of their history at those positions, and Casey Schmidt and Dom Smith were hitting 7 and 8, then you'd have something if those guys were hot.
No, I think it's very
But I'm not
fair
coming
to
down
say.
your road. Not coming down your road. That's
And
not,
I'm in agreement. We did this when Christian Koss was getting hot right
Yeah.
before he went on the IL, and we're like, dude, that's awesome for Christian Koss. No disrespect to him whatsoever. It's a great story. He hit a grand slam against the Diamondbacks in the time when Robbie Ray gave up a 3-0 lead and felt like he was never going to lose a game. He continued to get the win because Christian Koss was getting hot. So it's not that, but the point is, if Christian Koss and Casey Schmidt and Dominic Smith are the ones carrying the offense, in the same way with your basketball analogy, if you've got Pat Spencer coming out there and giving you quality minutes, or Guy Santos or Jonathan Kuminga carrying the team, you're not going to be winning games. Now, if Guy Santos has a nice game in addition to Steph Curry, Draymond Green, Jimmy Butler, and Jonathan Kuminga, like we saw in the Lakers game late in the year, is the perfect complementary role player that can also give you 18, you're probably going to go win games. But the Giants haven't had their Jimmy Butler, Steph Curry, Draymond Green core type equivalents of Rafael Devers, Willie Adames, Matt Chapman, all getting hot at the same time, to where the complementary offense of Adam Smith is really counting for something extra.
And the problem is when you've got the guys who are your lesser players on paper that are performing the best, and the guys that are supposed to be the big-name players that are your carriers are not performing the best, it makes it that much harder to look to make changes, because as I've said, look at the areas on the roster where you can make changes. Catcher, in terms of hitting catcher, right field, second base, those kinds of things. But if those guys are the guys that are performing, first base, if it's not going to be Devers, DH, if it is going to be Devers playing first base, you look at those areas. But if those are the guys performing, how do you swap it's hard, because you don't want to swap those guys out, even though those are kind of the guys that have to be swapped out, because the other guys are on scholarship because they've been granted the big money contract. So it makes future planning even more difficult when you have guys who are supposed to be your guys that are underperforming, even though it is a bright spot that you have guys that maybe you weren't counting on going in that are, I don't want to say overperforming, but performing well, as Casey Schmidt and Dominic Smith have been of late.
510 on the Golden State Lumber showroom text line, kind of echoing your sentiment. It says, you know how I know the Giants stink? Casey Schmidt's batting third. And again, that is no disrespect to Casey Schmidt.
How many four-hit games the Giants had this year? He's got one of them.
He's had two this year. I think he did it against the Red Sox in that homestand as well. And he's got another one in his career at some point, too.
There you go.
Yeah.
So that's,
Nah, Casey Schmidt's been playing nice at second base, and today he's going to play his more natural position of third, with Matt Chapman getting the day off. We'll probably take an early break coming up here in a bit so we can catch up with John Shay when Bob Melvin finishes speaking in the dugout. Then we'll get you ready for Giants pregame. But still got a few minutes here, and 831, good question. What makes a player a third or fourth hitter? You want to take that one first?
No, I think you can take that one first.
What makes a player a third or fourth hitter is someone that you have to pitch around, to where the second hitter gets a nice advantage from it. Someone that is going to be hitting 250, and maybe it's 250 with a lot of power and a high OPS, or maybe we're talking about someone that you just trust to go and get the RBIs, like the Wilmer Flores of the first half of the year. A fourth hitter, I would say, is someone you always have to have the threat of power, which, again, in this ballpark, with this current roster, it's Rafael Devers, it's Willie Adames at his best, it's Elliot Ramos when he's hot. I don't know much beyond that, and I don't think Matt Chapman is the answer at the cleanup spot right now.
He's not. And as far as
right now, he's not really the answer at any spot in the lineup.
He's not. And again, that's it. Just 5'6", 6'7" but the problem is the Giants have, I feel like, a lineup full of those, like Adames 6. Like if Adames was 6 and Chapman was 7, or Chapman was 7, Adames was 6, or maybe Adames when he's hot he's 2 and Devers is 3, but then 4 or 5 are kind of blank, and then Chapman, and then Bailey 9, and But you got to go get the guys that allow for them to be pushed down. But 3-4 hitter, it's, to me, and I know average isn't what it used to be, but you got to hit for average, you got to hit for power, and you got to be somebody that drives in runs as well. Like you got to be the triple threat, in that even when you don't get hits, when you come up with runners in scoring position, you bring the run in. Sack fly, your outs are sack flies to the warning track. Your outs are situations that help the team in a positive light. So that to me is the short and sweet.
I saw you looking over on your computer. A little bit of a basketball nugget to throw at you, huh?
Cup games. I know you're big. You're a huge. What do they call it now?
NBA Cup.
NBA Cup.
I like the NBA
Emirates,
Cup.
The Emirates NBA Cup.
Yeah.
That's right. But we do get 4. They're staggering the release. The NBA is trying to beat the NFL. and they're staggering the release.
Nothing like a schedule release leak.
I love it.
For games you know that are going to be played.
I'm the only one I'm a nerd. I'm a schedule nerd. I love it. Most people don't love it.
Yeah, but
it's
you travel. It's different.
November 7th, who cares? Like, who cares November 7th? Like, November 7th, really? It's so far away.
Hey, careful, JD. That's my mom's birthday.
Ooh.
And he's a birthday guy.
November 7th. I'm a big birthday guy.
You know JD's mom and I share a birthday?
I won't forget that. Yeah, no, it's, yes. Yeah, shout out. April 14, shout out. By the way, you're also, not to get off on a real nerdy tangent, but we do have a minute or two. You're also a left-hander, right?
I'm a lefty.
Today's National Left-Handers Day.
Oh.
So shout out to any of the lefties that are out here.
Shout out Mad Bum.
Out here. Shout out Mad Bum. All the great lefties. It's, today is National Left-Handers Day.
Randy Johnson, huh?
Yeah, Danny Dunn. Danny, you lefty? Tim
Webb.
Tim Webb.
Not as cool.
Tim Webb
Webb
a
doesn't
lefty.
count. Webb doesn't count.
Yeah, no. So just shout out National Left-Handers Day.
Everyone put your prop bets on a Rafael Devers home run right now. Patrick Bailey when he's hitting left-handed. I know everyone's eager to be.
Couple of lefties who throw
one.
right, which is also I can see. But I'm not a natural. So I bat right. I only hit right. I'm left-handed. I only hit right. I can throw both though. I can throw left and right. So I'm like Pat Venditti. We got to get out.
Yeah, John Shay let me know he is on his way.
Oh, that's good.
Enough messing around. Let's catch up with Shay Hay and then get you ready for Giants pregame.
And then we'll give you the Warriors Cup games also.
Yeah, we'll see about that.
Like
It's
the
Pop and
Giants
Silver
lineup.
with JD live at 58 Social on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Pop and Silver is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Whether you're dreaming of a new home, planning your children's future, or growing your business, Redwood Credit Union is a financial partner that feels like home. Learn more at redwoodcu.org, federally insured by NCUA. Final segment here out of the patio before we get over to Giants pregame in about 12 minutes. And we got our guy that we talk to every Wednesday, but the good news about the patio, we got Marty Lurie in person, and we've got the one and only John Shay, who was sponsored by Surfside before first pitch. Now, a pack of Surfside iced tea and vodka, or Surfside lemonade and vodka. Surfside, a proud partner of Giants baseball.
We're talking about 3-4 hitters. We're having the discussion about, what does it take to be a 3-4 hitter in terms of guests and hosts. These are legit 3-4 hitters.
Except
in any era.
All those cheers you heard were from Marty.
It's a mix. This is what it takes to be a 3-4 hitter. Marty, you're the best. And by the way, Marty and Ron Wotus, the professor, they're going to be doing a show, Priest Ranch Wine Tasting Room in Yountville tonight. An opportunity to come argue and yell at the coach, the professor, Ron Wotus.
Nice.
Marty Lurie doing his thing. Appreciate
What
it.
time? What time is that?
6 to 8.
6 to 8.
6 to 8.
There you
6
go.
to 8.
Everyone,
So-
set your calendars for tonight. John, I feel very strange because the last time we were at the patio, it was coming off the heels of the most remarkable ending to a game the Giants have had this season. Patrick Bailey, the inside the park walk-off home run. But the last time we talked to you on the phone, I feel like we're going to have a very similar conversation, is what the Giants are going through right now and the 12 out of 13 losses at home. You've been around this game a long time. Does this take you back to any particular season or stretch of baseball that you've covered with a certain team?
Well, I think the worst season I ever covered was 96 because Matt Williams, Robbie Thompson, everybody was hurt. And they had double-A guys, they had triple-A guys, they had single guys, and Barry Bonds. So it was Barry and a bunch of kids. And he went into September needing a whole bunch of stolen bases to reach 40, which would give him his first 40-40 season. His dad, Bobby, missed it by one home run in 73 when he was spectacular. But with Barry, he ran crazily throughout September and got his 40-40. And then I remember the season ended in Denver, and he got the record on the Friday, and all he did Saturday and Sunday was sleep. In the middle of the clubhouse in Denver, all I saw when I walked in was Barry sleeping pregame, in-game, post-game, because he was exhausted. He finally got his 40-40, but he was the only player on that team.
And he was the only player at that point other than Canseco, right, to have the 40-40?
Exactly. Now people share it. And Mays always told me, hey, if 40-40 was important, you should have told me. I would have done it because he had his 50 homers a couple times.
Sure.
He could have done 40.
If he had chased it like Barry did a year or two,
well,
he would have got
it.
Yeah.
Okay, so, I know we can get into what you just wrote about the Giants and how inexplicable this is, but I actually want to pivot over to what you wrote about Mason Miller. Star for the A's, gets traded to the Padres, and something that I discussed with JD, especially on that Monday win, was the bottom of the Padres lineup, then taken care of by their bullpen, ends up being the difference between the Giants, who sold off some of their bullpen, and they lose it 4-1. What was it like getting to talk to Mason Miller, his excitement to be part of this Padres team, and just if he thought he was going to get traded from Sacramento in the first place?
Yeah, yesterday it was like the same old story. Giants strike out a bunch, they don't walk, they score their daily amount of runs, which is one. And I said, enough of this. So I spoke with Mason Miller about his time in San Diego, and of course, 104 with the A's the last couple of years, spectacular closer, and now he's just one of many who moved to San Diego at the deadline. I mean, A.J. Preller knows how to load up at the deadline, and what a contrast. The Giants basically sell 3 veteran players for 7 prospects. The Padres give up all their prospects, including the second or third guy in the entire industry.
Yeah, DeVries, yeah.
For Mason Miller and J.P. Sears. who, by the way, is in AAA. That's how much depth they have. And Sears with the A's went 32 starts every year, 4.5 ERA. He was very reliable. But now he's just on the depth chart way down there because the Padres rock. And the Giants cannot even look at them anymore. So, I went to Mason, and he said, yeah, this is the first time we actually stayed in San Francisco, because with the A's, they always used to bus across the bridge. And now that he's with a non-A's team, it's basically, we stay in the hotel here in San Francisco. So it's a cool thing for him to say, my first time actually, staying in San Francisco, and I look around, I actually saw a couple of Mason Miller jerseys. and I said, well, I guess that's not a thing yet in San Diego. You just showed up. And he said, yeah, I saw a couple of ones in tape. So a couple of fans down there who aren't
They made their own.
Yeah, they made their own. So he's extremely popular, throws 104, one of the best closers in baseball. And, oh, by the way, he's a setup man in San Diego. That's how good they are.
Yeah, and their bullpen is really strong. I want to go back, and John Shay joining us here on these Sports Leader. I want to actually go back to that 96 season that you mentioned, not to revel in 68 and 94, but to tie it to 97.
Exactly.
Because 97, they flipped it, and Brian Sabian comes in, and the big trade, and Matt Williams ends up going to Cleveland. It is kind of the trade that started the flip of really what was an 8-year run of good baseball. They were good every year. They got to the World Series one year. They won some divisions. They made the playoffs. They were at least in the race every year for 8 years. But to go from bad to good, 96 to 97, they had to do something dramatic and at the time unpopular. Do you feel this team is in a position where Buster Posey, not exactly aligned with where Brian Sabian was, but is going to have to maybe do something dramatic to try and flip this thing, given the way this year is turning out?
And not only in 96 to 97 were the Giants bad to good, they went worst to first. They were the worst in the division, and then they won their division in 97 with a whole bunch of new veteran guys that Brian Sabian got through the Matt Williams trades, including Kent and Vizcaino and all of those guys. And
Tavares, the reliever Tavares.
Yeah, so they added a lot of pieces and suddenly had roster depth, and they had Barry putting up another big year. They didn't have Matt Williams, and Brian Sabian got so much abuse that he held a press conference to say, "I'm not an idiot." That's how the fan base was just so anti, Jeff Kent, who now might be a borderline Hall of Famer. He is. And Matt Williams is back in a different role, and he got his ring in Arizona after 1 year in Cleveland. But, we already saw what Buster did bringing in, the first big trade with Devers. And he did something that Sabian and Zaidi and so many other GMs in Giants history didn't do, and that's sell at the deadline. So I don't think he's afraid at all. He's given up on teammates, not given up, but traded them. Yastrzemski, Duvall, and now he has Wilmer and one or two others, and that's it, who played with him. That's how much turnover this team has seen. So he realizes in this world that you gotta take chances. He's seen what San Diego has done at the deadline with Preller and bringing in all these guys, and we saw him, all up and down the lineup and on the mound last night. So I wouldn't be surprised if there's some major changes. Wilmer Flores will be a free agent, so we won't see him. Yastrzemski would have been. Rogers would have been. So I asked Bob Melvin today. I said, listen, where you are in the standings and where the Padres are, and the Mets lose every day, but they're still well ahead of you for the final wild card spot. Are you close to letting the kids play every day? Especially, I mentioned Flores, who's going to be a free agent. Why throw him out there every day if he's not going to be around it? And he said, not yet. And he said the Giants aren't the only team who are saying not yet. St. Louis and Cincinnati still thinking, well, if the Mets are going to lose every game, then maybe we got a chance to creep in there.
That's the reason that a lot of these teams have a little bit of hope and only because to not fully pivot.
No, they're 5.5 out, and to be honest, they should be 8 or 9 out, but they're not.
Right.
So
I wouldn't be surprised that you will have some major shuffling. I also spoke with Bob Melvin about 11 strikeouts, 2 walks last night. I mean, when's this going to stop? Only Dom Smith, gets up there and makes bat-to-ball contact. He's got those skills.
Yeah.
And, oh, by the way, he's 14, 15 games in a row with this hitting streak now. And 3 of them came as a pinch hitter.
How much more difficult do you think the job is? Because we were talking about this a little bit earlier, in that Casey Schmidt has performed well of late. He's got 4 hits last night. Dom Smith's on this hitting streak. He's performed well of late. You've got the guys you've paid with the names who have done some things in their career or traded for, but yet you need to get better. And so it's right field, it's second base, it's catcher, it's DH if Devers is going to play first, it's first if Devers is going to DH, all those things. But then you've got guys who have been better performing players of late, who almost inherently those are the only areas you can make changes. But it's almost unfair to those guys. It because the other guys are signed and are going to be here.
Yeah, and Wisenhunt, I was kind of surprised they let him go after 3 starts. Why not have him develop up here? Yeah, he's got some issues with the changeup. He's got to, hide it more. Whatever he's got to do to make that more effective at this level, because it certainly isn't. And he had kind of 2 stinkers in 3 starts, but he had 1 good one. But I guess they're not in position to let those kids play and be a big part of this final drive.
You got to have a tough conversation with Justin Verlander at that point, right?
Well, yeah. I don't know if it would go that far. But, I think out of respect for a 42-year-old future Hall of Famer, he's maybe the one guy you don't touch. You don't sit him down because you want to. I mean, I think there was an agreement.
You could limit Root maybe.
Yeah.
Although he's coming back.
And plus he's coming up on number of innings pitched that he, hasn't seen before. So I don't think he's going to, once he gets into the rotation on Friday, he's going to be in the rotation through the end of September. They might pull him earlier than that. But I think you're going to see a lot of moves in the offseason, and Buster Posey's going to go from seller at the deadline to buyer in the offseason. I think he'll be more willing to give up on prospects because he knows that he needs veteran major league players who can hit the ball at this park, gap to gap, line drive, contact, forget the strikeout, forget the low walk, forget the lousy on-base percentage. It's time to kind of move on and improve this lineup big time.
Well, John, we appreciate you coming by, and we're actually going to want to finish the show with you because we got 45 seconds until the end of Giants pregame, but we talked about it a bit at the start of the show, but now that the seats have filled up a little bit more, this is a good chance for everyone to take your glass of bloody or Surfside or champagne or water or a French fry. Or coffee. I don't care what it is.
We can get you some coffee, Shay.
We know our guy is out there watching.
Don't drink coffee.
So to Greg Papa, especially with 49ers season around the corner, we're thinking of you.
Papa.
We're sending you healing energy. Keep being your goofy self over text. And look, it's just a short time out. He's going to be back, and he's going to be better for it. So everyone raise your glass.
Love you, brother.
We love you, Greg. We love you, Pop. And there's no better way to end it than that. Giants pregame against the Padres starts now.